Kushina, there is one way to see our son again, the Hack-Fuin. I'll seal our remaining chakra into the seal, and when the time comes, we can see him again. Minato. Meanwhile, Sarutobi has managed to pierce the barrier Minato set up. He shunshined to where Minato and Kushina were. Namikaze, don't tell Mayuri going to the Hack-Fuin. It's the only way. Sarutobi. Minato looked to Naruto in a sorrowful gaze. Sarutobi followed his eyes to Naruto and realized his duty in the attack of the Kyuubi and the life of the Namikazes. No, I'll do it. Minato looked at the Sandaime in disbelief. It's okay, Minato, I've already lived past my prime years. I've seen what I've wanted to see. I've fought every battle I wanted to fight. Well, almost. There's one more, the Kyuubi. Sarutobi, thank you. I'll still seal the Kyuubi into Naruto, but at least you will be there to protect him, I guess. This is goodbye, Hack-Fuin. And with that, Sarutobi Hiruzen sealed the Kyuubi into the infant and passed away. Several Umbu were present to watch the final moments of the Sandaime Hokage. Hokage fell to one knee in chakra exhaustion and the Umbu spread around the area. Tonight was the night. A legend died, and new one took its place. The legend of Namikaze Naruto. Aruto. Wake up or I'll come up there myself and kick you out. Blue eyes shot open and the blonde boy shot out of bed. Wait, Ka-san. I'm up. I'm up. Naruto flashed to the kitchen where Uzumaki Kushina resided. She turned around and almost spilt her coffee on Naruto. Damn it, Naruto. Stop flashing everywhere. I'm going to wash away every single seal you and your father put in this blasted house. Mama Kushina, Naruto, and I find it convenient. That's all. Minato scratched the back of his head and gave a lazy smile. No surprise that Naruto was doing the same thing next to him. Minato. Are you raising our son to be a lazy idiot like you? I have enough with one yellow flash. 2 is pushing it. If our son turns out as lazy as you, I'm going to castrate you. Kushina yanked open a drawer and pulled out a cleaver. Her eyes twinkled with evil intent as her hair sprang to life in 9 tails. She then gave a sickly sweet smile and asked, Minato, come here for a second, will you, honey? Non-Aratoran. Why, you don't have to say it twice, Tusan. Minato and Naruto dashed out of the kitchen and ran for cover. Kushina's voice rang through the entire village of Konoha at 7 o'clock in the morning. Namikaze 1 and 2, you better get your asses here this instant. Hatake Kakashi looked up from his orange book to hear the echo of Kushina's voice and flocks of birds flying from the trees. That's Minato-sensei's family for you. He rolled his eyes and headed for the Hokage Tower where he would usually find the 2 scared Namikazes. Anyways, Naruto, as I was saying, today you are enrolling in the academy. But Ka-san, I already saw what they do in class. It's too easy. Naruto, being the son of the red hot-blooded habanero and the yellow flash isn't always your ticket out of things. Besides, only academy graduates become Hokage. Naruto pouted. His mom was right, but he couldn't stand all the fangirls. It's not like he could help it. Being the Hokage's honorable son was apparently a big deal to these girls, but he still couldn't get it. That's right, the second Namikaze prodigy couldn't get why all the girls suddenly turned red and fainted around him. It's just a sickness they are going through, he would always think. I guess you could be a genius in some aspects but a total brickhead in others. Love would be one of the things Namikaze Naruto would be totally ignorant of. Fine, Ka-san, I'll go. Just don't blame me if it's too easy. Minasan, we have a new student today. Please settle down. Hiraka-sensei, who's the new student? Some kid yelled. Namikaze Naruto. A few gasps were heard and then a squeal, then 2 more. Then all the girls in class were squealing. It's Naruto-sama. Kaya. Naruto had to resist the urge to roll his eyes. Manners, Naruto. His parents said it's all about showing manners. Haha kit, look at all the vixen. Too bad they're all after the name, not the person Naruto thought. Now quiet, Kurama, before I say something out loud to you and sound crazy. Hehe, that was your fault for the record. Sure. It's been 2 years since Naruto had first made contact with the Kyuubi. 4 years old, and he had already contacted the century-old Bijou. They became friends after a while, somehow. No one really knows except Naruto and Kyuubi. Naruto would have conversations with Kurama in his head sometimes, but one time he responded to Kurama out loud at the dinner table, and Minato and Kushina looked at Naruto in shock. The Namikes were sitting at the dinner table eating silently when suddenly, Naruto bursted out. "Shut it, Kurama, I won't eat 'em, I hate peas." Naruto. Kushina and Minato looked at Naruto, mouths gaping open. "Who is Kurama?" "Oh no, honey. Naruto has an imaginary friends. We raised our son to be insane. Minato, what do we do?" Unlike Kushina, Minato had somewhat of a clue who Kurama was. "Naruto is Kurama," and Minato made to ears with his hands and flopped them around on his head. "A Kyuubi? Why yeah. That was the last time Naruto responded to Kurama when people were around, that is until now." Naruto quickly bowed and took a seat in the back next to a kid with spiky black hair in a ponytail. The kid looked up to Naruto and said, "Nara Shikamaru. Pleasure to meet you," then he put his head down and fell asleep. Yeah, Namikaze Naruto, pleasure to meet you too." Naruto stole a couple glances at the sleeping boy. How could he pay attention if he was sleeping in class? But it didn't matter, the whole class was easy, so he felt like he could understand why the boy slept through lectures. What a joke, Naruto thought. They were talking about Konoha's history, which Minato had already drilled into his head years before. Yeah, at age 4, Naruto had already memorized Konoha's history. When Iruka-sensei passed out a quiz, he and Shikamaru took the test and got 100%. Naruto then remembered the Nara clan being full of geniuses with IQs above 200. He and Shikamaru grinned at each other, sharing a mutual understanding of how easy this material was. He could make friends. Then, they had gone over kunai and shuriken throwing. All of the children couldn't throw properly, aside from Naruto, that is, who was ambidextrous and deadly accurate. Naruto hit every target spot on, thus surprising everyone. Naruto only smirked and walked back to sit down. On the side, Naruto could spot an Uchiha. Sasuke? No, Sasu? No. What was his name again? He kind of slept through the roll call and couldn't quite put his finger on the name. Well, either way, the Uchiha was staring crossly at Naruto with his cheek puffed out. The Uchiha managed to only get 4 kunai in the targets. It kind of put shame to the accuracy that the Uchiha were so famous for. The last part was sparring. Each clan had a style. There just so happened to be a couple of future clan heirs in this particular class, all specialized in their own clan style. Too bad Naruto had researched these styles and found counters for all of them. Even those who made their own styles were immediately countered by Naruto. He wasn't called the prodigy of Konoha for nothing. Naruto could analyze any fighting style and find its flaws in a matter of seconds. He was the second coming of the Yellow Flash. No surprise there. And of course, Naruto beat every single student in spars regardless of whether they used jutsu or not. If you could put Naruto on the ranks of ninja, he would be around high Jounin in most aspects with Kage-level chakra. His jutsu arsenal rivaled that of copycat Kakashi with 1,000 jutsus copied. Iruka already knew this, considering he was actually Umbu undercover. The Umbu knew everything, well, almost everything. He didn't know that Naruto knew he was Umbu, and he didn't know Naruto could sense the other 2 Umbu hidden in the room. There was a lot to learn from the boy. Class ended and Naruto was asked to stay after class. "Naruto, I know you find this class really boring and I already know your skill level. Do you want to try to graduate this year? We can move you up to grade 5, the last grade. Although a majority will of the students would be older than you, the skill level is at least a little higher. Besides, you have to take the last year to take the Genin test anyways." "Really? Okay then, I'm cool with it. Just ask my dad for approval." Naruto nodded and shunshined back home, leaving Iruka to clean up the classroom. To Daimasu. "Okarinasai, Naruto. Dinner is ready. Come eat as soon as you're ready." "Okay, Ka-san." Naruto chucked off his shinobi sandals and walked to his room only to be yanked by the collar. "Now where do you think you're going with those shoes chucked around?" "Titu-san, hey. I was gonna fix it." "Damn straight you were, now go fix them, we can talk about your first day at academy at the table." Minato let go of Naruto's collar and watched his son rearrange his shoes. It was funny how similar Naruto looked like to his Genin days. Naruto had a hoodie on like him, except it was orange. Minato frowned. Apparently Naruto picked up on Kushina's knack for bright colors. Now Naruto was spouting non-stop about being the Orange Flash or the Orange Hokage. As if, there's only room for one Flash in this world. And it was him. Minato chuckled a bit. Orange Hokage. Huh. Minato flashed a quick smile and walked to the kitchen to greet Kushina. Naruto, eat your damn peas before I shove them down your throat forcefully. Naruto involuntarily gulped, taking the peas that were stuffed into his mouth down his throat. Naruto then made a face and started clawing at his throat. He took a deep breath and stuck out his tongue. Quick, give me ramen. Anything to wash away the taste of peas. No, that's what you get for stuffing all your peas in your mouth and now swallowing. You could have choked. Kushina glared at Naruto. Minato passed a cup of juice under the table to Naruto, who chugged the whole drink when he thought Kushina wasn't looking. I saw that. You too, Minato. Get back here, you too. Minato and Naruto scampered off, leaving Kushina in the dining room, standing up with one foot on a seat, ready to pounce, with 3 forks between her fingers like kunai, glaring at the doorway. Meanwhile, Minato sat next to Naruto on the couch in the living room. So I heard from Irika that you are going to move up to grade 5. Yup. Today was too easy. They couldn't even throw a kunai. It was ridiculous. That's great and all. But remember, nothing replaces hard work. I know. It's just that I already went through the hard work with kunai and history and taijutsu. Genin is too easy. You know my skill. I'm like a Jounin. While you have a large sum of jutsu, most, if not all, are mid to high level chunin. It's only the number that makes you high Jounin. Sure, the number rivals Kakashi, but the level isn't there yet, and you don't have experience, and I'm not prepared to send a 6-year-old into A to be ranked missions, let alone my son. Genin first, chunin second, then we talk about Jounin. Not to mention, you don't even know my jutsu. Will have Jiraiya train you. Cool. A Sannin as a teacher. Naruto raced out of the living room to his room. Then a voice came from behind Minato. Don't you dare send my son to that pervert to train. Kushina, he isn't really a pervert, he's a super pervert. Just then, the white-haired sage bursted through the door. Kushina whipped her head around to face Jiraiya, then sent her fist into Jiraiya's face, launching him out the window next to the door. She huffed, placed her hands on her hips, then turned around to face Minato. Did you hear him? The more reasons to not send our son with that thing. Minato just looked at the broken window with a hole and sweat dropped. Only my wife can send a Sannin through Konoha with a punch. Wait, scratch that, Tsunade too. Did you say something, honey? And no, not at all, sweetie. Anyways, on a more serious note, I know Naruto is a genius at a lot of things. He isn't ready for the world yet. Don't you think Genin is a bit too early? He's only 6. At least Kakashi was a bit older. No, I think Naruto is ready. He's got the skill, he just needs the experience. Besides, Genin just does yard work and gardening, no big deal. Yeah, but relax, Kushina, it will be okay. Fine. Then who is his sensei going to be? I was thinking about. Naruto woke up early in the morning. It was going to be his first day at academy, as a grade 5 student. A better improvement to the grade 1. Seriously, what were his parents thinking? Anyways, his first step to Hokage, Genin. It would suck if I was a Genin forever. Naruto frowned. A shiver was sent down his back as he imagined himself still a Genin at age 15. Too old if you ask me. Naruto jumped out of bed and dragged himself to the bathroom. Ha 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 ha. Oh, the irony. Naruto, here is your breakfast. Don't be late. Punctuality is key. If it's so important, why is Kakashi always late? And by several hours on top of it? Kushina's face faltered for a second. Don't follow Kakashi, he's another lazy perv. Somewhere in Konoha, a silver-haired man sneezed. Get going, I don't want you to be late. Hi Kasan, I'll see you around. Naruto grabbed a toast and shunshined out of the house. Class, we have a new student. Murmurs were heard around the class. Naruto shifted around where he stood. He looked up to see students older than him. He never really was one for attention, but when it's from people older than him, he suddenly becomes shy. When he was brought to a council meeting with Minato on Bring Your Child to Work Day, he was really shy and couldn't look at any of the adults in the eyes when they came to greet him. Namikaze Naruto, nice to meet you, Tabeo. Naruto blurted. Tabeo? Namikaze? Yandame. The other students were whispering to each other. Damn it. He was Jounin-level, introductions should be a piece of cake. Why was he so nervous? You can sit in the empty seat in the back, Naruto. Irika pointed out to a seat in the back corner, next to a girl with pink hair. Naruto sat down and looked at the girl. She had short pink hair with a red ribbon tying her bangs back. Her emerald eyes were big. She was young, his age kind of young. Namikaze Naruto, nice to meet you. Ichiruno Sakura, and nice to meet you too. Nay, Haruno-san, aren't you a bit young for this class? I'm only here for the strategy classes. I'm book smart but not athletic. I go back to grade 1 for physical education. Wah, awesome. Haruno-san. Naruto never heard of a ninja clan called Haruno. He presumed she came from a civilian family. He was least to say impressed. While she said she wasn't physically ready to be genin, she was already taking strategy courses from grade 5. This was definitely a feat for a civilian family. Too bad he won't be on a team with her. A strategist like her, or even maybe that Nara guy, would have been really beneficial. Naruto shifted his attention back to Irika and listened to the course. Grade 5, though it was still easy in the strategy classes, was a bit more challenging with sparring. Sure, he could counter the style used, but he couldn't counter the power. The other students were just too big compared to him. While he could fling his hands up to block the attack perfectly, the attack would be too heavy and he would be knocked to the floor. 3 feet 7 inches, 6-year-olds were just not made to fight 4 feet 10 inches, 11-year-olds. Naruto got by with small scratches, mostly from being hit to the floor and rolling around to dodge. All Naruto thought was Kasan is going to have a field day. Damn straight I'm got a field day. Look at all these scratches. Minato, get here right now. Minato flashed to the kitchen where he found Naruto on a stool covered in loosely wrapped bandages. Frankly, he looked like a horribly wrapped mummy thanks to Kushina's poor medic skills. I'll help. Now Naruto, care to explain what happened? Minato responded, taking the bandages from Kushina's hand. Kushina huffed and turned away. The older kids were a bit too big and the floor was covered in twigs. I wasn't careful when I rolled. Cut myself with twigs. At least sparring is a bit more challenging and fun. You gotta be more careful, Naruto. I can't let you get hurt. Minato unraveled the bandages only to find that most of the cuts were already healed. The fox. Minato thought. He threw away the wasted bandages and turned to Naruto. Get going, you gotta train more now, I don't want you getting pushed around. Show them who's boss. OSU. Naruto pumped his fist in the air and ran out of the room. Don't give him any ideas, Minato. He's already really hard, I don't want him to push it. If he doesn't train, you will have to heal his scratches every day. I'll give him some pointers, but he needs to be able to adapt to his disadvantages and turn them into his advantages. It will be fine, he'll be genin before you know it. Also, I got Jiraiya to agree to training him when he's older. Fine. Stupid pervert, better not brush some of that perverse thoughts on Naruto, or I will personally deal with the stupid Sannin. Minato gulped and hoped that the Sannin knew the consequences for his inevitable actions. About 1 year time skip. Naruto, 8 years old. Get the hell up, Naruto. Don't make me get up there. Naruto's eyes flashed open, darting around the room. He looked at the alarm which read 7 a.m. It's too early. Naruto closed his eyes again only to be interrupted. Narrate. I'm up. Naruto rolled out of bed and scratched his back as he made his way to the bathroom. I swear, that kid never wakes up on time. Kushina flipped a couple pancakes on the pan. She looked back at Minato, who was engrossed in a newspaper while sipping coffee. She stopped at the doorway to the dining room and spoke to Minato. Minato, today is the test. Do you think he's ready? Who will be his teammates? Teacher? Oh, there are so many things that could go wrong. What if bandits attack? What if... It's fine, Kushina. There are no bandits on D ranks. Just grass and paint. He'll do fine. I got the perfect teacher for him too. While she was talking, Naruto skipped past Kushina at the doorway into the kitchen. He skipped back out and ran to the living room. Kushina sighed and went back into the kitchen to finish the pancakes. Kushina looked back to her pan only to see it empty, along with the other pancakes that were on a plate. Naruto, get back here. Naruto rested his head on his arm as he looked out the window. Today was the day he had been waiting for, the day of the Genin test. All the grade 5 students had graduated academy, but the Genin test was held 4 months after. Today was the fated day, the day that determined if one could be a ninja or not. He looked at the clock to see that he was 15 minutes early. The classroom was practically empty with the exception of a few Aburame and civilian family. Most of the ninja clans shunshined with their children to drop them off, and the Aburame, well, they were always nitpicky on punctuality. Like my mom. Naruto rolled his eyes and focused back on the clouds outside. Several poofs were heard outside and Naruto snapped his head back at the clock. 2 more minutes till class starts. The clan members have arrived. The door opened and a mass of 11-year-olds made it through the door, followed by the towering Irika-sensei. He had a stack of paper in one hand and a box held at the hip, full of Hitai 8 different colors too. Sit down, everybody. Class is starting. Anyways, as you all know, the reason you are here is to take the Genin test. If you aren't, you are in the wrong room. Please leave immediately. No one budged. People took quick glances at each other to find any unrecognizable faces. Seeing as nobody was moving, Irika-sensei started again. Okay, now the test is composed of multiple parts, the written, the physical, and the jutsu. First, the written part will be about strategy, history, geography, etc. Second, the physical will be shooting shuriken and kunai, and using other weapons. The last test is jutsu. You will do a henge, kawarimi, and bunshin. I wish the best of luck. We will now pass the written portion out. Irika-sensei and another sensei handed out small packets and pencils to each student. Naruto started immediately. The multiple choice was easy, clearly shown by how early many of the students completed the section. The essay, however, was a different story. What is the will of the fire? While Minato had asked this question to Naruto on many different occasions, Naruto only had a basic idea of what it meant. Naruto looked around to see many confused faces, each accompanied with either finger tapping or head scratching. What was will of the fire? It seemed a lot like motivation to Naruto. Minato said it was what caused him to be Hokage. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He should get this too since he also wanted to be Hokage. What drove him to set such a goal? Why did he want to be Hokage? Naruto scratched his chin. He thought hard. Was it for recognition? Sure, maybe a part of it, but fame was only the cherry on top. Money? Naruto knows that the Hokage isn't paid any higher than S-ranked missions and whatnot, so it's not like you had to be Hokage to earn his kind of paycheck. Paperwork? Definitely not. That isn't even a question. Then he remembered being with his dad who was giving out missions. It was pretty fun too, determining what mission should the Genin or Chunin take. He also remembered watching his dad save a kitten from a tree for a small girl. Was it care? Or maybe responsibility? Or maybe both? Naruto's face lit up and he began to scribble, which did not go unnoticed by Irika-sensei, who was looking with curiosity. Naruto sat on the swing outside in the courtyard and slumped. Regardless of what they said about him being a genius, that test was mentally exhausting. Who would give such a complicated essay question? He watched the rest of his former classmates file out to the courtyard, once again, followed by Irika-sensei. Okay, everybody, listen up. We will start the physical test now. At the table to our right, we will pick up some blunt kunai and shuriken. Any of these weapons that are brought from home are prohibited. Other assorted weapons, however, are permitted to be brought from home. You will be graded on accuracy, speed, and power. Each weapon ranked out of 10. We will start with kunai. Everyone went to the weapons table and picked out 10 kunai and shuriken. They went alphabetically, each student walking up to the line, throwing each kunai and shuriken at the targets with white circles on them. Irika-sensei stood by, jotting notes down on his clipboard, then proceeding to shout out the scores. So far, the class average was around 8.0 with a few exceptions of 9.0 and 10.0. Namikaze Naruto. Naruto walked up to the line with 4 kunai in each hand and 2 kunai next to him. He got into a stance and then looked at Irika-sensei, who was still jotting down some last-minute notes. Irika-sensei lifted his head up and nodded. That's the okay. Naruto launched all 8 kunai at the same time at each target, then proceeded to whip out his remaining 2 and throw them oswell. All kunai hit each target cleanly in the middle, all lodged perfectly in the wood. Naruto let out a sigh he wasn't aware that he was holding and straightened himself out. He patted himself down from any dirt and proceeded to walk away, not without hearing a few fangirl squeals to which he blushed at from the attention. 10/10 next, Murbaira Rinasuke. Naruto sat down and watched Rinasuke launch kunai. Mubara Rinasuke was probably one of the worst genin candidates in the group. He was a pretty bad student in, well, everything. He had this loud, obnoxious personality with no skill to back it up. He always wore a shit-eating grin and wore neon green clothes. Naruto thought the clothes were pretty cool, thanks for his love of bright colors. Except they weren't meant for a ninja. They could be easily spotted from a mile away, 2 miles if the enemy ninja was good. He kind of felt bad that Rinasuke was struggling, so he had attempted to give Rinasuke a few tips on launching the kunai earlier this week. But Rinasuke's pride was too big, and so he rudely rejected Naruto's help. Rinasuke, what am I going to do with you? March 10th. Heh, that's what you think, Irika team. I just wasn't feeling good today. Irika-sensei's eyes narrowed at the name, but then brushed it aside and called the next name. The shuriken test felt like another déjà vu. Naruto got 10 out of 10 accompanied by squeals, and Rinasuke got a 3 out of 10 and called Irika-sensei his nickname with the same excuse. For the specialized weapons, Naruto had picked out a ninjato similar to that of Hatake Kakashi. Surprisingly, the ninjato was a gift from said Jounin for Naruto's 7th birthday. He even taught Naruto a few moves which Naruto proudly used during the test, earning him a 9 out of 10. Rinasuke, on the other hand, decided to pick from the weapons at the table. Unfortunately, with his rather large ego, he picked a rather large weapon. He swung a battle axe around and slipped, launching the axe near Irika-sensei's head and lodging it in the tree behind him. Irika nearly blew the roof, lecturing Rinasuke about the dangers of using a foreign weapon, and ultimately he received a 1/10. Only for attempt. Hi, that concludes the physical test. Let's move indoors for the jutsus. Naruto sat down quietly and waited for his name to be called. His patient and quiet waiting was interrupted by another person who sat rather loudly next to him. He looked over his shoulder to see a girl with dark purple hair and green eyes. Can you believe this test? It's kind of hard, don't you think? Naruto raised an eyebrow before responding. Sure is, the essay was really hard. Really? I thought that was pretty easy. What? How did you answer? Easy, fire has no will, fire is uncontrollable, and it also has no conscience. Thus there is no such thing as a will of fire. Naruto kinda wanted to facepalm himself right there and then proceed to hit his head multiple times on the table. But of course he kept it all in. I don't think that was what it was asking. Really? I asked my other friends and they answered pretty similarly too. Naruto's sweat dropped. My name is Rei, by the way, Warikari Rei. We rarely talked during the year. Namikaze Naruto. Oh yeah, the Hokage's kid. You're pretty young, aren't you? Naruto nodded. Suddenly he heard his name called. Well, that's me. It was nice to meet you, Warikari-san. Rei is fine. Okay, Jane Rei-san. Bye. Okay, Naruto, you know which jutsus, right? Let's start off with Kawarimi. Naruto Kawarimi with the log next to him. Bunshin. Naruto then poofed out 3 Kage Bunshin. Sorry, Irika-sensei, my chakra is too much for a simple Bunshin, so I used Kage Bunshin. That's fine, now do the henge. Irika-sensei clearly didn't know Naruto that well, even with Umbu reports. The mischievous glint in Naruto's eyes and the smirk that was dawned on his face clearly didn't spark any suspicion in the disguised Umbu. Henge. Oiroke no Jutsu. Irika-sensei's eyes bulged and he fell back from the fountain of blood spewing out of his nose. Irika quickly recovered and put his hand over his nose to stop the bloody waterfall. Don't ever do that again. Naruto started laughing. Well, he was Naruto before. Now he was his grown female counterpart, nude with the exception of fog around specific areas. Naruto released the henge and crouched on the floor grabbing his stomach. I never knew that Irika-sensei was vulnerable to the Oiroke no Jutsu. Irika-sensei wiped away the remaining blood and tried to look a bit more dignified. Fine, why you pass? I'll get Rina-suke. Naruto skipped to the door and shouted. Mubara Rina-suke. He then quickly grabbed a Hitai 8 next to Irika-sensei then flashed out the door. Naruto ran as fast as he could, back home. He bursted through the door, chucked off his shoes and ran to the kitchen where he was greeted with a huge banner, balloons, and confetti. Minato and Kushina popped up and pulled party poppers and yelled congrats on passing. Naruto grinned and went to hug his parents. Minato had taken a bit of time off being Hokage to be home early for the surprise party. Apparently, they had also invited Jiraiya, much to Kushina's dislike, and Tsunade. When the 2 Sannin arrived, Tsunade brought bottles after bottles of sake only to be turned down because Naruto was a minor. Jiraiya tried to give Naruto his first Ika but was only able to take out the book before being launched into space by Kushina and Tsunade's punch. Fearsome combo. They ate cake and celebrated. Then Minato pulled out the report on the test he got from Irika. Written 99 out of 100, SAN/A, Kunai 10 out of 10, Shuriken 10 out of 10, Kawarimi 10 out of 10, Bunshin 10 out of 10, henge. Yeah, Minato, what about henge? Kushina was eager to hear what her son got on henge, but faltered when she saw Minato's face distort into fear. She felt she had a hunch of what was going on and quickly snatched the paper only to have her face distort into anger. Minato whispered, Narutoyu can start running now. Naruto, you used Oiroke no Jutsu on Irika. Get your ass over here so I can beat it. Get over here right now. Jiraiya the questioned, Oiroke no Jutsu? Clearly never hearing about Naruto's perverted exploits. Naruto made a wrong move by moving his attention from his mother to Jiraiya. Unfortunately, Naruto smirked then yelled, henge, and appeared as his grown female counterpart. Jiraiya grew hearts in his eyes and some blood dripped from his nose. He gave 2 thumbs up and kept muttering how the child was a genius. Minato covered his nose, which did not go unnoticed by Kushina, and Kushina and Tsunade's mouth dropped and their fists clenched. Naruto caught his mother and the Sannin's reactions and quickly released. He had to get out and he had to get out fast. He quickly flashed outside of the house and began running. He turned to look back and saw his worst nightmare come true. Both his mother and the Sannin were running after him at top speeds with a dust cloud trailing behind them. They were starting to gain on him and Naruto saw his short life flashed before his eyes. Without any hesitation, Minato quickly flashed next to Naruto, grabbed him, then flashed back home. Naruto was safe for a few more minutes before the 2 women returned. Naruto earned 2 new bumps on his head which were swelling up. Naruto then vowed to never use Oiroke no Jutsu at least in front of the ladies. Beep beep beep. It's been a long night for Naruto, evil ladies chasing him, eating a lot of cake, constantly followed by a super pervert, for research. Naruto slammed his hand down on the alarm clock that read 7 o'clock. He barely opened his eyes and looked around. He yawned and stretched, sat up, stretched again only to fall back onto his pillow. He was expecting a yell from his mother, but it wasn't there. Oh, that's right, she was on a mission. The life of a ninja. Naruto proceeded to roll out of bed, hitting the floor. Naruto, is that you? Minato opened the door to find Naruto sprawled out on the floor, face first. MMPH. Naruto groaned and lifted his head. Minato helped him up. You're gonna meet your sensei today. Come on. Get ready. I tried to cook, but it didn't work. You're gonna have to eat some cereal. Take some nutrition bars too. You might get a little hungry on the way. Naruto strolled off to the bathroom and got ready. Minato returned to the dining room to read his newspaper, listening to Naruto run around the house to get ready. Naruto rested his head on the desk and looked around. He was 15 minutes early again. Genin tests were yesterday and Irika-sensei told the students that they had to come in the day after to get into three-man cells to take the second test. Naruto looked around and saw that a majority of the civilian students were there. He brushed off the observation and looked back at the clouds through the academy window for the last time. The poofs were heard again, and this time Irika-sensei opened the door first, followed by the mass of newly promoted genin. Hi, everyone, please sit down. Today we'll divide you into groups and assign senseis per. Irika then started to explain how the three-man cells were important and how they were vital for the mission to be completed for genin. He then congratulated everyone for their promotion and quickly read off each team. Team 7 Mubara Rinasuke, Warikari Rei, and Naiku Jinto. Irika paused for a second and realized his mistake. Jinto, who tested before Naruto, had actually failed the test. Irika had checked off the wrong box. Instead of Namikaze, he checked off Naiku. He coughed and then proceeded to correct his mistakes. Actually, there has been a mistake. Naika Jinto had not passed the test. Namikaze Naruto will be in Team 7. Rei beamed and Rinasuke looked at Naruto with a frown. Naruto gave an awkward smile and waved to his two new teammates before zoning out at the windows. Rei, Rinasuke, and Naruto were left in the classroom because their sensei was apparently running late. Naruto was reading a book, Rei was braiding her hair, and Rinasuke, well, he was fiddling in his seat, shaking his legs, picking at his fingers, looking impatient as ever. Ark, when will that stupid sensei come? It's been like 45 minutes already. Naruto looked up at Rinasuke with mild interest at Rinasuke's distress and rants. Rinasuke, I'm sure sensei is just a tad bit late, Irika said to wait. At that moment, the door slid open and the Jounin instructor entered. It was none other than Hatake Kakashi. His silver hair slung over his headband that covered one of his eyes, and his mask covering a majority of his face. He caught sight of Naruto and gave a quick nod before looking at the rest of his students. A bright green kid and a purple-haired girl plus a little prodigy. His thoughts were interrupted by Rinasuke's yell. You're late. Patience is virtue, Mubara-san. Kakashi-sensei has his reasons. Naruto said calmly without looking away from his book. Who told you to talk? Namikaze. I just made an observation that needed to be addressed, dead last like you needs to be aware of it. Guys, please, calm down. Kakashi-sensei is here. Let's not waste any more time. Kakashi's sweat dropped. It was just like his old team, Obito like Rinasuke, him like Naruto, and Rin like Rei. If the two teams are alike, they are going to have some major issues with teamwork. Kakashi sighed. Okay kids, meet me up at the top of the roof. Kakashi shunshined and waited a bit. Naruto followed suit and shunshined himself, surprising Kakashi, who didn't know genin could shunshin. Rei and Rinasuke took the stairs up. When they were all together, Kakashi began. Okay, let's start with a little introduction, your name, your likes and dislikes, your strong point, and your dream or goal. You first. Purple. Warikari Rei. I like cooking and healing. I dislike arguments. Her eyes glared at the two boys who quickly looked away from each other and humphed. My strong point is my medic jutsus, and my goal is to become the best medic nin, better than Senju Tsunade. Just like Rin, Kakashi thought. Then he turned to Rinasuke. Mubara Rinasuke, Rino for short. I like eating and sleeping. I dislike arrogant jerks. Then he glared at Naruto, who fervently returned the glare with equal intensity. My strongest point is weapons, says the guy that wielded a battle axe. Naruto scoffed. Shut up, asshole. My weapon skills beat yours by 10,000. Oh really? Kakashi coughed, bringing the boy's attention back to him. Please continue your introduction, Rino. Anyways, my dream and goal is to be Hokage. Nah, I'm gonna be Hokage. Rino glared at Naruto, who had his arms crossed and was glaring back. The glaring competition continued until Kakashi coughed again. Kakashi looked at Naruto. Name is Namikaze Naruto. I love ramen and training. I dislike assholes. My strongest point is jutsu, and my goal is to be the best Hokage in the history of Konoha. Naruto stuck his nose up in the air and looked away from Rino, who was fuming and holding his fist up. Ray got up and sat between the two after whacking them both on the head to stop their antics. Naruto and Rino cradled their heads, which were both sporting a large bump. Naruto had 3 now. Kakashi's sweat dropped again. It was just like his old team, constant bickering between the guys and a neutral medic girl who acted as mediator. Tomorrow we will hold the secondary test to being a genin. I suggest you not eat breakfast unless you want to puke. Meet up at training ground 7 at 8. Don't be late. Disperse. The whole team stood up and Naruto flashed away. Ray jumped from the roof to the next, and Rino tripped and face planted himself before getting up and jumping to the next roof. Kakashi's sweat dropped one last time before he shunshined away. And /hell, I made shunshin a verbal. Next day, 8 a.m. Naruto leaned against a tree and looked at his surroundings. He was the first at the training grounds. Didn't Sensei say not to be late? Yet not even Sensei was there. Naruto took this time to formulate a strategy based on his surroundings. He sent out a clone to put his seals everywhere and then dispelled the clone. Ray soon showed up, energetically waving to Naruto, who gave a slight nod of recognition. Rino showed up next, challenging Naruto, who apathetically flipped him off. This started another glaring contest where both parties grabbed the other at the collar and glared challengingly. Kakashi, who saw what just happened as he walked over, sweat dropped from the umpteenth time. Naruto was just like him and Rino like a Beto. He walked over to the group of genin and began to talk. Okay, today we will start the test. It's a basic bell test. I have 2 bells and you need to get 1 before 12. If you don't get a bell, you will be tied to a stump and I'll eat your lunch in front of you. And on top of it, if you don't get a bell, you will be sent back to the academy. Any questions? The group remained quiet, letting the information sink in. Kakashi motioned the group to the center of the training grounds and then yelled, "Start." All of them flashed away to the trees for cover, well, actually all but Rino. Naruto flashed to one of the trees and watched Rino fight Kakashi. "I'll fight you one-on-one. Naruto is too much of a coward to fight you alone. Definitely not a trait for a Hokage." Naruto mentally face-palmed himself. No possible genin could possibly fight one of the elite jounin of this village, let alone an Umbu captain. He had his homework done and found information about the silver-haired man. He had his Kage Bunshin lay out traps and seals. All I gotta do is lure him in now, he thought. Rino was quickly dispatched by the jounin, and now Kakashi was looking for his other genin. Kakashi quickly dodged a kunai that flew past his face. He had set off one of Naruto's traps. Naruto grinned and went for the attack. Dutan, Asu Sekijin no Jutsu. Kakashi leapt, barely dodging the spikes that sprouted from the ground. Then he felt his back getting hot. Katan Gukakyu no Jutsu. Naruto grinned. He had Kakashi in the air who couldn't land. The fireball got closer until poof. Kakashi had Kawarimi as a log which was now scorched. Naruto frowned but quickly dodged a few shuriken coming his way. His eyes narrowed and then he backflipped to evade more projectiles. The projectile's shadow then extended, chasing after Naruto. Shadow Jutsu? How did Kakashi know a technique from the Nara clan? Then he realized. Genjutsu. Kai. Naruto barely dodged the punch that was coming to his face. He engaged into a taijutsu match with Kakashi. Naruto kept evading and countering to the best of his abilities. He was at a disadvantage in size. He knew that even with a block, Kakashi's strikes would still prevail. But while he was thinking, He couldn't react to the kick as fast and put up his hands. Kakashi kicked Naruto, who was sent flying. Naruto stood back up and got into a stance. Shit, I gotta get Ray and Rino. Kakashi stopped in front of Naruto, who quickly flashed away. Naruto ran past the trees to find Ray, who was now hiding behind a bush. Ray, you gotta help, we need to find Rino. Ray nodded and they went to look for Rino, who was now head deep into the ground. Ray, help, I'm stuck. Rino completely ignored Naruto, who got pissed. Ray just shrugged, saying how she didn't know any techniques that could get him out of the ground. Naruto walked over and placed 2 hands on the ground and said, Dutan Yoyu Dasakujur. The ground became mud and Rino slipped out, his green suit now covered in brown. Rino was annoyed that Naruto knew a jutsu he didn't know. Who asked for your help, shithead? Do you want me to put you back into the ground? Because I can. Try me. Fine. Dutan Shinju Zanshu no. Enough, guys. It's 11:30. We only got 30 minutes before the timer goes off. Ray whacked the 2 boys again and they got into a circle. Naruto started first. I've tried a jutsu and a taijutsu match with him. I can't land a hit. He even used genjutsu on me. I don't think we can do this alone. Ha! You got beaten by Kakashi. Shut it, Rino, at least I wasn't found dug into the ground and needed saving. You. Enough, you two. Fine, as I was saying, I might have figured out a plan to beat the Jounin. We need a distraction, a stealth, and a backup. Rino, you're loud, so you be distraction. Ray, your chakra control can get you to put up a camouflage technique to sneak up. If you can't get the bells, then I'll come in with this jutsu to knock him out. Hey, who you calling loud? Why can't you just start off by knocking him out with your jutsu? Because it takes time and it's still experimental. Wait, but aren't there only 2 bells? I know, if we get the bells, I'll give them to you too. I'm only 8 while you 2 are 11. I can afford to be sent back to academy. Rino started crying comical tears and grabbed Naruto's hands into his own. The ultimate sacrifice. You were so kind. Naruto flicked his hands away and punched Rino to the floor. Don't touch me, please. Kakashi waited out in the open. He didn't see any of the genin until suddenly, Rino came out. Rino was covered in mud, so Kakashi presumed he probably used some water to get out of the jutsu. Rino started to run at Kakashi. I thought you learned already, frontal assault won't work. That's what you think, Baka Kakashi. Kakashi dodged all of Rino's attacks, but suddenly felt a presence behind him. He turned around to find that Ray was about to reach for the bells. He kicked both genin away, but then heard Ray and Rino yell at the same time. Naruto now. Naruto ran out of the tree line along the river and yelled. Suetun, Nanatsu Suko. Behind Naruto, 7 foxes formed from the water in the river and started following suit. The foxes raced towards Kakashi, who was surprised but impressed by Naruto's technique. Ray and Rino were thinking along the same lines. But just when all 7 foxes were about to attack, 4 of them dispersed, drenching Kakashi in water, who then Kourimi away before the remaining 3 landed on his previous spot, also splashing away. He wasn't kidding about experimental, huh? Shut it. Rino, I made that jutsu from scratch, damn it, we were so close. What do you mean? We've got time. Just then, the bell rung and Ray and Rino slumped their backs in disappointment. Kakashi appeared in front of them, looking a bit more dry than before. Well, Kakashi-sensei, none of us got the bells. I guess we are all sent back, right? Well, actually, you all pass. What? But what about the bells? The lunches? The time? Rino started panicking, who was being attempted to calm down by Ray. Naruto just flashed next to them, interested in why they passed. The test wasn't just to see if you could act like ninjas, but to see if you could act as a team. Remember, those who break rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. If you can't protect your own teammates, then you can't protect anyone else. Remember your will of fire. What is that, anyways? For another time. For now, you can go home. Tomorrow meet here at 9 for your first mission. All three Jounin left and Kakashi sighed. Their team was so much alike to his old one, he feared that they will befall the same fate sooner or later. URG Baka Kakashi, are we gonna do more than these ridiculous D ranks? How about some with more action? Shut up, Reno. As if a retard like you could handle anything above a D rank. URG, you shut up, dumbass, says the dead last to the top student. You guys, calm yourselves. We gotta listen to Kakashi-sensei for the mission details. As I was saying, today's mission will be the classic D rank. Mr. Hayashi wants us to clean out the weeds in his field. We will take 4 hours, then take a break for lunch. In the afternoon, we will start training. URG. Him again? His weeds grow back every freaking week. Can't we do some Dutan Jutsu and level that shit out? He has some herbs that are important growing on that lot. We can't just level out his herbs. We can always remove them first, then plant them again after leveling out the lot. Thank you, Naruto. Wait, Naruto's agreeing with me? What? Has the world ended? Is it an apocalypse? Shut up, loser. That sounds like a good idea, Naruto. Hey, that was my idea. Baka Kakashi. Whatever, loser. Shut up, Naruto. Dutan Tirana Heijuin no Jutsu. The ground shook as Naruto and Kakashi placed their hands on the ground and called the jutsu. The ground leveled out and Reno toppled over. Hey, watch it. Whittle, Reno-chan needs an apology? Sorry you didn't apply chakra to your feet like a normal person would've, loser. Shut up, Narushit. The boys kept bickering as Kakashi stood by Ray. You'll take care of more like heal your teammates, right, Ray? Yeah, maybe if they don't kill each other in the process. I'm not that good yet. Kakashi and Ray looked back at the two boys who were now at a full-out spar with weapons and jutsu flying everywhere. The flat ground became a war zone. We might have to do the jutsu again, Kakashi-sensei. I think you're right, Ray. Hi, Hokage-sama, our mission is done. Nah, Hokage-sama, can't we do any missions with some actions? I don't know, maybe C rank? Something awesome. Shut up, Reno. Didn't Kakashi-sensei say we aren't ready? And don't talk to Hokage-sama like that, Ray reprimanded. Tisk, I'll be Hokage soon so I can do whatever I want. No. I'm gonna be Hokage. Reno and Naruto got into one of their arguments again as Minato, Kakashi, and Ray sweat dropped. Okay, here's the deal. I've got 1 C rank for border patrol. If you can do this kind of mission easily, I'll get you another C rank. Prepare yourself, it will be in 1 week. Yeah. Thank you, Hokage-sama. You won't regret it. Naruto, your dad is the best. You don't think I know that already? Hey, no need to be mean, I was giving you a compliment. If that's what you call a compliment, then you need to recheck the dictionary. Hey! Enough, boys. Kakashi-sensei and I will be at Training Ground 7. If you're done with your little argument, you can come and join us. Wait. Ray-chan. I bet I can beat you there, Narushit. You wanna bet? You're on. Hey, wait. Naruto had already flashed, leaving Reno to trip on the floor again before jumping out of the window. Minato was still at the Hokage's desk, amused at the relationship between his son and his teammate. A bit surprised by his son's nickname, but amused nonetheless. Don't let me down, Team 7. Come on. Baka, Kakashi, we've been running for the past freaking hour. How many more laps do we have to do? Are you listening to me? Quit reading your freaking porn. Kakashi looked up to see Reno fuming. Naruto ran a little farther and stopped for a break but kept his eyes on Reno and Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes then glinted with pure evil. Are you not running, Reno-chan? Shouldn't your little legs be moving instead of standing there? Reno visibly shivered and turned to run away, but it was too late. Kakashi jumped onto Reno, who fell to the floor and stood on Reno's back. Kakashi pointed forward like a triumphant statue, shouting out nonsense. Mush, my little Genin, move onwards. We have an adventure to take part of. Naruto let out a eek and started running when he saw Kakashi look at him dead in the eye with the same glint. But it was also too late. Kakashi had set out a Kage Bunshin, which landed on Naruto with a yell of drop kick. "Why aren't you moving either?" Naruto, successfully face-planting the poor boy into the ground. If you thought Guy was crazy with training, wait till you see Kakashi. When Kakashi is interrupted from his book, he is freaking psychotic. Ray was on the sidelines watching the whole thing while continually running. Why am I stuck on a team full of weirdos? By the time training was over, the three little genin were panting. Naruto and Rino both sported red marks on their face from being face-planted into the floor. "Okay, my little genin, time to go eat for a celebration on acquiring our first C rank. Anywhere in particular you would like to go to?" Naruto mumbled something incoherent that everyone except Rino missed. "What was that, Narushit? Wanna share it to the rest of us?" Naruto mumbled something louder but still incoherent. "What?" Rino cupped his ear and leaned into Naruto, who was getting pissed off more by the second. "Ramen, you blundering shithead, get the hell out of my face. I don't see what's wrong with that suggestion. Ramen it is. I'll meet you little genin at Ichiraku's then, Jane." Kakashi poofed away. Naruto wanted to avoid Rino's glares. Flashed away. Ray and Rino met Kakashi and Naruto outside of the ramen bar. When they all walked in, Naruto and Rino both reached the counter and shouted, "10 orders of miso ramen, please." Naruto and Rino paused, looking at each other for a moment, then glared. They turned to the counter again and Naruto shouted a number only to have Rino say a larger number. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. "Enough, boys." Ray's scream silenced the boys' little competition as she glared down on them. Tucci came out with 4 bowls of ramen only to have 2 already inhaled by Naruto and Rino. They sent each other glares and called another bowl. Tucci arrived with 4 more bowls, 2 for each boy, which were immediately gone the moment they were set down. Rino glared at Naruto, who exchanged the look with equal intensity. "Oh, it's on. 30 bowls. Beat that, you little shit." "Ha, 31 bowls. What? You were so cheating." "Uzumaki were born to eat ramen, it's in my genes. You can't beat a natural." "Natural, my ass. There's nothing natural about your alien ass. You. See ya later, Kakashi-sensei." "Bye baka Kakashi." "Wait up, Naru-shit." The boys left Kakashi at the bar, who was looking at his wallet with tears in his eyes. Rino followed Naruto all the way up to the Hokage monument, where Naruto sat down on the Yandame's head. Naruto took a chance to look into the sky and breathe in the sight of the village below. "Isn't it an excellent view, Rinasuke? Why, you noticed me? It's hard not to." Naruto didn't sound as vigor as he was earlier. Rino was a bit curious and stuck around. "I guess that's what's expected of the prodigy of Konoha." "Ah, hardly." "What? Everyone thinks I'm a prodigy. But you are. You're really smart and strong. Smarter than me. That's not really hard to be." "Hey, shut up, trying to help you here." "Ha, I haven't really done anything to prove I'm a prodigy." "Really now? Care to explain?" Now things were getting real interesting for Rino. The prodigy finally shows some other emotion other than contempt towards the almighty Rinasuke. Rino read as a headline, "My dad, he made new jutsus and took out entire battalions in war." Kakashi also created jutsu and displayed his prowess on the battlefield. Uchiha Itachi's rise in the ranks, Nuff said. All these prodigies were the real geniuses, their achievements show it. And what have I done? Graduated freaking academy. What kind of achievement is that? A freaking awesome achievement, that's what. Come on. Don't sell yourself short. You freaking graduated 3 to 4 years younger than everyone else. And what about that Suten Nanatsu Suko? That is a pretty awesome jutsu right there. Still needs work though. I guess, but I haven't shown any prowess. I guess I was kind of glad you asked for a C rank. The D rank was just plain boring. I know, right? Now I can show my skills to Kakashi and Ray-chan. You like her, don't you? W what? W what are you talking about? Save it, Reno. I can see right through you. You like Ray, right? I guess. What's stopping you? You. What? What do you mean, what? Can't you see her fawning over you? She's always like, he is so adorable and cute. Or, the way he said that was so cool. Or, Naruto is the best. Are you a blockhead or something? Naruto blushed and looked away but looked back at Reno and said, I still think you should ask her. What? Are you crazy? With those killer punches, I'll be dead before I finish asking her out. Naruto chuckled before looking back to the starlit sky. You got plenty of years ahead of you to ask her out. Take your time. I guess you're right, but the sooner the better. Am I right? Yeah. It went silent before Reno snapped up. Well, that's the end of Reno's psychiatrist session. You can pay 500 Rio now. Naruto swiped Reno's legs and let Reno trip over and fall on the rock. Okay. I was kidding. They both paused before Naruto started laughing, Reno joining in. The two boys stayed up on the Hokage mountain for a little longer before they parted ways. Naruto looked back at Reno's back as Reno walked away. He felt as if he had finally made a friend that understood him. Not like any of those adults who gave him mixed looks. Fear and respect. He couldn't make out which was worse, gaining respect because of your parents and not because you are you, or striking fear into strangers for no apparent reason. He mostly ignored it, but finally, he found someone who knew him for being himself, someone who wasn't scared of him for no reason. Somehow, he felt really happy. But who was he kidding? Why the hell did he care about Loser? He flashed back home to rest. The entire week, he had a schedule of those blasted D ranks and hellish training before his first C rank. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he slammed his hand on his alarm clock just as it was about to ring. 7 a.m. Naruto's eyes started to close again, but they snapped back open when he remembered it was his first C rank mission today. Stupid border patrol. Well, not that he could complain. He rolled out, did his regular morning schedule, grabbed his bags and left for the kitchen. Tusan. Kasan. I'm going to my first C rank today. Naruto beamed with both hands on the strap of his bag. He looked like an excited preschooler on a field trip. But Kushina and Minato's mouth dropped when they saw the size of Naruto's bag. Naruto, what on earth do you have in there? Ramen. What? Amen. I know that, but why? I can't live without it. Now that I can't argue with, but really? It's only a week. It's fine, Kushina, I got the trick. Come here, Naruto. Naruto skipped over to his dad in curiosity. Minato pulled out a scroll, grabbed Naruto's bag and placed it on the scroll. Then he sealed the bag into the scroll. Minato handed the scroll to Naruto and smiled. Just concentrate your chakra into the seal and it will come out of the scroll. Thanks, Tusan. Naruto slipped the scroll into his back pouch and grabbed a quick toast while hugging his mom. Then he darted off to the main gate. Okay, here's the Dialio Genin. It's a quick patrol around High no Kuni's borders. We shouldn't run into that many problems. Just the average bandit that gives us a little trouble. Nothing major. Alrighty then. What are we waiting for, Baka Kakashi? Let's move on. Quit your yapping, loser. What Narushit? I said. Shut the F. Boys. This is going to be a long journey, isn't it? Ray. You got it, Kakashi-sensei. After hours of bickering between the two boys and the sweat dropping from the rest of the team, Team 7 finally reached the small town of Tenchi, the contact point. Finally, I thought my ears were going to fall off from listening to the loser talk. Hey, you were talking too. At least I don't bore people to death. At least I'm not Mianto death. That doesn't even make any sense. You don't make sense. Yeah, I do. How else do you understand me? Because I'm fluent in your made-up gibberish. Gibberish is a real language. It is? You know, if you say gibberish slow enough, it will sound like gullible? Really? Gulli, hey. Why are you laughing? I never knew you were so stupid. Hey. Enough. Naruto and Rino both hid behind Kakashi as Rei stalked them, cracking her knuckles. We are here to relieve the other team of their duty. We will notify them straight away. Please stay at an inn for now. Okay, you three. You heard the Chunin. Let's get a move on. To the inn. OSU. The next morning, Team 7 set out through the borders for patrol. Halfway through one of the great legendary Sannin, Jiraiya stopped by the contact village with urgent news from the Hokage. Are you sure they already left? Yes, they left this morning. You know which direction? Sir, I'm not sure. It's imperative that I see them. But sir, they are on patrol, there is no way to track them. Which direction? Southeast, 60 clicks away. The Sannin summoned a toad and hopped away. Shit, I have to see them now. Baka Kakashi, why were you so reluctant to giving us a C rank, when all we are doing is walking? Whack. Quit disrespecting Kakashi-sensei. Quit snickering like a little girl, Naruto. Naruto snapped to attention and then cowered away at Rei, who was baring her fist at him. Well, Rino, I don't know either. When I got the mission from Minato-sensei, I was expecting some bandits. This place is usually ridden with those things. Well, Kakashi's response was cut short when his attention was caught on something ahead. His eyes narrowed. Do you sense that, Kakashi-sensei? The chakra, S rank. Rino and Rei's eyes went wide when they heard Naruto, who went into a stance. Kakashi felt it too. A few kilometers away, a large chakra mass was coming in close, and by the looks of it, it was hostile. A few genin couldn't possibly go against these kinds of opponents. Even Kakashi would have a hard time, and that's not including the fact that he has to take care of 3 little kids. Naruto, Rino, Rei, leave, start heading back to the base. There's no time, you have to leave now. Going somewhere? Team 7's head snapped back to the front where they saw a man. His white hair was slicked back and he donned a dark brown cloak. Behind him was a red scythe with 3 blades and a chain that was attached at the bottom. His red eyes were full of malice and his pearly white teeth bared with a tongue stuck out. Well, what do we have here? A few little kitties? Ah, silver hair? Hatake? Kakashi? This is a lot more fun than I thought it would be. Team 7 was frozen in place. The S-ranked Nin was now in front of him. The 3 genin were stuck in horror, frozen by the amount of ki that was radiating off of the man. Team 7, stay back. Kakashi put his hand up to block the genin as his other hand reached for a kunai. Depriving me of my targets, are we? I can't allow you to do that, Hatake. Let's make this fun, shall we? The man launched forward, bringing out his red scythe that barely grazed Kakashi's head, cutting off a few hair. Kakashi blocked another blow with his kunai and backflipped away. But the man had already advanced, leaving no time for the silver-haired Jounin to break. Kakashi deflected a few more blows before he managed to launch the man's weapon into a tree, lodging it into the bark. He lifted his headband, revealing his Sharingan, and spoke. Who are you? The man yanked a chain that pulled the scythe back to him. He brought up the blades and licked one of them, smirking. Haiden. The 2 ninjas were caught in a taijutsu fight, exchanging blows that were blocked and countered. Kakashi was having trouble keeping up with the reach of the scythe. If he was right, Haiden was a rogue that the bingo book had an order to flee on sight. This wasn't good. The ex-Umbu captain racked his brains for more information on the rogue, something that wasn't obvious. His thoughts were interrupted by Haiden's scream. Haiden was screaming in joy as he dragged his scythe through the ground towards Kakashi. Jashin wants your blood. Hatake. Ketan Hyoku no Kyoku. Haiden was scorched but didn't seem to be the least bothered, only screaming in pleasure, escaping from the smoke with 3rd-degree burns and his cloak burned away. Kakashi evaded another barrage of strikes before launching another jutsu. Raiden, Jigaku Erasure no Torai. The lighting projectile pierced through Haiden's chest, but Haiden kept moving, advancing towards Kakashi. Jashin. Jashin? Where had he heard of such name? Then it struck him. The cult of Jashin. It was eradicated during the Third Shinobi War. These people were insane, lusted after blood, a bunch of sadistic and masochistic freaks. He vaguely remembered fighting one with Minato. Minato kept yelling something about not getting any blood out on the field. Kakashi leapt away into the trees for cover. If what his memory is telling him is true, he needed to formulate a plan to defeat Haiden. A piercing yell rung through the forest and Kakashi went wide-eyed. He had forgot the genin were still there. Reno. Kakashi dashed to a clearing to see Reno on the floor with a huge gash along his face. Naruto was in front of him, ninjato on guard. Haiden was smirking at the two genin. He then started to laugh like a maniac. Kakashi saw the blood everywhere. Reno was bleeding profusely everywhere, scared out of his wits. Naruto had deflected most of the attack from Reno, but apparently it wasn't good enough. The cut on Reno's face was enough proof. Haiden brought up a scythe and licked some of the blood off it. He then wiped the blood on the ground with his shoe into a circle and then stepped into it. Reno instinctively shivered, shaking wide-eyed at the rogue. Let the ceremony begin, my friends. Haiden looked up to the sky in ecstasy as his skin turned black with white markings resembling a skeleton. He started laughing again and lazily brought his attention back at the blonde-haired genin who was glaring at him. Preparations complete. Naruto screamed, charging at Haiden with his ninjato post to strike. Kakashi screamed, "No, Naruto!" The yell made Naruto lose his focus, but it didn't stop the strike in time. Haiden, with no effort shown to dodge the incoming blade, smiled viciously. The ninjato sliced one of Haiden's arms open. Naruto grinned but was cut short when he heard Reno scream in agony. His head whipped around to see Reno sporting the same wound as Haiden. Haiden cackled and moaned. Naruto's breath was cut short, he couldn't breathe. He had made the connection. Reno's arm was split open, the blood running down the limp arm, pouring onto the floor. It was his fault. Haiden kicked Naruto back, who stumbled in front of Reno. Naruto's vision blurred as he focused his sight on the wound he had inflicted on Reno. It was for Haiden, not Reno. This wasn't supposed to happen. Reno was clutching over the wound, trying to hold in the pain. Naruto almost passed out as Reno let out another agonized scream. Haiden had taken the spike and stabbed himself in the leg. Yes, Jashin loves this. The pain. It feels good. Reno clutched his leg and tears were involuntarily leaking out of his eyes. Naruto was left on his knees, frozen in fear. He had never felt this before, this feeling of helplessness. He couldn't protect his friend. There was nothing he could do to stop it. Kakashi tried getting close but had to keep distance from the spike that was swung around. Reno curled himself into a ball, clutching his two wounds, wide-eyed, not blinking. He couldn't control his body. Was this a C rank? Rei couldn't move. She wanted to sprint after Naruto and Reno, heal their wounds and run away. But her legs wouldn't respond. They were bolted into the ground. Rei brought her hands to her mouth and racked a sob before collapsing. Kakashi continually engaged in a taijutsu battle, trying to disarm the rogue but was unsuccessful. Reno had lost feeling in his leg as Haiden continually stabbed his leg with the spike. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the final act, the final blow. Haiden posed his spike at his heart. Kakashi's breath did a sharp intake. Naruto started heaving as he saw the spike, blurred. Reno had been left of the ground in a bloody heap. Kagemain no Jutsu. A Chunin was posed behind Haiden, crouched with his hands up. Next to him was Jiraiya, face formed in a cold frown. Who dares interrupt the ceremony for the god? Jashin. The Chunin stood up and walked backward, taking Haiden out of his circle. Kage Nui no Jutsu. The shadows latched on to Haiden, preventing him from entering his circle again. With a quick swipe, Jiraiya appeared next to Haiden and cleanly cut Haiden's head off with a kunai. The head rolled away. Jiraiya quickly sealed the head into a scroll and then sealed the body that was still moving around. Jiraiya looked at Naruto was still in the same place as he was before. Jiraiya stepped forward and put his hands on Naruto's shoulders. Naruto remained unfazed and kept muttering, "It's my fault, it's my fault." Rino's arm, his arm. Naruto passed out not before he saw a few Chunin arrive to the scene. He had been hospitalized for a week. There had been no signs of improvement. They said it was a coma. The Yamanaka said there was mental scarring and that he would have to go through mental rehabilitation after the coma was done. Kakashi was nowhere to be found. Rei was bedridden in the middle of a mental breakdown. Naruto was no different. He locked himself in his room. Minato was in shock when he read the mission report and Kushina broke down crying. It was his fault. He couldn't protect Rino. He wasn't good enough. If he can't protect Rino, how can he protect the village? How could he become Hokage if he couldn't even beat one rogue? Naruto was angry at himself. It was his fault that Rino's arm was cut open. If he had deflected the strike properly, Rino wouldn't have been cut. Here he thought that if he got a C rank, he could show off to the world that he was a prodigy. No, the only thing he managed to show off was that he was a fool. He was scared like a baby and couldn't fight. All he did was inflict harm on his teammates. Naruto was so angry. "I'm sorry, but he can't be a ninja anymore. His shinobi days are over." Tsunade gave the news to Team 7 in the hospital. She said that because of the muscles in the leg were so torn up, even with treatment the leg would never heal the same. He wouldn't be able to walk properly for the rest of his life. His arm was no different. The tendons in the arm were messily severed thanks to the cut Naruto had delivered to Haiden. Now Rino was no longer in any physical shape to move properly. For the rest of his fucking life. It was his fault that now, Rino couldn't be Hokage. Rino wouldn't be able to compete with Naruto for the position of Hokage. He had taken a dream from someone that was friends with him. Naruto went to the training fields where Team 7 would normally be if the situation was normal, that is. He looked at the tree stump where Rino had tied him up as a joke. When Rino could actually catch Naruto and tie him up, his memories were cut short when he heard a voice behind him. "It wasn't your fault. That was Haiden's motive, you didn't know. You wouldn't be able to know until it's too late. That was the point of the jutsu. I failed. I failed to protect him. I failed to be strong enough to protect my friends. I failed to... No, you were a genin, there wasn't much you could do. I was supposed to be the next prodigy. But I'm really just a failure, genin or not. Prodigies aren't always prodigies from the very start. You mold them, you raise them. You nourish them with all you've got so they can call themselves prodigies. You're only 8. Most 8-year-olds don't think like this. Well, I'm not your average 8-year-old. I know, which is why I'm gonna train you." Naruto whipped his head around and was met with the Sannin. Jiraiya stood there, staring intently. "I'll make you strong. I'll make you live up to your name of Konoha's prodigy, so you can protect your friends. How about it?" "No buts. Your Hokage already approved. We're going on a trip. For years, Watase. Hey Rino. I read in a medical book that most coma patients can hear what's going outside. Are you listening, Rino? I know you probably hate me. I failed to help you. Now you can't be a ninja anymore. I've taken your dream away. Hate me or not, I'm going to get stronger. I'll get the power not just for me, but for the both of us. I'll get the dream for the both of us. Watch me, okay, Rino? Be awake when I complete your dream. I'm leaving on a trip for 4 years to get stronger. You'll probably wake up before then. I just want you to know you were my first friend and I'm just so sorry. I failed you. I guess this is goodbye." Naruto turned and left out of the window back to his home. He left before he could see a soul tear fall from Rino's eyes. "Yo, Gaki, you ready?" "Sure, old man." "Who are you calling old man?" "I'm the great, the gallant, The legendary Sannin Jiraiya-sama. Yeah, whatever, let's get a move on. Fine, Gaki. My dad gave me some scrolls for the trip. Good. We have a lot to cover. Onwards, pupil. I'll see you around, Ka-san, Tu-san, Kakashi, Reirino. This mask is stuffy as hell. Deal with it, Gaki. You can't talk, you're not even wearing one. Didn't you say you looked cool? What are you, bipolar? Shut it. That was when I didn't have to wear it for a straight 10 hours. Well, hold on to it a bit longer. 15 minutes till Konoha. Finally. Names. Identific, Jiraiya-sama. Yeah, signing in. Get the paperwork done for me, Wuja, Kotetsu? Sir, of course. Cool. Me and my buddy of here are gonna go to the Hokage. See ya. The two figures walked down the main road of Konoha, receiving stares from the villagers, whispers about the Sannin and the smaller kid next to him. The two ignored them and quickly shunshined to the tower. They entered the Hokage's office and was greeted by Minato. Well, hello, Minato. Sensei, Naruto. Naruto ripped off his mask and ran over to his dad, launching himself in the air and latching onto his dad in a bear hug. I missed you, Tu-san. Me too, Ka-san too. Minato brought Naruto at an arm's length and looked up and down at his son. You've grown, haven't you, Naruto? Naruto gave his signature grin. The three talked about what happened in Konoha in the past 4 years in politics. So Naruto, I'm interested in what you've done over this trip. From the reports, it seems you've done more than training. Jiraiya and Naruto scratched the back of their heads awkwardly. It says in some reports of some sightings of a yellow flash in the civil wars of Kiri, Daimyo's relatives saved by a mysterious blonde boy, 300 to be class bounties collected by a blonde-haired boy along with more. You've been quite busy, haven't you, Naruto? You've seemed to have done your homework well, Minato. Minato turned to Jiraiya, who had a straight face on. It's true. Naruto has done all these while on our way. He has improved drastically. You wouldn't believe the level he is at now. Last time we checked the bingo book, while the information doesn't link him directly to Konoha Ninja, he has a proceed with extreme caution order and is known for affiliation with Konoha. Talk about a feat at such a young age. You have any idea how much paperwork I was in charge of thanks to your participation in the Kiri Wars? Treaties. And a crap ton of them. Sorry, Tu-san. I just couldn't leave them. Well, whatever's done, it's done. What I want to know is, how much did you improve? Considering you're still a genin, you're up for personal promotion for Jounin if you're ready, that is. Of course, Databeo. Tomorrow, training ground 72, 7 o'clock sharp. Don't be late. My little baby. Keika-san, why you're choking me? Kushina let go of Naruto from her death grip and started to tear up. I just missed my little Naru so much. You've grown too. Oh, look at you. Thanks, Ka-san. That reminds me, I have 4 years of birthday gifts to give you. What? Come along. Wake the hell up, Naruto. Someone whack this child with a pan. Please. Naruto opened his eyes. He was in his room again, his mom was calling him again. After being on the road for so long, these small things tend to be the first to be missed. Naruto took a deep breath in and looked at the clock. 6:45. Ha! It's too early. It's not even 7:00. Holy crap. The Jounin test. Wake up, you little twerp. I'm up. Naruto ran to the bathroom and started getting ready at lightning speed. He darted to the kitchen, grabbed the toast Kushina was about to bite into, then flashed away. Get back here, Naruto. I see you've made it, Naruto. Thanks for waking me up, Tu-san. Naruto glared at the blonde Hokage, who returned a smile. Are you ready, Naruto? You bet. At that moment, a silver-haired Jounin walked up to the two blondes. Oh, Naruto, is that really you? Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi stared wide-eyed at Naruto. He really grew. The young boy now had hair identical to Minato, same childish baby blue eyes. The boy had black umbu pants and wore a gray hoodie with fishnet underneath. There was a ninjato strapped to Naruto's back with the sword holder forming an X on his chest. Naruto smiled at Kakashi. You know why Kakashi's here, right, Naruto? He's gonna be your test proctor. What? That's right, Naruto. I'll be testing you for your Jounin rank. For more people entered the clearing. 3 Jounins and a medic. A few of the top Jounins were gonna watch Naruto. Asuma, Kurenai, and Anko lined up next to a girl. She had purple hair and, Ray, is that you? The girl looked up at Naruto and was surprised. She then smiled and ran up to Naruto hugging him. Oh my Kami, you're back. Minato coughed, interrupting the reunion and got down to business. Okay kids, I brought 3 other Jounin here for confirmation. We will have Kakashi as test proctor. We are gonna split this up into the test of the 3 main categories ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and from what I heard from Jiraiya, we'll have to test Fuinjutsu as well, so make that 4. Seriously? Naruto? Fuinjutsu? Correct, Kakashi. You're making my job real hard, Naruto. I can't really compete with that. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, it's just a Jounin test? You make it sound like it's easy, Naruto. Katanaki Kitsune Odori no Reime. Naruto breathed out fire which took form of a large fox. The fox began to jump around, leaving the sound of bells at each leap. On the 15th jump, right in front of Kakashi, the fox dissipated. Naruto, that was anticlimactic. And here I thought the fox was gonna destroy me. The ground shook, interrupting Kakashi's taunts. In a split second, Kakashi jumped back to reveal 15 columns of fire shooting out of the ground, one of which was where Kakashi stood before. The columns surrounded Kakashi as he tried to find his way out. Futon Bofu Shinden Shugo. Wind blew towards the fire columns and Kakashi quickly kawarimi before the columns blew up and decimated the field. As Kakashi touched the floor, another call of jutsu was heard. Futon Rasengan. Everyone went wide-eyed, including Minato. Did Naruto just add an element to Minato's infamous Rasengan? The very goal Minato had been working on for years? Kakashi was quickly launched away as the wind Rasengan was driven into the ground, releasing a powerful shock wave. Kakashi was being cornered by the 12-year-old, which was no easy feat. Kakashi took off his headband and revealed his Sharingan. The boy yelled again. Raiten Kaminari Suzum. Dutan Doryuhiki. Kakashi slammed his hands onto the ground, bringing up a huge wall to protect himself from the flying lighting projectiles. Then he heard a whisper next to him. Hiraishin no Jutsu. Kakashi went wide-eyed as Naruto appeared next to him, ready to strike him with a normal Rasengan. Raikiri. Kakashi countered the Rasengan with his Raikiri, and the 2 ninjas were blown away from the blast. Naruto hit a rock and was knocked out. Kakashi landed on his feet but quickly fell to his knees. Panting heavily, he looked at his hands and saw his sleeve and glove shredded up. Ray quickly went to heal Kakashi by Minato's request. The Jounin and Hokage met back at the center of the field. Naruto barely woke up, now being healed by Ray. Asuma broke the silence. Well, that was one heck of a fight. How are we going to continue if the boy's blown to pieces and the proctor to chunks? Kakashi is out for now. Ninjutsu is done. We'll continue the test. The next test is Genjutsu. Kurenai. Hi Hokage-sama. Naruto lifted himself off the ground and stood in front of Kurenai, the rest of the group standing next to him. Okay, Naruto-kun, I'll start off with Genjutsu, starting with D rank and progress to A rank. There was a silence as Kurenai went through seals, putting Naruto under Genjutsu only to have them break right after. As the jutsu progressed to B rank, Naruto started to take his time, but still delivered the same results. On the last A rank Kurenai casted, Naruto dispelled the Genjutsu but fell to his knees. Prodigy or not, Naruto was never good at Genjutsu, he was just lucky this time. Very good, Naruto-kun. Now we need you to display some of your genjutsu. Like which ones? I guess, for time restraints, why don't you show your most powerful one up to date? I'm not really a genjutsu kind of guy. The highest I've got is B rank or a low A rank. It's fine really, see Asuma over there can only do high C rank. Hey! Okay then, here I go. Naruto made hand seals and then stopped. Kurenai was confused. Was something supposed to happen? I think so. At that moment, Asuma let out a blood-curdling scream as something started to morph into something. He got onto all fours and growled. Asuma had taken form of a gigantic fox. He roared at Kurenai. She looked around to see Naruto, Minato, and the other Jounins were screaming in pain while morphing Kurenai started to tremble. And Naruto-kun, is this supposed to happen? Something caught the corner of her eye and saw masses of foxes exit the forest and into the clearing, all with glowing red eyes, coming towards her, baring their fangs. Jigaku no Akumu, Kitsuno yu no Kaushin. And with that she was snapped out of the genjutsu, Naruto by her side, pumping in chakra. Are you okay, Kurenai? I thought you would be able to get out of that one. What was that? I thought you failed the technique and then suddenly everything went haywire. It was too real. I guess that ends the genjutsu. Asuma, I think you should do the taijutsu, incorporate some weapons if you want. Hi Hokage-sama. Well, you heard your old man, let go. Naruto was barely able to get up before Asuma charged in with two knuckle blades. Naruto was on his back, huffing as Asuma stood over him with his blades pointed at Naruto. And test is over. I'm impressed, Naruto. You managed to stay fighting with taijutsu for the past hour. Most of your mistakes were that of an amateur fixed by missions. Your genjutsu is pretty good. Your ninjutsu is extraordinary. Now fuinjutsu. Minato pulled out sealing paper and chakra ink. Make something, Naruto. Naruto grabbed the paper and ink. He sat down cross-legged on the floor as he pricked his hand with a kunai and let the blood drip into the ink bottle. At this point, all the Jounins were watching in curiosity. Only Minato knew fuinjutsu as the fuinjutsu master of Konoha. Naruto proceeded to lace the brush with chakra. He put the brush in the ink and started making Byzantine designs with extreme delicacy. When Naruto was done, he placed the brush down, blew a little on the paper, then held it out to Minato. Minato looked at the paper. The rest of the Jounins peeked over his shoulder. Then Minato lit the seal on fire. Minato-sensei, what was that for? Kakashi was intrigued. Did Naruto fail? Naruto, don't write that seal again for anyone, you hear? At this point, the Jounins were really interested. What did the seal do that made it so secretive? Hokage-sama, what was the seal for? It's a seal that can reveal anything in a person's mind, regardless of barriers or protections, and then it erases the victim's memory after the information is extracted. What's so bad about that, Hokage-sama? Isn't that good? Shouldn't we make more of these for the interrogations unit? No, cuts the user's life short. It would do more harm than good. Regardless, the seal is S-ranked. Naruto, you passed this section. I hereby state you as Jounin rank. Kurenai gasped a bit as Minato took out a scroll and summoned a flak jacket. He handed the jacket to Naruto, who took it and put it on. Naruto beamed as he looked at the other now fellow Jounin and Hokage. Kakashi, now healed better, went up to congratulate Naruto. Asuma and Kurenai did the same and left. Minato flashed away, leaving Kakashi, Naruto and Rei. So how's Reno? Rei's face was brightened. I'll take you to him. He'll be delighted to see you. Rei grabbed Naruto's hand and dragged him off back to the village. Kakashi sighed and followed his two students. Naruto started to feel hesitant as he reached the door of Muburarinazuke. His heart panged at the thought of the name. The whole memory of seeing his friend during the fight of Haiden replayed itself involuntarily. Naruto mentally winced, which did not go unnoticed by Kakashi. You okay, Naruto? Why yeah, Kakashi-sensei. I'm just a bit worried Reno will be disappointed in me if he saw me. Does he still hate me? He's fine, Naruto. He missed you. Naruto gulped as Rei popped her head out the door. He's ready for visitors. Naruto and Kakashi made it through the apartment and entered the living room. Naruto saw a 16-year-old teen in a wheelchair, still sporting some neon green, but toned down in his civilian clothes. The teen gave a familiar shite-eating grin as he saw Naruto. Nara shit, it's been a while, hasn't it? Naruto almost started crying as he launched himself at Rino and gave him a hug. I'm so sorry, Rino. I'm so sorry. What are you sorry for? Naruto was hugging his now, by the looks of it, older brother figure. Rino patted Naruto on the back and noticed Naruto's flak jacket. Oh, Naruto, have you been promoted recently? Rei clapped her hands in excitement and eagerly responded. Naruto's been promoted to Jounin today. Isn't that just great, Rino-kun? Oh, really? So fast. As expected of the prodigy of Konoha. Rino fist pumped the air in a triumphant pose before returning his focus on Naruto, who was laughing meekly. That's good, Naruto. I don't want my mini-me to suck. You will become Hokage. For me, for the both of us. Rino grinned at Naruto, who went wide-eyed and blushed. Rino then changed to evil and started laughing like a maniac. Then I'll become the advisor and bend you to my will. Then I will be the real Hokage in the shadows. The great, awesome, Mubararina Suk. Naruto whacked Rino across the head, who was now cradling his head. Rino then started to challenge Naruto, who bought the bait and started challenging him too. This got them into another bickering argument, changing from being Hokage to who could eat the most ramen. Kakashi and Rei sweat dropped. Team 7 was finally whole again. Next morning, Naruto arrived at the Hokage's office for a Jounin meeting. Well, hello. I have gathered all of you here to discuss a very important issue. The whole room tensed. Then a Jounin in the back started to back away. And no, don't tell me. Correct. Genin teams. Jounin started to panic and the office became chaos, each Jounin trying to make it out of the office. Minato quickly called Umbu to block off all exits as he grinned wickedly. There's no escape from your responsibility, Jounin. By this, Minato was clearly referring to the Jounin handbook, the book no one read, which stated that it was within the responsibility of Jounin to become instructor on the biddings of the Hokage. Minato was one of the fairer Hokages and did the selection by random. Acquiescently, the Jounin lined up and Minato pulled out a box. The Jounin all selected a paper but kept it folded. When all of the Jounins had a paper, including Naruto, Minato told them to look. Naruto opened his to find a black dot on his. Kakashi, next to him, laughed out loud. Hey look, the rookie got one. Everyone laughed as Naruto punched Kakashi. Asuma, Kurenai, Naruto, and this other guy named Guy were selected to be the Genin teachers. The rest of the Jounin were dismissed as they laughed at their unfortunate comrades. I'll start reading of the teams for each of you. Asuma, Shikamaru, Ino, Chuji. Kurenai, Hinata, Shino, Kiba. Guy, Niji, Tenten, Lee. Naruto, Konohamaru, Sasuke, Sakura. Pick up your teams tomorrow and start your test. By the way, Naruto, I advise you to wear a mask. Your team may not take it lightly that they are taught by someone the same age. Naruto scoffed and continued to analyze his group. Konohamaru, the Great Third's grandson. It was said that he was really bad at everything in academy. But Naruto didn't judge. Sasuke, the said Uchiha prodigy. Ha, what a joke. Prodigy? That's because the stupid Uchiha trained their children into a Spartan life. Itachi is a better prodigy. The true prodigy. He remembered Sasuke in academy his first day. The stupid, arrogant jerk. Sakura. Sakura. Where had he heard this name before? Guessing since it wasn't part of the clans. She was from a civilian family. Ah, the girl from strategy class. The pink-haired girl. Excellent and extremely intelligent person on his team like he wanted. Last thing he wanted was another Rino to deal with. He chuckled a bit at the memories. Still hurt a bit, but he was healing. Wake the hell up before I drag you by the toenail and drop you into a pool of piranhas. Are you? I'm up. Naruto shot out of the bed and looked at the clock. 8 o'clock. Shit, I'm so late. Naruto quickly got ready. Instead of his usual outfit, he went for the traditional Jounin uniform. Navy blue long sleeves and pants with the Uzumaki swirls on them, the flak jacket, the gloves. He quickly grabbed his mask, which looked vaguely like an umbu mask. It had whiskers like Naruto's face. It was a fox growling. Perfect for Naruto. Naruto looked at himself in the mirror. Satisfied, he quickly shunshined to the academy. He entered the classroom and quickly dodged the eraser posed at the top of the door. He dodged it? No fun. If he couldn't dodge it, he wouldn't be Jounin. Grow up, loser. Shut it, you. Boys, please. Naruto sweat dropped as he saw his team. Sasuke was brooding in the back of the classroom. He wore a dark navy blue shirt with a huge collar and white pants. The back of his shirt displayed the Uchiha clan sign, big and flashy in all its glory. Konohamaru was in the front picking his teeth with a kunai, looking fidgety. Another Reno. Konohamaru had gravity-defying hair like Kakashi. He wore a 7-foot-long blue scarf that cascaded to the floor, and he wore a gray shirt on top and dark blue pants. At least it wasn't neon. Sakura was next to Konohamaru, awkwardly trying to stop them from fighting. She still had her red ribbon in her hair, which was now significantly longer. Her Hitai 8 was tied around her neck. She wore a pink vest, a black skirt with dark green capri pants underneath. Naruto felt like he had met a mirror of his old team. Great. My first impression of you guys, you all suck. Meet me on the roof. With that, Naruto shunshined to the roof of the school, leaving the genin in a bit of shock. Alrighty, then, introduce yourself. Name like / dislikes, dreams and goals, strengths? The three genin looked at the masked Jounin strangely. He was incredibly short for one, bright yellow hair for second, and the mask was just plain creepy for third. The mask looked like ANBU, so why would an ANBU be teaching them? And blonde hair? The only person they could think of with blonde hair was the Hokage, but he wasn't this short. Sakura asked, "How about you, sensei? Can you introduce yourself to give us an example of how it's done?" Okay. My name? Well, I can't give you my real one, so call me Ruto-sensei. Likes and dislikes? I have plenty, but not worth mentioning. Dreams and goals? Not really your business. Strengths? Oh, you'll find out. The whole team sweat dropped. He only told us his name. A nickname at that. The blonde Jounin tilted his head. You could practically see the smirk that was behind the boy's mask. Okay, I'm done with introductions. You first, Pinky. Haruno Sakura. I like. She tilted her head up to the left towards the sky and giggled. My dislikes, assholes, jerks, losers. She sent a glare toward Konohamaru, who shrunk away. My goals and dream? I guess it could be being a medic nin like my mom. Strengths? Book smart. Naruto was a bit confused with this girl. Was she a fangirl? It's hard to tell what she was giggling at since she didn't really look at anyone in particular. Regardless, it was about somebody. Anyone could notice she hated Konohamaru to an extent. Medic nin? Another Ray. Book smart? Couldn't she say she was good with strategy? Meanwhile, Sakura was also analyzing Naruto in a different way. OMG. He reminds me of the kid in strategy class 4 years back. Apparently, back in that first strategy class, Naruto had struck a pretty deep impression on Sakura. Every single class, the blonde would be able to give a strategy that would rival the teacher's. Her strategies would be shadowed by the ingenuity in the strategies of the blonde. He was really nice to her during group work, since they sat next to each other. She could practically say he was her friend. He looked like he was the same age as her on top of it. Someone with the same intellect, if not greater. He was a prodigy. Pretty cute on at that. But, after the blonde graduated, she never saw him again. Not even on the streets of Konohagakure. To think the son of the Hokage wouldn't be seen on the streets. She started to fantasize about meeting him again, seeing him all grown up and even cooler. She figured that if she became Jounin, she could see him. Maybe was he Chunin already? Sakura's thoughts were cut short when the Jounin spoke again. Alright, you next, Blackie. TCH, name is Uchiha Sasuke. Likes not many, dislikes too many to list. Goals and dreams? To be the real prodigy of Uchiha and regain the honor of our family. Strengths? Heh, what a joke. Naruto was unfazed. If not, a bit pissed. Was this kid arrogant or what? Real prodigy? Regain honor? Was he talking about Itachi's defection? Hate to break it to ya, kid, but Itachi was the one and only prodigy. Graduating academy before people like you. He was one of the few Uchiha who put aside their arrogance to become stronger. Mixed with superior intelligence and the rare humbleness, Itachi was a real prodigy. Not to mention Naruto was same age as Sasuke, so no competition there on who was a real prodigy. Even with the defection, Naruto harbored respect for Itachi and knew that no other Uchiha could attempt the same success as he did. Sasuke was just no match. Naruto sighed and turned to Konohamaru. You, the one with the stupid grin, you're next. Hey, not stupid. I'm Sarutobi Konohamaru. I love pranks. I hate Sasuke and all the other pretentious jerks out there. Goals and dreams. To be the Hokage, a better one than my grandfather. Strengths? Everything. Says the dead last. Shut up, Sasuke. Naruto's sweat dropped again. It was just like him and Rino. Hokage. Really? Was his dream so cliché that everyone wanted to be Hokage now? Ha, not before him. Yeah, not happening anytime soon. Hokage is such hard dream that people die before they even make it to Jounin. You gotta become one of the elite Jounin first before Hokage, and even then you have to be suggested to council by another Jounin. Just saying you want to be Hokage ain't gonna get you there. Naruto scoffed, but Konohamaru shot up. Is that how a sensei is supposed to respond to his student? Shooting down his dreams? I'm not shooting you down. I'm telling you to train harder. Get stronger to be able to achieve such dreams. At the level you are now, it's not happening. Besides, if you want to become Hokage, you'll have to get through me first. Huh? Wada mean? You can take this both ways, both are correct by the way. First way is, tomorrow there is a second test to the Genin test. And I'm the one that decides if you pass or fail to be a ninja. The second way is, I'm gonna be Hokage too. I'm practically your rival. Not much of a rival though, considering I'm already Jounin and you're barely a Genin. So in order to be Hokage, you gotta beat me in both. Ha, that's... Yo. Konohamaru was interrupted by a new voice. Naruto looked up and saw Kakashi perched on the railing. Hey Kakashi-sensei. By the way, you can't mention my name around these guys, it's confidential. The Genin were a bit shocked. Their sensei was the great copy ninja? Amazing. I see. This is your team, then? Ruto, I'm Ruto now. Well, introduce me to your team, then, Ruto. Well, here's Bookworm, Emo, and Loser. Sakura let out a eep, and Sasuke and Konohamaru frowned. Konohamaru started yelling. Nua, I'm not a loser. I'm gonna be Hokage. I'll make you eat your words. I see why you think that way, Ruto. He reminds me a bit like Rino. Shut up, dead last. The two Jounin looked at Sasuke at his sudden outburst. He reminds me of you in your Genin days, Ruto. Don't even talk, at least I wasn't emo. Cold as always, Ruto. Well, I gotta go. Rino's house at 8? I'll be there. With that, the silver-haired Jounin shunshined away. The two boys were ticked off at their sensei's conversation. Sakura walked up and whacked the two boys on the head. Naruto's sweat dropped. Okay team, the real test is tomorrow. Be there at 7 and I advise you not to eat breakfast. I don't want you all to start throwing up. Don't be late. Disperse. The three Genin got up. Sasuke jumped off the roof onto the others. Sakura walked over to the door to go downstairs. Konohamaru just tripped over his scarf, then proceeded to jump off the roof, only to lose flight and fall ungracefully to the ground below with a loud crash. Naruto peered over the railing to see a hole in the ground. He shined away, hoping the civilians wouldn't get angry with the clumsy genin. "You're one of the late ones, sensei." Naruto walked over to the two genin with Konohamaru balling his fist at Naruto. "Didn't you say we shouldn't be late? And here you are late as ever. 30 minutes late to be exact. Why should we listen to you? You're practically shorter than us? Care to explain?" Sasuke turned to the two ninjas with interest. Naruto only responded indifferently. "I'm the same age as you, that's why I'm practically as short as you. But since I'm Jounin, you have to listen to me. If you don't, you can count yourself as dead." Sasuke frowned. How was he his sensei? How did you become Jounin at your age? Well, let's just say, I'm the reason you can't claim yourself as a prodigy. Sasuke frowned again. His Jounin instructor was a prodigy? His thoughts were interrupted with a pink girl ran towards them. "Sorry I'm late, guys. My mom wouldn't stop fussing over everything. Then she proceeded to cook me breakfast. I could barely get out of the house." "Weren't we not supposed to eat breakfast?" "Yeah. Now you're gonna barf." Naruto looked at the genin and chuckled. "Actually, I think Sakura is smarter than all of you." "What? What do you mean?" "What I mean is, Sakura was able to see underneath the underneath. I only advised you. It was really up to you to determine if you would follow my advice. Now you will pay the consequences." Sakura was confused. She only ate because her mom forced her to. The two other genin were least to say ticked off as their stomachs started growling. "What consequences, Ruto-sensei?" "Let me explain. The rules of this test. You are to get 2 bells from me before 12 o'clock. Naruto pulled out 2 bells from his pouch and held them out, letting them jingle in the wind. "If you don't get at least one of these bells by noon, you will be tied to a stump and watch as I eat your lunch in front of you. Not to mention, you will be sent back to academy. So better come and get them with the intent to kill, or you're not gonna get it." The two genin's stomach growled again. Konohamaru, now agitated, asked Naruto. "But I thought we were already graduated. If the graduation test didn't determine whether I was genin or not, then what was it for? To weed out the hopeless cases. I'm a bit skeptical on its difficulty now, considering you passed." "Hey! But, sensei." Naruto turned to Sakura. "Yes? If we come at you with the intent to kill, won't we hurt you?" Naruto chuckled a bit. "If you can hurt me, then I should turn in my rank as Jounin and change my profession. You can't be Jounin if you're beaten by a buncha genin. Anyways, let's get this started. Go." All the genin shot away, except Konohamaru. "Not this shit again. You're clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed, are you?" "Hey, shut up. I'm gonna beat you one-on-one. Then I'll be Hokage. Have fun with that. Meanwhile, I'm gonna just go and find my other genin and test them." "Were you listening? I said I'm gonna fight you. Come at me, coward." Konohamaru started running towards Naruto. "Come at you? Why would I when you're already coming to me?" Konohamaru growled in frustration before unleashing a series of punches and kicks, all evaded by Naruto. Naruto then placed his hand in his pouch and pulled out a Rubik's Cube. Naruto stood there in the middle of the field solving a Rubik's Cube. Konohamaru got really angry and charged at Naruto, who was once again dodging without even looking. Naruto quickly tied up Konohamaru and stood next to him, playing with the cube. When Naruto finally solved the cube, he left it next to Konohamaru and flashed away. Confused, Konohamaru looked at the cube. Suddenly, the cube exploded, leaving orange paint everywhere, and all over Konohamaru, who was now completely orange. Konohamaru heard a giggle in the trees and yelled in frustration. Sakura was in the trees watching the fight. She tried to gauge the skill level of her mystery sensei, but the fight didn't display much other than he's fast and a bit of a jokester. She then tried to think of a strategy. She couldn't possibly beat Ruto on her own. She wasn't strong enough. She would have to work with the other two. But Sasuke wouldn't want to work with her and Konohamaru doesn't have much skill. Maybe all three? No, no one will want to work together since only two pass. She was stumped on this one. If only Namikaze was here, she thought. Maybe he could think of an awesome strategy for this. Naruto found Sasuke, who was now in front of him. Tell me, Ruto-sensei, if I beat you here, would that make me the real prodigy? I highly doubt it. I don't even call myself a prodigy considering there were others that were better, for example, Itachi. Apparently, the taunt worked. Sasuke's face turned to pure anger. Don't say such disdainful name in front of me ever. Come on, weren't we here to see who was better? All we are doing is talking. Sasuke growled, then charged at Naruto with a kunai. Certainly, you aren't like Konohamaru. Frontal attacks are useless. Sasuke jumped back and paused before he threw the kunai at a rope next to Naruto, which unleashed a trap. 50 shuriken were launched at Naruto. Naruto kawarimi and appeared behind Sasuke, delivering a harsh side kick to Sasuke's back. Sasuke backflipped and faced Naruto. Naruto quickly formed hand seals. Katan Gukakyu no Jutsu. Naruto was unfazed once again. He's seen it all before, even used the same jutsu against his sensei. Futon de Tapa. Naruto's wind blew out Sasuke's little ball of fire. Sasuke backed away and got into stance. He then charged at the Jounin. Dutan Iwa to Goku. Rock slabs rose from the ground and encased Sasuke. Naruto walked away from the box, hearing muffled sounds from Sasuke trying to escape. Now all that was left was to find Sakura. Sakura found Konohamaru and untied him. She told him about a strategy and then proceeded to look for Sasuke. When she found the rock prison, she put an exploding tag on one of the walls and blew a hole, letting Sasuke get out. The three genin were now discussing Sakura's plan. I say Konohamaru goes in for distraction. Use some of your taijutsu to keep his attention away from us. I'll go in with a camouflage technique. Sasuke can go in with a jutsu if all else fails. Sakura was proud at her strategy. When she was stumped, she thought, what would Namikaze do? Her plan was so foolproof that even the blonde would be impressed. What about the bells? There are only two. I'm not physically ready for this job. Another year won't do harm. I'll go back. Okay then, what are we waiting for? Naruto looked around the training ground for the last genin, only to sense that all three were together. Were they finally working together? His thoughts were cut short as Konohamaru started sprinting towards the Jounin. Haha, I'm back, Ruto-yaro. Naruto frowned at the name. Narushit now Ruto-yaro? These people are always screwing up his name. Frontal attacks won't freaking work. I keep telling this to you little freaks, but you won't listen. Who you callin' little? We're the same size, aren't we, Ruto-yaro? Konohamaru charged and Naruto dodged and countered all his hits. Naruto sensed a presence behind him and kicked the two genin away. Sakura and Konohamaru shouted. Now Sasuke. Naruto chuckled at the déjà vu. As he expected, Sasuke jumped out from the forest and yelled a jutsu out. Katankasai Karasu no Hiko. Sasuke blew flames out which formed a bird. The bird flew towards Naruto, who formed a quick seal. Tsutenmizu no Dangon. Naruto shot a single bullet out of his mouth and put out the bird. Sasuke frowned. But when Naruto charged at him, Sasuke got into a defensive stance, but Naruto was already behind him. Shit. Naruto knocked all the genin out in a flash. The three genin started to wake up, groggily. They tried to move only to find they couldn't. Their focus started to dart around and noticed they were all tied to stumps with Naruto in front with three bentos. Oh, you're all awake. Hey, untie us. Sorry. No can do. You didn't get a bell. So I'm gonna eat your food. Konohamaru started to struggle, but Sasuke and Sakura suddenly got interested. Their sensei couldn't possibly eat with the mask on. This was their chance to see their sensei's face. They looked in eager as Naruto slowly reached for his mask. Just as he was about to lift it, his actions were interrupted by a voice. Hey Rudo Yaro. How the hell did you know my name? And not you too? Naruto turned to see Rino smirking at him from a wheelchair. Konohamaru laughed because he wasn't the only one who gave the nickname to his sensei. I heard it from the little genin over there during your fight. I gotta say, it was like deja vu. Sakura frowned. What did he mean? What do you mean deja vu? Oh, our team did the same exact plan as your team did. It also failed. What? I thought I planned that strategy out through and through. Who thought of the plan? Your sensei did. Sakura turned to her sensei in shock. Naruto was chuckling awkwardly and scratching the back of his head. Yeah, since I planned the same thing, I knew what you guys were gonna do. Partially why you guys lost. So now what, Ruto-sensei? We failed, didn't we? No. What? What do you mean, sensei? He means you all passed. Congrats. Damn it, Rino. I was supposed to say that. Ha sucks for you. Naruto shit. Says the loser. At least I'm not stuck teaching little twerps. Ha ha ha. At least they're not as annoying as you. You. The genin were, least to say, shocked at the conversation their sensei was having with the civilian, but were snapped out of their reactions when they heard they passed. We passed. We passed. Tsh. Naruto looked at them and smiled behind his mask. Congratulations. However, I just want you to know the only reason you passed was because you worked as a team in the end. As my sensei once told me, those who break the rules are trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Okay. Shut up, Rino. I'm the teacher here. Haha. Suck on it. Rudo shit. Rino wheeled away, leaving Naruto raising his fist at Rino's back. I'll get that asshole later. For now, he was right. Don't forget your teamwork. Remember that whatever you can do, if you do it with your teammates, you can do better. Meet me tomorrow, same place, same time, for our first mission. Now, anyone in for a celebratory ramen? You mean, let's get to see Sensei's face while he eats? Sure, why not? Naruto sweat dropped when all the genin agreed with Sasuke's statement. He didn't think about that. Naruto then started to walk away. Meet you there. The genin tried following but remembered that they were still tied to the stumps. Hey Rudo-sensei, untie us will ya? But Naruto only waved from the distance. Hey. Oi Rudo-sensei, will we ever get something other than yard work? These D-ranks are getting boring. Shut up, loser. But he's right. Now, children. You're the same age. TSK, now, genin better? You just piss me off to no end. That's my job, Konohamaru. Team 7 had just completed their 20th mission this afternoon. For the past 3 weeks, Team 7 has been training hard with their new sensei, Rudo. During this time, Team 7 had decided to make a game, to improve teamwork, they say, called What the Hell is Under That Freaking Mask? Not much of a name, but a hell of a fun game. Team 7 has been trying to find out what their sensei really looks like. They've asked their Hokage, they've asked Hatake Kakashi, they've asked the Rino guy. However, everyone seemed to be very vague with their answers. Oh, he's just a teammate. A very good student. An excellent shinobi with good record and extraordinary performance. Aside from complimenting the damn Jounin, they have said nothing to Team 7 that could reveal the identity of their sensei. Then they took matters into their own hands. Every day after mission and or training, the team would eat at a restaurant. During this time, Team 7 would formulate plans to make Rudo-sensei take off his mask. 3 weeks of planning, 3 weeks of failure, not one glimpse of any part of the face. You couldn't even see his eyes when you look through the mask up close, so eye color recognition was out of the question. It was like a real Umbu mask. The whole incognito look to it. Sensei even had chakra suppressors. Talk about not really wanting to be known. Nay, Sensei, we get a C rank. Well, Konohamaru, you're just not ready. If I knew who you were, I would hunt you down until you gave us a C rank. That's one of the reasons why I wear a mask. Damn you, Rudo-yero. Please stop, Konohamaru-kun. Rudo-sensei doesn't think we're ready, so let's be patient. How can you stand up for that guy, Sakura-chan? He's hindering our excellence. He's Rudo-sensei. Of course we have to stand up for him. Cha. He's so much cooler than you'll ever be anyways. Chen, shut up, loser. Not you too, Sasuke. Naruto sighed before turning heels. He needed to talk to Tusan about C-rank. He was also a bit bored out of his mind. He kind of saw why all the Jounin were panicking on the day of the selections. Every freaking day, I have to watch these three bicker as they pull grass. This is not what I expected from a Jounin job. Naruto sighed again and sauntered away, followed by an inwardly squealing fangirl at how he walked, an emo, and a hyperactive squirrel. Hokage-sama, Team 7 requests another D. No. Everyone looked at Konohamaru, shocked. Not only was he scowling like a child throwing a tantrum, but he interrupted Naruto when talking to Hokage about official business. Konohamaru started again. I've had it with all these stupid D ranks. Police, we're so above that. Come on, Rudo-sensei. I'm sure you think so too. Naruto sweat dropped. Shut it, kid. If you don't stop, I'm gonna get the heat for your actions. Not only as a Jounin, but as a child. All we've been doing, Rudo-sensei, is training and garden work. And if I have to catch Tora, that stupid cat, one more freaking time, I'm gonna flip a shit. Naruto tensed. That little shit just cursed in front of the Hokage. My dad? I will not. Enough, Sarutobi. Not that you could actually see Naruto's face, but the mask just made it worse. Naruto glared at Konohamaru, silently daring him to say any more. I will not have you behave that way in the Hokage Tower. If you want to rant about how tough Genin life is, I suggest you take it back to Academy where pampering is okay. Now shut it. The room went silent after Naruto's scolding. Naruto shifted a bit before turning to the Hokage. As I was saying, we will take another D. I think loser's right. Naruto rigidly turned to Sasuke with a tick mark on his head. With his teeth clenched, he hissed. Is this insubordinate, little twerps? The three Genin flinched. Sakura, as much of a new fangirl as she was to Sensei, she didn't want another D rank. She knew the Chunin exams were soon. C rank would get them the experience they need. Rudo-sensei, if we take a C rank, it will give us the experience and finish the requirement needed to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. Sasuke and Konohamaru flinched. They totally forgot about the Chunin exams. Minato smiled at the reasoning, and Naruto frowned because he was hoping Sakura wouldn't catch on to that. But Heishi wasn't book smart for nothing. URG. Fine. Hokage-sama, C rank, please. Yes. I knew you would pull through. Naruto pulled out a Kage Bunshin which appeared behind Konohamaru. The Bunshin grabbed Konohamaru into a headlock, then dragged him to the window before chucking him out. A loud crash was heard as Konohamaru made contact with the ground. Naruto puffed his chest out, brushed his hands, then looked at the other Genin. Any other objections or comments? The Genin shook their heads earnestly. Good. Get Konohamaru out of the ground and bring him to Training Grounds 3. Hokage-sama. Naruto promptly bowed to Minato, who was still smirking at the interaction of Team 7. Naruto flashed away, leaving the two other Genin to fetch Konohamaru. Naruto-sensei, why don't you ever take off that mask? It's not like we're in enemy territory, and you aren't even on an ANBU mission. I will do no such thing. Besides, I don't want you to know who I am. Why not? Because you lot won't be so happy as to who is teaching you. I knew our teacher was bad. Naruto delivered a swift smack to the back of Konohamaru's head before turning back to Sakura. There are lots of advantages to having your identity a secret. One of them being, I can smack the third Hokage's honorable grandson, and the councilmen can't do anything since they don't know who I am. So that's why you keep hitting me. Do you have something against the third or something? No, just you. Asshole. What was that? Konohamaru Yukuen. And nothing, Ruto-sensei. Good. Now as Sakura so pleasantly brought up. Sakura cringed a bit. The Chunin exams will be in 9 months? Plenty of time to go to C ranks and train. Speaking of training, Genin, 25 laps around the village. What? Snap to it, twerps. Can't you teach us anything of use? After the laps. Naruto said in a sing-songy voice. With that, he skipped away and jumped to the trees. The 3 Genins started their laps. Konohamaru burned out after the first 15. From sprinting. Sakura was already falling behind, but she did say she was lacking in the physical department. It wasn't that bad though, so she was still pretty good for her age. Sasuke, however, was on a different planet. He was so damn smug about being able to run 1 lap ahead of Konohamaru. If Naruto was running with them, he would probably be already done. No bragging, just facts. Naruto was well known among his fellow graduates, the Chunin and Jounin, for being a stamina freak, a chakra monster, and one fast motherfuem dude. Not that they knew he was a Jinchuriki, but the Uzumaki and Namikaze's blood covered for him. Naruto sadly pulled out a book, a peculiar orange book. Naruto read the little perverted book almost like Kakashi, every freaking day. For years with Jiraiya changed him. A lot. He couldn't show his mom because of the fear of losing something important to him. And if he showed his dad, though understanding, Minato would probably tell Naruto to stop the behavior in fear that Kushina would find out. Naruto's attention was snapped away from his book when a fist flew at his face. He quickly dodged and looked at the assailant. What do you want, Sasuke? Well, how did you see the fist? Weren't you reading? I'm a Jounin. Che, I'm not buying it. You're the same age as me, damn it. If anything, I should be a Jounin at 12. Not some nobody like you. Naruto frowned and was about to retaliate when Konohamaru interrupted the encounter. Naruto-sensei, can you teach us something now? Fine. Alright. Tree climbing. What? I can climb trees perfectly. Let me rephrase that, tree walking. You walk up trees with only your foot. And how the hell are we supposed to do that, Ruto-sensei? Gather chakra at your feet, put too much and blow yourself off the bark, put too little and it won't stick. Here's a kunai to mark your progress. Until you complete it, don't bother me. Shouldn't you help us? It's all about teamwork. That's all I'm gonna say. The 3 Genin looked at Naruto strangely, acquiescently taking the kunai from Naruto. Each Genin took off to find a good tree to climb. Sensei, I'm done. Oh, that's good, Sakura. Naruto looked at the other 2 Genin who were still climbing. Thanks to Sakura's smaller chakra pool, she was able to control her chakra easily. This wasn't so much the same for Konohamaru and Sasuke. Thankfully, Konohamaru had asked Sakura for help when he realized Sakura had already gotten the theory and practice down. He was almost at the top. At least he got the whole teamwork thing down. Naruto's gaze then fell on the Uchiha. He swore. The arrogance of these people. Sasuke was 1/3 of the way up. Sasuke had refused any help, even when practically handed to him on a silver platter. Sakura had actually gone up to him and asked if he needed any assistance. He rudely rejected her help and said that he wouldn't want any help from a civilian. Sakura, although a bit introverted and shy, was outraged. Naruto was also furious, not that he could show it because of the mask. He would teach the kid a lesson, but then he would have the whole Konoha police force on his ass. Damn Uchiha. Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Naruto and away from the tree but lost grip and fell, making him lose where he was on the tree. Sasuke crashed to the ground but quickly sprang back up yelling. What the hell do you want? I'm fucking trainin'. Naruto had flashed behind Sasuke and delivered a quite blow the back of the head. Sasuke was rendered unconscious for a few seconds, allowing Naruto to grab him by the collar and throw him across the field. Police force be damned. This kid is getting a beating. Uchiha Sasuke, I've had enough of this shit. If you want to keep going like that on my team, there are severe consequences to be paid. This is one of them. Naruto flashed in front of Sasuke and shoved his fist up Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke elicited blood from his mouth and was hurled across the field and into a river. Sasuke was yanked out of the water and dropped unceremoniously on the ground. Above Sasuke, Naruto gave him a sharp look which, somehow, Sasuke could actually see Ruto-sensei's eyes. He wished he hadn't. They were icy blue, merciless, cold-blooded, ones that saw war, death, horror. Their focus was on him, so sharp that he felt like needles were piercing him. It reminded him of the stories his parents once told of the yondaime on the battlefield. Eyes that could kill. Sasuke froze on the ground. Next time, Uchiha, misbehave around me again, and I'll show you what a real ninja is made of. Everybody, meet at the gates tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Pack for a week. We're on our first C rank. I'm out. Naruto walked off, leaving Sasuke on the ground, on the verge of hyperventilating with one thought. This Ruto character is dangerous, almost on par with Itachi. You did what? Minato was least to say shocked and a bit worried. Naruto had just scolded one of Kushina's best friend's son, in a very rough manner. Naruto just walked in nonchalantly and told him he had dealt with the retarded Uchiha. Makoto and Fugaku are going to be so pissed off. Minato, though probably more powerful, was on the verge of biting his nails. Imagine how much Kushina will flip if Makoto decides to break off their friendship thanks to Naruto's stunt. Naruto was still there, hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall. With his mask off on his head, Naruto wore a very indifferent expression, as if he didn't just beat the heir to one of the strongest clans of Konoha. His thoughts were brought to a sudden halt when his office door busted open. Uchiha Makoto dragged her son by the ear and marched to the front of the Hokage desk and bowed her head, bringing Sasuke's head to a bow forcefully. I am so sorry for what my foolish son has done to yours, Minato. He was being absolutely stupid. Makoto, please. We're friends. I'm sorry that my son was so brash about it. Makoto let out a deep breath. Oh, thank Kami. For a second I thought you'd blow the roof to how my idiotic son has been around the other children and yours. I think that lesson Naruto gave him has brought his little complex to a stop. Isn't that right, Sasuke-kun? Why yeah? What? Why yes, mother. Makoto turned back to Minato and started talking. It was funny how Sasuke wasn't really listening to what his mother had just said. Practically the identity of his sensei. Zoned out, Sasuke looked at the side of the office, only to meet the gaze of Namikaze's Naruto, the prodigy of Konoha, son of the yondaime. He saw how Naruto was staring at him coldly. A mask rested on top of his head. Wait. A mask? Holy shit. Son of a gun. Naruto was Ruto-sensei. Sasuke stuttered, eyes wide as he stared at Naruto. Naruto's face distorted into a mischievous grin. That's right, sucker. I'm the Hokage's son and your freaking teacher, Naruto thought. Naruto straightened up and walked over to Makoto and Sasuke. Hello, Makoto-san. Sasuke-kun, how's the tree exercise going? Naruto smiled, giving Makoto a friendly wave as he waited for Sasuke's response. Sasuke started stuttering again. Fine, sensei. That's good. I hope next time we can work as a team to train. What do you think? Excellent idea, sensei. Good. Minato and Makoto understood what Naruto was doing, so Minato quickly changed the subject. Makoto. Kushina will be cooking her famous hot pot tonight. I was wondering if your family would like to join us. Why? That sounds like an excellent idea, Minato. We will be there at 6. Naruto and Sasuke launched a scowl at their parents. Were they trying to make things more awkward? Can't they read the mood here? Sasuke, let's go. Makoto walked out, dragging Sasuke by the hand. Sasuke shot a dirty look to Naruto, which was returned with equal ferocity. This was not unseen by both parents, and so Minato and Makoto both whacked their sons on the head, which both gave out a yelp before turning to their parents apologetically. To sum up the entire dinner in one word, gauche. It was so awkward. Naruto sat at his seat uncomfortably as Sasuke practically burned holes into him with his eyes. Sasuke still couldn't believe that the fourth Hokage's son was teaching him. In a sense, he was starting to regret all the doubting comments he shot at Naruto before. Naruto ate his dinner quietly, flicking his eyes up to meet Sasuke's stare every once in a while. Naruto finished and walked to the living room. A few moments later, Sasuke walking into the same room and sat parallel to Naruto. So, your Namikaze Naruto, Ruto-sensei. Took a genius for that, didn't it? Sasuke glared at Naruto, but Naruto spoke up. I just have to ask you to remain silent about this to the other. At least until I personally reveal myself to the others. Can you do that for me, Sasuke? Why yeah, I guess. Cool. Remember our first C rank tomorrow. Don't be late. Yeah. Sasuke waved it off and leaned back into his chair. C rank, huh? Sasuke? Nothing really. Just thinking to myself. Are we really ready for this C rank? Don't sweat over it. Most of it's just patrol, scouting, retrieval of trivial scrolls. There's only a slim chance of actual danger. Naruto almost laughed at his own statement. His team had gotten that slim chance, the damn slim chance that took his friend's dream. He'd damn well kill himself before he let his new team go through the same thing. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle out loud, catching the attention of Sasuke. What's so funny, Naruto-sensei? Just thinking about my first C rank. Sasuke gulped when Naruto's face turned into something dark. But that's for another day. God damn it, Sensei, you're always an enigma. Can't you just tell us about yourself? What's the fun in that? Naruto playfully jabbed at Sasuke, and they continued their bickering until Fugaku and Mikoto came by to get Sasuke to leave. See ya tomorrow, Sasuke. See ya, Sensei. Naruto stifled a yawn as he continued to read his book at the gate. He was 15 minutes early, but he was sensei, so it was only natural. Naruto had now worn his full battle uniform, the uniform he wore for all the battles and fights he did during his training trip. He wore his usual Jounin attire this time, but he added a red votive bib covering his neck. He had his ninjato strapped to his back that had a red ribbon tied around the hilt. Naruto's usual Umbu Fox mask, instead of black, was now blood red. The three genin finally arrived the gate, slightly surprised at their sensei's upgraded getup. They exchanged greetings and then stood at entrance, not moving. They started waiting for about 2 minutes, but Konohamaru easily lost patience. What the hell are we waiting for, Ruto-sensei? Sasuke smirked, now knowing his sensei's real identity. Naruto sighed and responded. Our client. We gotta wait for our client. Oh, are we protecting somebody? A princess? Daimyo? Kage? Somebody famous? Nauri protecting me. Team 7 turned to see the owner of the voice. It was an old man with a beard and a straw hat. He looked severely hungover and held a bottle of sake in his right hand. His bag was filled with maps and scrolls. Konohamaru was annoyed. Who the hell are you, old man? I'm Tazuna, the bridge builder. Who the hell are you? Pipsqueak? Pipsqueak? Who the hell are you calling Pipsqueak? I'm a full-fledged genin. See this Hitai 8? I'm a ninja. Ninja. I'm Sarutobi Konohamaru. I'm gonna be Hokage someday. Better remember my name. Chei ordered some real ninjas, not some wannabe Hokage. Does the Hokage have any respect? This time, Naruto cut in. Sir, you asked for a C-rank mission. We've got people to qualify for the request you applied for. If you don't feel like this is adequate, apply for a higher rank and pay more. If not, stay silent. I'm a Jounin, so rest assured you are fine. Che, fine, though aren't you a bit short to be a Jounin? Aren't you a bit old to be building bridges? Age doesn't matter. Then I guess it doesn't matter for me either. Let's move out, Team 7. Tazuna was left a bit speechless before grumbling to himself, following the 4 ninjas. The team was briefed on the mission they were doing. Accompany and protect bridge builder Tazuna on his way back to the land of the waves, stay and help build the bridge, come back. It was really simple actually, and traveling was going to be great because it was a sunny day today, clear skies with just the right temperature. Naruto remembered on his first mission, the clouds were dark and it was gonna rain. URG, when I said C rank, I was expecting a bit more action. Naruto looked towards Konohamaru, who was groaning and complaining. Naruto's eyes caught attention of something and looked to see his genins. They were all completely unaware of their surroundings. Sasuke-imo was brooding, Sakura lecturing Konohamaru, Konohamaru complaining, Tazune being a civilian. Naruto sighed but kept on alert. Clearly, he was on his own in terms of awareness. Naruto-sensei, aren't... Sakura's voice was interrupted by the sound of chains rubbing together. All of a sudden, Naruto was wrapped around with chains. With a yank, he was dismembered and decapitated in front of the genin and Tazuna. Sensei. One Jounin down, 3 little kitties to go. A rogue appeared out of nowhere and attacked the genin. He wore a dark brown cloak with a scratched-out Kirigakure Hitai 8. He held a scythe attached to a chain with a spike at the end. The man ran towards the genin, scythe posed to strike. Sakura was caught off guard and was scared. This guy was too fast for her. His speed. If he could take down Ruto-sensei in a second, what makes them think they can beat this guy? On the other hand, Sasuke got right to it, launching several kunai and shuriken at the rogue. Konohamaru jumped in front of Tazuna. Sakura snapped out of her frozen state but could barely move her shaking legs. Sasuke grabbed the chain of the rogue and yanked forcefully, cocking his fist back and ramming it into the rogue's face with a sickening crunch. The rogue backed away and took a stance. Sasuke was cut up a bit, but he still stood in front of the others, followed by Konohamaru. Suddenly, Naruto flashed in front of the rogue and jammed his kunai into the rogue's chest cavity. The rogue stuttered. No way, I never had a chance, the shinobi no I. Naruto had silenced the man before he could finish by taking one last strike to the throat. The body dropped to the floor and Naruto quickly sealed him into a scroll. He then turned to Tazuna. Is there any particular reason why a B-ranked nukenin after you? More specifically, a B-ranked nukenin named the Chain Reaper? This is around a high B-rank to low A-rank mission. Barely focused on what Naruto said, Sakura finally let her legs collapse. Sensei, you're alive. Naruto turned to Sakura, then to the other two. Good job, we'll work on the freezing up later. Right now, though, I need answers. Tazuna. Alright. It ain't really what it seems. You see, Wave Country is really poor right now, and we haven't got any money. I couldn't afford the price of an A rank or B rank. There's this guy, Gato, he's been terrorizing the people of Wave. We needed to build a bridge to help boost our economy and support ourselves. Gato has been trying to stop the construction of the bridge. I thought that if I got help from Konohagakure no Sato, they wouldn't try to kill me. But you sent Genin instead of Chunin to do the job. Ishem, this does have some problems. Genin aren't really ready for an A rank. Yes, we are. Naruto turned to Konohamaru and narrowed his eyes. I don't know. This time Sasuke interrupted. If Konoha backs out of a simple mission like this, it would hurt our reputation for future clientele. If they find out that a bunch of genin finished an A rank, it could bring in some more wealthier clients. Besides, we aren't really a bunch of average genin, are we? And we have a prodigy with us, I think the odds are with us. Konohamaru glared at Sasuke. If you're talking about yourself being the prodigy, you can forget it. Shut up, loser. Konohamaru frowned. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Sasuke was correct in a sense. Besides, this thug called Gato probably had a bunch of bandits and a few mercenary nins, but that's about it. He could handle any B-ranked shinobi any day. Alright, Genin, do you wish to complete this mission? Yes, sensei. Chin. Okay, Ruto-sensei. Alrighty then. Tazuna, when the bridge is completed and the economy gets going, Konoha expects full pay for an A-ranked mission. Fine. Okay, let's move out. The rest of the travel through the forests had been clean. The group rowed a boat to cross over the sea. Along the way, they saw the great bridge that Tazuna was working on. Tazuna gave them a brief history on the land of waves, even a brief summary of the now-gone land of whirlpools, giving Naruto a soft chuckle. As they finally made it to land, the fog around them got heavier. Sakura put her hand above her eyes and looked around. Wow, it's really the land of waves you can barely see. Actually, it isn't supposed to be this foggy. Team 7. This fog is laced with chakra. Stay sharp. We're in an enemy jutsu. But it was too late. Something came flying towards them. Naruto yelled. Duck. Naruto dragged Tazuna to the floor as the other genin dropped to the floor. The flying object stuck to a tree, revealing itself as a huge Kubikirabocho. In a flash, someone landed on the lodged blade. It seems that there are Konoha dogs with my victim. Let's make this fun, shall we? Naruto glared at the man. He had read the man's name in the bingo book. Zabuza no Kijin. Arank nu Knin. You know your stuff, kid. Too bad that smart brain of yours will be spilt all over the ground once I'm done with you. I'm afraid, Zabuza-san, that I can't let you do that. Though Naruto was really strong, he wouldn't be able to protect 4 other people while he's fighting. The fog started to clear up a bit, revealing Zabuza's appearance. The man had wrappings around his face and neck and a belt across his chest to hold his sword. His hitai ate on the side of his head with a scratch down the Kiri symbol. The man chuckled. Well, I might actually have fun this fight. Isn't that right, Shinobi no Inari? The boy with a fox mask and red votive bib. You're really as young as they say. Heard you were also adept with kenjutsu. Flee on-site orders from the rebels of Kiri. My. Let's have fun, shall we, Inari? I guess there isn't really a choice. Naruto drew his ninjato out. The end of the red ribbon on the hilt had a golden bell that jingled. TSK, a bell gives away position. Shouldn't a high-class nin like you know that, Inari boy? Naruto ducked as the executioner's blade swung at him. Zabuza disappeared and the fog got more dense. Aruto-sensei, I can't see. I'm scared. Sakura. Oh, little genins are scared. Scared of killing? Scared of death? That's good. Though Konoha is getting really soft on their children. When I was your age, my hands were already soaked in blood. No matter, you should embrace this fear, for it will be the last thing you feel. Now where should I strike? Which arteries? Maybe I should just cut off all your heads in one swing. Zabuza appeared among the genin and Tazuna. But before Zabuza could strike, Naruto blocked the huge cleaver with his ninjato. I won't let you put a single finger on my students. Hey, we'll see about that. Team 7, Formation D, protect the builder, move away from here. As the genin took the builder away to the sidelines, Naruto and Zabuza jumped back from each other. Naruto shot chakra through his blade and charged. The two nins engaged in a kenjutsu fight, sparks flying everywhere as the clang of the two swords rang through the clearing. The fight was so fast that Sasuke could barely see what was going on. Though both were equal in kenjutsu mastery, the weight of Zabuza's blade and the muscle power behind it was far greater than the 12-year-old's small ninjato. Naruto was getting pushed back slowly but surely. Zabuza swung his blade horizontally and Naruto ducked under. Anticipating this, Zabuza kneed Naruto in the face. Naruto dodged at the last second, allowing the knee to crush his mask right before he dodged. Naruto huffed as the shards of his mask started to fall. Naruto shoved off the remaining pieces and looked up, revealing his 12-year-old face, sharp blue eyes, and whisker marks. Ho, who would have guessed? The Shinobi no Inari is the son of the Yellow Flash. This just keeps getting better. Naruto dodged another volley of strikes and jumped away, landing on water. Wrong move. Suiro no Jutsu. Naruto was engulfed in a dome of water. Shit, I'm stuck. I guess the foxes aren't as smart as they seem. Water is my domain, it was a mistake to step on it. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto's eyes widened as another Zabuza started to form. With a feral grin behind the facial wrappings, the clone charged at the genin. It's over, Inari boy. Zabuza swung his blade at the genin. Hiraishin no Jutsu. In a flash, Naruto appeared and blocked the swing with his blade. Zabuza went wide-eyed and looked back at his prison. The Naruto inside the prison suddenly dissipated, leaving bubbles in its place. You're not the only one who can make solid clones, Zabuza-san. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 15 Narutos popped into existence and charged at the two Zabuzas. The original Zabuza slipped away from the prison, releasing the jutsu, as his clone was taken out. He swung his blade just in time to take out 10 of Naruto's clones. The remaining 5 encircled him. Futon de Tapa. Katan Gukakyu no Jutsu. The Narutos combined the jutsus and trapped Zabuza in a ball of fire. When the fire went out, Naruto noticed Zabuza had made an escape. A few meters away, Zabuza rested behind a tree, sporting a few second and third-degree burns. Damn, that Inari kid has some powerful jutsus. Naruto closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Over there. Dutan Asu Sekijin no Jutsu. Before Zabuza could move, several spikes rose from the ground, piercing Zabuza's leg. Sutananatsu no Suko no Jutsu. Zabuza looked up to see 7 foxes formed by water staring at him a few meters away. Raitun Kaminari Suzum. The foxes were struck by lightning and now were sparking blue electricity. They charged at Zabuza, but right before they jumped, a few senbon were launched at Zabuza and struck the base of his neck. Naruto immediately stopped his jutsu and let the foxes melt, leaving a puddle of water still merged with lightning. Naruto looked up to the trees to see the newcomer. "Thank you, I've been looking for this Nuke-nin for a while. You've made my job easier." The person was a hunter Nin from Kiri, a boy that sounded no older than him. The boy jumped down, grabbed the body of Zabuza. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Because of your fight, I was able to take down Momochi Zabuza. Kiri has many thanks to Konoha. My regards." The hunter Nin disappeared and the fog began to clear away. Naruto stood there for a second, staring at where Zabuza was, deep in thought. But Naruto quickly looked away and back at his genin. He walked over to Team 7. "Is everyone okay? Sensei." He looked at everyone who was just gawking at him. Konohamaru started. "Sensei, your mask. Your..." Sakura almost squealed as she finished Konohamaru's sentence. "Namikaze, Naruto." Naruto scratched the back of his head. Thanks to his hair almost as long as Minato's, the 4 thought they were practically looking at the yondaime. "It's best if we get Tazuna-san to safety. I know you must have lots of questions, but mission first." OSU. Sasuke was only shocked because of the level of fight. So this was what it was to be Jounin. The fight was eye-opening for Sasuke as he learned that Naruto was really a prodigy. The rest of the travels back to Tazuna's town was silent. Naruto didn't bring a spare mask, so now Konohamaru, Sakura, and Tazuna were openly staring at the young Jounin. "Why weren't you gonna tell us who you were, Naruto Yaro? Just because you know who I am now, doesn't mean I won't hit you." With that, Naruto flashed in front of Konohamaru and flicked the boy on the head, causing Konohamaru to shuffle back a few steps. "Ow! The council will hear about this." Naruto then pulled Konohamaru into a headlock. "They won't know if you don't tell them. You wouldn't rat me out, would you, Konohamaru-kun?" Naruto's sickly sweet voice brought shivers down Konohamaru's back. "I won't, and Naruto-sensei. Good, no, let's get to the fisherman's town. We've got a lot of building to do." Team 7 and Tazuna had finally reached the village. If you could even call it a village. The buildings were mere shacks with broken windows and unhinged doors. The place smelt of rotten fish with an evanescent smell of blood. There were many people on the streets, beaten up and disease-ridden. Most of the villagers were in rags. At the corner of the street intersection, Konohamaru caught sight of some thugs beating up a man. He quickly ran over. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" With that, Konohamaru quickly dealt with the 3 thugs. Konohamaru held out his hand to the beaten man, but he only scrambled away in fear. Konohamaru frowned. Naruto flashed to his side and put his hand on Konohamaru's shoulder. It's best if we leave right now. But these people, we need to do something. We will not now. Konohamaru averted his eyes from Naruto and looked at the ground. Naruto walked back to the group as Konohamaru slowly followed. Sakura put her hand over her mouth to block out the stench, but it was futile. Sasuke tried to avert his eyes from making contact with the villagers on the sidewalks. Naruto kept his face forward, unfortunately experienced with these kinds of hardships. They were just like the people at Kiri, if not better. At least the dead were disposed of properly. Back in the war-ridden villages of Kiri, dead bodies were left on the streets. The stench of blood and rotting flesh was more prominent. Bile and other excrements littered the streets along with rats and other foul rodents. At least this village in Waves was clean. Naruto looked over to his genin. Konohamaru kept his face in a scowl and was clenching his fists. When the five arrived at Tezuna's house, it was slightly better. The house was towards a better part of the village. The house was whole and inside was furnished. A young woman came out to greet the group. "Hiya. You all must be the ninjas my father, Tezuna, requested. Welcome to our humble home. I'm Tsunami." The whole team muttered a small greeting as Naruto returned the enthusiasm in his greeting, complete with a wave and a small smile. The five entered the house and situated themselves in the kitchen. Konohamaru slammed his hand on the table. "What the hell is wrong with this pithole? These people are suffering." "Sarutobi, calm down. No, I've had enough. I mean, don't these people have ninjas to protect them from thugs? Where are all the law enforcements? Why is this place so devastated?" Tezuna looked up solemnly. "We don't have ninja. Ever since our neighboring Yuzushigakure was destroyed, we never had any ninjas, leaving this place open for all the thugs to come in, and come in they did. This man, Gato, started to take over this place, hiring the thugs to do his deeds in promise of large sums of money." Naruto's eyes narrowed. Konohamaru's eyes widened in recognition, as well. "Gato? No way. He's like one of the richest men in the land. I saw it in a magazine back at Konoha. The very same. He cut off our water trade routes by seizing it with his thugs. Without our overseas trades, our economy collapsed. Most of the money are taken by Gato's thugs who took all the jobs and the food. Our hospital, if it even is one, consists of midwives and local healers. The thugs beat up a lot of people, so the hospital rarely sees patients unless it's really an emergency. The thugs like to rob us, beat us up for no reason. If your family has women, hide them. These men are ruthless. But with this new bridge I'm building, we won't need our trade routes. That's why Gato has been trying to take me out. I'm the reason why he is going to lose a lot of profit. Most of my builders are not paid, but it doesn't matter. They do it for free because they know the benefits that will come to them if this bridge is finished. They were all traders before, their businesses destroyed by Gato. URG, this Gato man. I really don't like him. Naruto-sensei. We gotta do something about this." "I agree. However, we need to take this slow and take in all factors into consideration." The genin looked up to Naruto as he continued. "I'll be going solo around the village to see what we can do. Meanwhile, I'll leave a clone to train you three and guard the builders during their working hours." "What will you be doing, Naruto-sensei?" Naruto's eyes narrowed at Sakura. "Things only a Jounin can do." Naruto was interrupted by a small voice behind him. "Quit trying to act all tough. Gato is gonna kill you and you can't do anything about it. You act all tough but you can't do much, can you? I bet you've never been through anything as tough as we're going through." Naruto turned around to see a small boy standing at the frame of the door. Naruto's face distorted into anger, his chilling eyes freezing the child. "Hey kid, you want to know about tough? I'll tell you about tough. Go see Kiri." "Naruto-san, please excuse Inari. He's a bit brash." Tsunami forcefully guided Inari from the room, but it didn't stop Inari from saying more. "I bet Kiri is better off considering they actually have ninjas." Naruto slammed his hand down on the table and shot up from his seat. His eyes flashed with fury. Tazuna, a bit scared at the display of ki Naruto unleashed, attempted to calm him. Please, Naruto-san. Excuse the rudeness of my grandson. He has never seen Kiri before. He is speaking from inexperience, which I presume you don't have. Naruto flinched, collecting himself and toning down the ki. He sat down and took deep breaths. My apologies, Tazuna-san, but you are correct. I am not inexperienced with the horrors of Kiri. I will sadly inform you that they were and still are in a worse state than here. The three genin looked in interest as their enigmatic sensei was about to reveal something. Naruto continued. Kiri was in a civil war only a few years back. I was on a training trip abroad and ran into a village not too different from yours. Being only 10 years old, ignorant of the meaning of war, I openly stated I would help the official Kiri win against the rebels. I reacted just like Konohamaru did. But my mentor wouldn't have any of it, considering that if Konoha had interfered, political issues would rise from it. This is where my moniker began. I started posing as the god Inari. What irony that your boy was named the same. Either way, I wore a mask to hide my association with Konohagakure. So Shinobi no Inara was your name on the battlefield? Tazuna questioned. Correct. My red bib was known to everyone, and my mask struck fear to every opponent, even those on my side. The jingling of my sword reminded them of the temples of Inari. My unbelievable speed was godlike to them. My fox-influenced jutsu was renowned in Kiri. They started calling me the Inari god of shinobi. I guess it just kinda stuck with me. Wow, sensei, you were really cool. Didn't Zabuza say something about a flea on site order? Yeah, something like that. But I'm not as cool as you think. The war, it was mentally scarring. The mental trauma that you'd think you would be immune to was inevitable. I started having nightmares of all the men I slew, the blood I drew, the pleas of help they cried. War isn't as fun as you think. Watching your friends get slashed down in front of you is anything but cool. Now as for your grandson, Inari, I'm afraid that he has yet to experience true horror. The villages were littered with dead bodies to rot. At least Gato had the decency to clean out the streets. Sakura walked over to Naruto and hugged him. Naruto was least to say shocked. It must have been hard, sensei. Naruto's eyes softened. Sakura's tears were leaking onto Naruto's shirt. It's fine, Sakura. Thank you. Konohamaru's eyes narrowed in anger as he focused on a spot on the table. Those bastards, these people, they're suffering for the gain of Gato. Gato has no decency. We gotta do something about it. Sasuke's eyes flinched up at Konohamaru's burst. Sakura released her hug and looked at Konohamaru, tears still spilling from her eyes. Naruto looked up as well. No shit, Konohamaru. We're obviously gonna do something about it. It's our will of the fire. It may not be in the mission description. Naruto looked at Tazuna, who winced a little. But we're Konoha's very best genin team. We're gonna change this town. Let's prove this Inari kid that Konoha's ninja are not to be trifled with. OSU. Alright, off to bed. We gotta wake up early tomorrow so I can train you three. Tazuna, thank you for your hospitality. The three genin got up and went to their designated rooms, led by Tsunami. Naruto got up and headed towards the door. Tazuna looked up and asked, "And where are you going, Naruto-san?" Like I said, Jounin stuff. Such as? Extermination, maybe even some recon. Tazuna's eyes narrowed questioningly. Naruto shrugged and exited the building. Sakura opened her eyes in the morning. She stretched and looked around her room. Oh wait, she was not in her room, she was on a mission. She remembered what happened the day before and remembered hugging Naruto. She squealed and held her face in self-embarrassment. I hugged him. She rolled around on the bed until she fell to the floor, which snapped her out of the love trance. She got up and got ready for the day. Next door, Konohamaru and Sasuke were forcefully shoved off their beds thanks to two Narutos. Get the hell up, twerps. Sasuke and Konohamaru groaned as Naruto crossed his arms and glared at the two boys, sprawled out on the floor. That's it. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Two miniature water dragons splashed onto the faces of the two boys, who both jolted up, rubbing the water off their face. What the hell was that for? Naruto Waiaro. The two boys yelled as Naruto made a beeline to the kitchen, giggling with glee like a little girl. Breakfast was chaotic as Sasuke and Konohamaru tried getting revenge on their sensei, only to be tied up to their chair. Sakura was trying to act as mediator between the three boys. Tsunami was chuckling at the four teenage ninjas. Tazuna was grumbling as he read the newspaper. Sakura stopped short when she noticed something on Naruto's leg. Naruto-sensei, what happened to your leg? My kami, it's bleeding. We gotta heal it. Naruto looked down to see his leg. It had a 6-inch gash going diagonal from his thigh. Oh right, I got that from last night. Konohamaru interrupted his thoughts. Naruto-sensei, how did you get that wound? I'm sure you didn't get it from Zabuza. It wasn't there yesterday. Naruto awkwardly shifted away, looking to the side. I was just doing stuff more like taking out thugs and low-rank Nukenin. Maybe a bit more. Sakura got up from her seat and approached the retreating Naruto. Doesn't matter. Now I may not be the best medic Nin right now, but I picked up a few tricks from my mom. I can give you first aid before it infects. And now Sakura-chan. That's not necessary. I'm sure the fox crap. Naruto cut short before he revealed anything about the Kyuubi. Fox? I heal quickly Uzumaki blood? Tazuna's eyes widened. Uzumaki, you say? Yeah. Are you part of the Uzumaki clan? Are there survivors? Yeah, me and my mom, Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina-chan. The heiress? Whoa, my mom's an heiress. Konohamaru interrupted the conversation. Don't change the topic. The real question is, how the hell did you get a wound like that? It wasn't there before. Chin. Guys, it's only a flesh wound. I am sure I got it from, I don't know, a stray branch. Chin, Naruto. Branches don't cut pants and flesh that cleanly. It looks like a wound from a kunai. What exactly were you doing last night? Tazuna whispered loud enough so the whole table could hear. Busted. Naruto flinched and glared at Tazuna while the other three genin looked at Naruto with a scowl. What the hell were you up to, Naruto-sensei? Yeah, Naruto Yaro. What were you up to? Chin. I wait. Why the hell am I being pushed around by you three? I don't need to respond to you. That's it, end of discussion. Get ready for training. Naruto flashed away. The three genin yelled. Coward. Thanks to the antics of the three genin earlier, Naruto had pushed their training to the limit. Not as much as back home since they were on a mission, still hard though. Konohamaru kept grumbling. By the time they reached the bridge for guard duty, Naruto had gathered the genin into a circle. Team 7, I have some pretty important news that I need you all to take very seriously and calmly. The three genin gulped. I believe that Momochi Zabuza is still alive. Konohamaru screamed. What? Naruto clamped his hand over Konohamaru's mouth to shut him up. I told you to take it calmly, not shout out to the world. Quiet. Now where was I? Chin. But how did he survive? Wasn't there a Hunter Nin? That's what the enemy wanted us to think. The Hunter Nin was probably on Zabuza's side. Sakura continued. Naruto-sensei brings up a good point. Most Hunter Nin carry larger weapons that inflict more damage to ensure that the Nukenin is dead and, in a sense, requires less skill. This specific Hunter Nin used senbons. Senbons require lots of accuracy and probably immense skill, and if the accuracy isn't good, well, senbons don't have much damage. The body has lots of pressure points too. Points around the neck that can inflict a near-death state. And that, my little genin, is how the fake Hunter Nin fooled us into thinking he killed Zabuza. And if that doesn't convince you, it is mandatory procedure that the body of a Nukenin be removed on the spot. This Hunter Nin grabbed the body and left, probably to rescue the damn guy. At this point, Sakura was innerly squealing. We're finishing each other's sentences. The other two genin were shocked. The Nuke-nin had an accomplice from the start. Naruto coughed a bit for their attention and continued. That being said, we gotta train harder. The accomplice seemed really skilled and around our age. What? Another prodigy? I thought you'd be the only one. Quiet, Konohamaru. Remember, with teamwork, you can beat the hardest opponents. I'll be busy fighting Zabuza, so you guys gotta work together. Now, I've already sent a messenger hawk to the Hokage with the change of plans. Backup won't be happening because last night I was busy taking them out. So that's what you were doing. Damn, Naruto-yero, you coulda just told us. Anyways, I went in for a bit of recon, which ended up into interrogation and, well, one thing led to another and the whole operation turned out to be an assassination and a massacre. The genin's mouths dropped at the blonde who just shrugged off a mass killing like it was nothing. Sasuke was puzzled. By assassination, do you mean you killed Gato already? Pretty much, and his thugs too. Then doesn't that mean Zabuza won't kill us? No, since he's not getting his pay, he'll need to get some compensation for his work. My bounty will be more than enough for him. Your bounty? 18 million rios. What? That's friggin' a lot. Shut it, Konohamaru. Shen, then what are we gonna do about it? Well, sadly I got you guys into this considering it's my head he's after. But this will be good training, no? A little bit of fighting on the side, showing off your teamwork in a real fight. I think this will be great for you little genin. But Naruto-sensei, wouldn't a hunter nin be too much? I understand the concept seems frightening, but I believe you guys can do it. Isn't it the job of the sensei to believe in their students? How about this, you guys beat this little hunter nin and I'll treat you to something back at Konoha. OSU. Let's finish guarding this bridge. If my calculations are correct, Zabuza should have a week to recover. Let's mosey. Whoa, is that a FFVII reference? I couldn't see it from a mile away. Straight face. The rest of the week went by like a breeze. There were no thugs to take care of considering Naruto had practically taken them all out. Naruto had given each of his genin a scroll to learn a new jutsu. Sakura learned Dutan Doryuhiki. Though it was an elemental jutsu, Naruto deemed Sakura able with her chakra control. Sasuke learned Raitun Kaminari Suzume because his Katan jutsu arsenal was suffice thanks to his Uchiha upbringing. Konohamaru learned Katan Gukakyu no Jutsu. Though less powerful than Uchiha, Konohamaru was gifted with a few talents from the Sandaime Hokage. Konohamaru was able to shoot out multiple fireballs consecutively, equal size, equal speed. This was a feat that the Sandaime was well known for. This genin team was exceptional with excellent skill. Naruto noticed Sakura's interest in medical jutsu, so he taught her the very basic chakra healing for minor cuts and bruises. With her excellent control, she was able to take the skill even further and could do more complex injuries. How could she do this? Well, somehow, something clouded Naruto's judgment and so, impulsively, he volunteered himself as her practice dummy. Ridiculously, he self-inflicted wounds on himself and asked Sakura to heal him. Pretty stupid and in a sense, a bit psychotic since he's self-harming, but he wanted to see if Sakura could improve more. Anything for his students to improve, in this case Sakura. Naruto sparred with the three genin to improve their teamwork. Uchiha was getting better at working with the other two. Konohamaru, though still brash as ever, was able to make actual logical decisions during a fight. Sakura was able to make more complex strategies on the fly, thanks to personal lessons given by Naruto, which Sasuke dropped by and listened once in a while. Not every day the prodigy of Konoha gives lessons on strategy, much more in depth than the ones at Academy. Today was the final day. It has been a week and Naruto was almost sure that Zabuza would attack the minute he could move. His judgment was rarely wrong, but he tried not to remind the genin that much. Last thing he wanted was to give them cold feet. But he couldn't have them freezing up or making rash decisions like he and Ray did on their C-rank fight. They were having their breakfast after a forceful, thanks to Naruto's insistence, good night's sleep. Team 7. Today is the day. What do you mean, Naruto Yaro? Zabuza will probably attack the bridge today. What? Why didn't you tell us this earlier, Naruto-sensei? We could have trained more. I believe I have trained you 3 to the best of my ability in 1 week. And with your healing abilities, Sakura, your team has nothing to fear. We're up against a hunter Nin. He's probably not even a real one since he's a rogue like Zabuza. Sure, but he seemed to be pretty skilled. I believe in you guys. See, Sakura-chan, Naruto Yaro believes in us. We can beat him and bring peace to this place. Naruto's massive amount of clones got a majority of the bridge done. Just this one fight and a few more days to complete the bridge and this mission is over. We'll be heroes. Quit lying to yourselves. Team 7 looked to the door to see the intruding voice. It was Inari again. Damn that little depressed brat. Inari started again. You can't beat Gato. I know you can't. Heroes don't exist. Not even the heroes here could save us. What makes you think you can do the same? You'll probably die just like the rest of them. Now listen here, kid. Inari left before Naruto could even finish his sentence. Tazuna entered the room this time and sat down. Don't hate on the ignorance of the kid. He just had a bit of a rough spot. His idol, this man named Kaiza, tried to be a hero to these people. Gato killed him in front of poor Inari and the rest of the civilians. Sakura looked down. That's sad, he must have had it rough. The silence of melancholy was cut short when Naruto spoke up. Well, he's just being a little wimp. Running away from reality. He thinks he got it rough, but others have gone through worse. He's just gotta suck it up. His little depressing attitude needs to end as well. Naruto got up and left the kitchen. Naruto went outside to find Inari on the roof, looking towards the sea. Naruto jumped up to the roof and sat next to Inari. Naruto tried to look at Inari's story in a sympathetic way. Though a bit difficult to think that way, Naruto tried to be softer on the civilian. Look, Inari. I know having someone close to you die is a sad thing. You don't know anything. What do you know about death? You're just a kid no older than me by 3 years. How would you know? Naruto's eyes turned ice cold again as his face went from empathetic to cold. I've been to war. I've seen countless people die in front of me, by my hand or by the hands of my enemy. My friends that I made bonds with during this war were all killed. I know what it feels like to have people you cherish die in front of you. Inari started to tear up, but Naruto continued in a softer tone. It's tough to have nightmares every night, replaying the deaths of friends. But I told myself, would they have wanted to see me like this? Would they have wanted me to give up just because they couldn't continue? Naruto remembered some of the people he knew in the war. There was this boy, Umaru. Umaru was only a bit older than Naruto by 4 years. He was 14 at the time. Umaru had made friends with the shinobi no Inari, offering him food during breaks, giving supplies. Umaru had the dream to become the Mizukage. Naruto had joked that he wanted to see him as Mizukage when he was Hokage. They were friends on the battlefield, showing teamwork that could take out a huge chunk of platoons in the enemy's forces. But on a certain mission, Umaru sacrificed his life for the life of the rest of the platoon. He went as bait and blew himself up and the enemy so that the rest of the platoon could escape. Naruto had nightmares of Umaru's last smile and last words. I'll see you as a Kage someday, Namikaze Naruto. Meet me there. My friend died, telling me his last few words before dying. I almost gave up on my dream when he died. I almost lost sight of what I was fighting for. But my friend wanted me to continue. I figured he wouldn't want me to give on my dream. He would have wanted me to complete it. He died a hero, and his legacy was burned as a long-living memory, etched into each of our minds as we fought the remaining enemy. I continued for him, and I moved on in memory of him. Inari was sobbing and dove into Naruto's chest cried. He was my hero. He wasn't supposed to die. Kaiza wasn't supposed to die. Naruto smiled softly. I know, Inari. I know. They all weren't supposed to die. Naruto looked up to the morning sky as he patted Inari on the back. That's why you gotta fight for their memory. Make sure that their beliefs didn't follow them to the grave. Your name is Inari. My name is Shinobi no Inari. You gotta live up to it if you're named after a god. Inari is awesome. Inari sniffed a bit and looked up as he saw Naruto smile a megawatt smile. Be brave, Inari. Don't forget what Kaiza lived for. Chichen. Naruto had convinced Tazuna and all the builders to stay home today because of Zabuza. Naruto's team got ready at the bridge, looking sharp and attentive. The bridge started to get a bit foggy and Naruto got into a stance. Here they come. Naruto yanked out his sword just in time as the huge executioner's blade swung full force at his face. Naruto deflected the sword and bounced back. Sharp as ever, Shinobi no Inari. Hello to you too, Zabuza-san. Let's make this fight interesting, shall we? Humor me, Zabuza. How so, Inari boy? Why is it that you're doing this? I mean, it's rather obvious, but I'd like to hear it from the man himself. The fun. I'm sorry? I don't quite understand. No money? The fun of my opponents, realizing it's useless to fight. Their hopes crushed. Their motivation drained. The money is on the side. I hate to disappoint you, Zabuza, but you won't be getting that reaction from me. We'll see about that. Now, Inari boy, entertain me. Zabuza slipped into a stance with his blade ready. Naruto flicked his blade and crouched to his own stance, the bell on his blade ringing through the fog. The fog got even thicker and the sight of Zabuza slipped from Naruto's vision. Naruto's eyes narrowed at where Zabuza previously resided, but the voice of his student brought him out of focus. And Naruto-sensei, we can't see anything. Where is the enemy? Sakura, take you and the others out of the fog. Keep your eyes peeled, his accomplice could be anywhere. Anywhere, he could be, indeed, Inari boy. Do tell how you figured I have an accomplice? The hunter Nin didn't follow standard procedure. Tisk, I'll have to teach him how to pretend more. Though normally people wouldn't notice that kind of detail unless they were a hunter Nin themselves. I had my share of bounties to kill. You sure talk from experience. You talk the talk, but can you walk the walk? Naruto barely had time to duck as the cleaver swung horizontally at him, aimed for his midsection. Naruto felt his hair get trimmed as he crouched low into one of his stances. As the blade drew back, Naruto sprang forward in the direction of the blade and jabbed forward. He felt his sword pierce something, and as the fog cleared a bit from his face, he made eye contact with Zabuza. Naruto jumped back just as a blade swiped through Zabuza, which distorted into water and splashed to the floor. When Naruto landed, he jumped back up when he felt the water on the floor start to move from under him. Keeping me on my feet, are we, Zabuza? The fox is more agile than I thought. Most would have failed the first two moves. I guess I have to switch tactics. Naruto's eyes darted around as he landed on dry grounds. The fog started to get heavier and his vision was practically deemed useless. Naruto closed his eyes and focused on his surroundings. Naruto raised his sword up to deflect a blow, creating sparks where the two blades met. That's quite a sword, Inari boy. Most would have snapped at the sheer weight of mine. Forged in the lands of iron and enforced by my chakra, it's only natural that it's one of a kind. Let's quit the chit-chat, shall we? I feel like we're just stalling here. I feel the same. Naruto unleashed a wave of chakra, pushing back the fog, revealing Zabuza, posed to strike. Naruto opened his eyes just in time to block the blade. As the two blades locked, Zabuza stared at Naruto's iced blue eyes. They stood there for a split second before Naruto flicked his wrist up, sending a pulse of chakra with it, launching Zabuza's sword up. Naruto went for the opening and gave a horizontal strike to Zabuza's chest. Zabuza once again turned into water and fell to the ground. Naruto's eyebrows furrowed. Is that really all the great Zabuza has? A set of sword skills and fog with a bit of water clones? I say this is child's play, really. Why don't you show what you're really capable of, Momochi Zabuza? The three genin didn't have time to watch and listen to the fight of their sensei. As soon as they exited the fog, A new voice came from behind them. While my master is fighting, why don't we have our own fight? I'd hate to have my master's fight interrupted. A boy no older than them stood a few meters away. He wore a Kiri Hunter Nin mask like he did a week ago. His clothes were brown, gray, and green, but it was all a blur as the three genin suddenly had to quickly dodge the volley of senbon coming at them. Dutan Doryuhiki. Sakura slammed her hands on the floor and a wall protruded in front of the three genin. The three genin huffed a bit. Sakura looked up to her other two teammates. We gotta work something out, see his strengths, weaknesses. But how? I'm working on it, Konohamaru. The hunter Nin jumped over the wall and landed among the three genin. I can't let you three have breaks, can I? The boy unleashed a will kick, hitting Sasuke and Konohamaru in the process as Sakura quickly jumped back to avoid the kick. All three genin landed on their feet and crouched into a stance not too different from Naruto's. Konohamaru launched several kunai and shuriken at the offender. The boy launched sunbon to counter each, all hitting Konohamaru's projectiles and knocking them to the floor. Sasuke jumped forward to engage the boy in a match of taijutsu. Sasuke punched the masked boy only to be blocked as raised his arm to block the offending punch. The boy wrapped his hand around Sasuke's wrist and pulled. As Sasuke moved forward, he flipped over and thrusted his foot towards the stomach. The boy raised his leg and blocked with his leg. The boy flipped over in the direction he was sending Sasuke, launching the Uchiha several feet away as he landed back on his feet. The boy quickly ducked as Sakura sent more projectiles towards the boy. The boy can dodge. He is extremely nimble and accurate. His taijutsu is really good. How on earth are we going to beat him? Sakura kept thinking as the boy slowly got up from his ducked position. Sasuke grunted and stood up as well, recovering from the throw. The boy quickly shot up as a fireball grazed his back. Katan Gukakyu no Jutsu. Konohamaru then shot two more, one after the other as he followed his aim where the boy was. His last ball was interrupted as the boy mumbled a jutsu that created a wall of water in front of him. The steam of the two jutsus colliding allowed the boy to get away from the onslaught of fireballs that Konohamaru quickly created after his last one dissipated. Shit, he got away. Sakura, any ideas? None so far. He's got elemental jutsus that he's not using. He's not even going full out and we're having trouble keeping up. If this keeps up, we'll run out of energy before he even starts getting serious. Sasuke frowned. He went back to fight the boy in a taijutsu match, this time trying a new stance. As the boy dodged a few shuriken that Sasuke threw, his chest came in full contact with Sasuke's leg. But Sasuke didn't stop there as he jumped up and delivered another kick in the same spot. He went for another kick, but the boy grabbed it with one hand. With the other, he started to form hand seals. One-handed seals? I've never seen that before. Sakura's eyes narrowed as she watched the boy continue his hand seals while one hand was occupied with Sasuke's foot. Sensatsu Sueisho. Thousands of water senbons formed around Sasuke and Haku. The senbons were launched at Sasuke, all hitting their target. Sasuke grunted in a pain as the small senbon hit him, none near his vitals though. Haku pushed off of him and started a new set of hand seals while still in midair. Makyu Househo. That's some jutsu your accomplice has. Kekiai Genkai? Naruto was able to sense the release of chakra near his genins. It was a mix between water and wind affinity manipulation. Correct. Ice manipulation. It's too bad for your genins. Why is that, Zabuza? No one has gotten out of this jutsu alive before. I highly doubt your little genins could do much. You severely underestimate them. You severely underestimate me, then, if you think you could stall time just by talking. Naruto was starting to breathe a bit hard because of how cold the bridge got. The ice manipulation the accomplice had was starting to change the temperature drastically. Naruto's rest was cut short when he heard Zabuza. Suetun Daibakufu no Jutsu. Naruto's eyes widened as the fog cleared up to reveal a mass of water shooting towards Naruto. Katan Jigaku no Kaimusho Mon no Banin no Jutsu. Naruto summoned a large temple gate in front of him with 2 large temple guardians. Both shot out fire from their mouths and burned out the water jutsu. Naruto whispered his next jutsu, which rang out through the fog. Inari no Inori. Jingles were heard as the sound of bells resonated through the bridge. The genin and the accomplice paused at the sound of the bell. The fog cleared out in one gust of wind, revealing the fight of the genin and Zabuza alone. "Where are you, Inari boy? Get out and face me, you coward!" Another gust of wind blew through the open bridge. Naruto's voice rang out. "Now, let me show you why my name is really Shinobi no Inari. Suetun Nanatsu Suko no Jutsu." 7 large foxes formed from the water puddles. "Inari boy, you've already shown me this jutsu, it doesn't do much." Zabuza was cut short when the foxes began to materialize into real foxes. Their fur was white and their eyes were piercing blue. A gust of wind swirled around them, causing a wall of rotating wind. As the wind dissipated, it revealed a large white fox with 7 tails sweeping behind it. Naruto walked out from behind it, now donning his usual fox mask that was supposedly destroyed in his earlier match. I don't really remember that." "To the white fox? That was you? Oh, so you saw this jutsu before?" "On the civil wars of Kiri. The white fox that took out entire platoons. One of the main reasons the rebels lost the war." "You've done your homework, Zabuza. Gold star. Now where was I?" The genin looked at the white fox at the center of the bridge, though it was hard to see considering their view was blocked by a wall of ice mirrors. "Makyu Househo. This my Kekiai Genkai. Sadly, since my master is having troubles with the white fox, I need to cut this match short." "Don't kid with us, as if you could be us as fast as you think." "Konohamaru, don't be provoked." "Chen loser. Keep sharp. There's something weird about these mirrors." Sasuke's advice was responded by a mass of senbons that appeared behind him. The other 2 genin were also hit with senbons, all appearing from behind them. "URG, how is he hitting us from all behind when we are facing different directions?" Konohamaru collapsed to his knees as another shower of senbon fell on him. Sakura dodged a few but was hit regardless. Sasuke's eyes darted around. He could see where the senbon were coming from. The boy was transporting mirrors at high speed. Though Sasuke could see each senbon, his body wouldn't move the speed his eyes could. Sasuke was hit as well as he saw the senbon coming straight at him. "It seems your little genin can't handle Haku. I don't think you should worry about Haku right now. I'll leave you to play with my friend over here. I won't be gone for long." Naruto flashed away as the fox charged at Zabuza. The claws of the fox sent sparks as it came in contact with Zabuza's blade. "Damn that coward, running away to have me play with his pet." "I am not a pet." Sasuke and Konohamaru struggled to stay standing. Sakura had already been knocked unconscious behind the wall she raised last minute for her teammates to take cover. The 2 other genin started to think of a plan as they deflected as many senbon as they could with a kunai. "We don't have the speed to keep up. I can see them but I can't dodge them. It's frustrating." Konohamaru noticed the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes. "Sharingan? Lucky you. Uchiha, remember?" Yeah. URG, we need to focus." Konohamaru was attacked with several senbon, successfully taking him out as well. As Konohamaru dropped to the floor, covered in spikes, Sasuke was left standing in front of the mirror Haku currently resided in. "You can't keep up with my speeds. Nothing can beat me in terms of speed." "Oh really? How are you so sure about that?" Sasuke was surprised as he found Naruto flashed in front of him. "You don't look so good, Sasuke. Go to the other 2 and see if they're all right. Now, Haku, you were saying something about superior speeds. I'd like to test that out." "Shinobi no Inari. Speaking. I heard your speeds were legendary. Let's go, shall we?" "That's what I'm here for." "Quick question though, if you're here, does that mean Zabuza-sama is dead?" "No, not yet. He's with my friend right now. Now that's an interesting trick. The fox can talk. I wouldn't go far as to call it a trick. We're quite intelligent creatures and I take that to offense. Let's get on with this fight, shall we? My very thoughts. The fox pounced, baring its razor-sharp teeth. Zabuza blocked with his blade, but one of the fox's tail whipped him away, sending Zabuza several feet to the side. That sword. I remember fighting you, human. You were part of the Kiri Wars, weren't you? You have good memory too, for a beast. I take that to offense as well, human. I let you live last time in hopes that your potential would grow. But I guess my mercy was for naught. I don't need your mercy. Why do you fight, human? For fun. No, that is not your real answer, is it, human? What do you know, beast? It's for the other human. Zabuza's eyes darted to Haku before quickly going back to the fox. I let you live before because your purpose was noble. Now look at you. What purpose? To protect your loved ones. I don't love anybody. You care for the other, don't you? He is a mere killing tool that I picked up for personal gains. Nothing more. You say that now, but when his life was endangered during the war, you almost gave up your life to protect him. Don't think you can lie to me, human. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. My master is on his way to kill your precious other. If you do not show defeat, you risk losing him. Which is it, human? Defeat or death? Zabuza held a pain expression. Don't take me so lightly. Zabuza charged. The fox's stare softened and stepped aside as Zabuza slipped by the fox and charged towards the ice dome. The ice mirrors started to shatter as Haku was on one knee huffing. Naruto held his blade at Haku's neck. So the shinobi no Inari lives up to his name and his father's. Your technique is indeed faster than mine. Please, I don't want to hurt you more than I need to. Surrender now and we can finish this without death. You can even apply as a Konoha nin. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I follow where Zabuza-sama goes. If he takes the road to the afterlife, then I shall too. Are you absolutely positive? Please. Naruto quickly stepped aside and drew his blade back as the executioner's blade fell where he stood before. Naruto did a quick glance at his fox, which stood patiently. Naruto did a quick nod and smiled before facing his opponents again. I'll give you this proposition again. I don't want to end this with bloodshed if I can help it. Come with us to Konoha and I won't have to kill you. Zabuza-sama. Zabuza stood there, sword posed. He thought hard as he continued to stare down Naruto. Please, Zabuza Haku. I don't want this to end in bloodshed. Naruto pointed towards his genin. Though my genin are already seriously injured, I can still take both of you on. Come back to Konoha with us and we can do this a more peaceful way. I can even pay you the compensation for your work with Gato. I was able to, loot him while I made the assassination. It was you who assassinated Gato? Yes. And I'm sure we can pay you full pay for your actions if you stand down and surrender. You can ally yourselves with Konoha. Please. I know you don't take the new Mizuki's views that easily. It's understandable from your background. But don't send Haku into a world of hate like the one of your past. Hey, what do you know anyways? Konoha are light on the genin unlike Kiri. It's because of the bloody mist that we were feared around the world. Thanks to the new Mizuki, we are weak. But the Yonde Mizuki didn't do anything about the bloodline purge. The people feared all the bloodlines and started the purge. But the Yondaime did nothing to stop it. He's the reason why Haku is where he is now. Can't you see he's done more bad than good? Please, I know you want Haku and yourself to live well. Konohagakure no Sato can give that to you. Haku can live without being hunted down by bloodlines. The Hokage and the new Mizuki can make sure of that. Can't you see how weak that is? Relying on others for protection? That's how weak Kiri has become. Now let's say I do join Konoha, which is unlikely since I'm in a bingo book with thousands of Konoha nins head on my bounty. What are we going to do? Become civilians? Go under house arrest with chakra suppressors for the rest of our lives? I don't think so. I can pull a few strings to get you into the Konoha Nin program. As ANBU, you can go incognito. Haku is less known. It's not weak to rely on others for things you can't do. Without you, Haku couldn't have survived. Without Haku, in a sense, you wouldn't be where you are now. You rely on each other. Is that weak? No, it isn't. And it sure as hell isn't weak to rely on more people. I rely on lots and I'm still stronger than you. I'm not weak. Zabuza paused, looking at the ground in deep thought. Damn Yellow Flash's son. You have connections, don't you? So this is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, isn't it? No other Konoha Nin can give it to me. Obviously, since the choice here is accept or death. In death, there won't be another Konoha Nin to give you this option. Consider yourself lucky. Inari boy, you were more ruthless during the war. Now you're just acting like the damn fourth, always for peace over bloodshed, even though he has the skill for violence. Naruto chuckled a bit. Well, he is my father. Zabuza lowered his blade a little, shifting out of his stance. Full pay, right? And work for Konoha, I still need some more cash. Naruto smirked. Obviously. And from what I heard, ANBU in Konoha get higher pay than the ones in Kiri. Oh really? I'm listening. I can also probably get Haku into the Genin program as well, to continue his ninja career. Zabuza smirked. He held out his hand. I guess this is a deal, Inari kid. Naruto carefully approached, stretching out his hand as well. Zabuza grabbed his hands. Naruto flinched, expecting an attack. Zabuza laughed and shook Naruto's hands and let go. It's a deal, kiddo. Ain't gonna become a backstabbing bitch. Calm the hell down. Naruto let out a breath. I'm glad none of us had to die. Now, will excuse me. I have some injured genin to attend to. Naruto walked away, leaving Zabuza and Haku alone. Zabuza reached over and left his hand out to help Haku up. I guess life will be better for you, Haku. For the both of us, Zabuza-sama. Yeah. For the both of us. What the hell, Naruto Waiaro? You made friends with our fucking enemy? Are you insane? Sarutobi, calm the hell down. Are you crazy? Naruto flashed behind Konohamaru and chopped him in the head. Silence. Twerp. Anyways, let's finish this bridge and get a move on. It might take another week. Tazuna stepped into the kitchen, which was now full of ninjas. Zabuza was leaning against the wall with his sword next to him. Haku stood next to him but close to the table near Naruto. The other three genin sat in seats around Naruto. Inari sat next to Naruto, which he decided to call Naruto and Ai-san. Tsunami was at the sink busily cleaning dishes, indifferent towards the crowd. Tazuna coughed. Actually, Naruto, it won't be that long. Thanks to your vast amount of clones, our bridge is literally a day away from completing. Actually, you've done so much for this village. I'm not quite sure what I can do to repay you. That won't be necessary, Tazuna-san. It's our job as Konoha Nin. No, I insist. I will find something to do in your honor. For now, you have my and the other villagers' thanks. Naruto scratched his head meekly. The three genin around him were pretty bummed out that they couldn't do anything during the fight. They needed to train more if one person could beat them. The next day, Naruto created hundreds of clones and helped the builders build the remaining part of the bridge. The villagers rejoiced when they heard Gato and his thugs were taken out. Naruto, Team 7, Zabuza and Haku left the village to return back to Konoha. After they all said their goodbyes, the villagers waved a last goodbye as the ninjas crossed the bridge and sprinted into the trees. When they were gone from sight, one of the villagers asked Tazuna, "Now what are we going to call the bridge?" Now that's a good question. Why don't we name it after the very one who changed our lives? That sounds like an excellent idea. Tazuna-san. The Great Naruto Bridge. It has a nice ring to it. The way home was rather interesting as the 6 shinobi made their way to Kanehagakure no Sato. Every once in a while, A huge man with a gigantic cleaver would chase around a bunch of genin with a blonde boy in the back, nonchalantly reading a small orange book as chaos ensued around him. At the moment, the group was jumping through the trees in an orderly fashion. They didn't want to enter Konoha in complete disarray. Hey, Inari boy. I told you already, quit calling me that. Not many people know my name in Konoha. It's a shame, your name hold a lot of power behind it. So much reputation held by a 12-year-old. Is there something wrong with my age, Zabuza-san? I'm surprised, that's all. Whatever. Now, I'm gonna go over some protocol before we enter. Everyone, halt. Everyone jumped to a clearing and Naruto walked up to the group. Alright, at the moment we are holding two very dangerous nuke-nin. Though my name is not as notorious in Konoha, Zabuza's name is gonna bring the ANBU like moths to fire. Sadly, we can't have you two just nonchalantly walking behind us as we go to the Hokage. Are you saying we've got to go in as Prizo? Just some chakra ropes. We'll take you through the less populated way. To avoid confrontation with some, haters. It's only temporary, right? I'm not walking into a trap. We made a deal. Calm down, Zabuza. I'm not leading you into a trap. I'm just not too sure on the reactions of ANBU and some of the other Jounin. Fine, but what about Haku? I guess he can come in, normally. I'm Jounin, so I have clearance to bring people past the gate without formal papers, I guess. Being Hokage's son also has perks. Naruto hummed as he got out chakra binding ropes from his bag. He wrapped them around Zabuza's hands, then made a hand seal. The chakra reacted and started glowing blue. It might make you a bit exhausted, but nothing the great Kirigakure no Kijin can't handle. I'll be taking your sword as well. Prisoner and bounty protocol. Zabuza sighed heavily. It's not like I can argue anymore. You binded my chakra. Naruto chuckled a bit as he took the big Kubikirabocho and sealed it in a scroll. Okay, let's go. Naruto leads Zabuza to the gates, followed by the 4 genin. Haku's assumed rank to avoid attention. They took a formation and approached the gates. 2 of the Chunin guards sat up from their lethargic lounging. Oi, Namikaze, you're back, Aoria. Is that who I think it is? Yeah, we gotta go to the Hokage's tower immediately. Do you think that's wise, considering, his reputation? I could get some ANBU for ya. That won't be necessary. I'll accompany Naruto. The Chunin and Naruto looked up at the new voice and Naruto started smiling. Kakashi-sensei. Great. Well, you heard him, Kakashi will escort us. He's ex-ANBU anyways. Naruto, how do you get that information? My ANBU affiliation shouldn't be that well known. Hokage's son, Baka Kakashi. Che dumb blonde. Hey, I heard that. Everybody that was watching the exchange was, least to say, shocked at the exchange of words between an ex-ANBU captain, sorry Kakashi, you're just too renowned, and the Hokage's Jounin son. Both a very dangerous pair to insult. Their shocked expressions were cut short when Naruto looked at the Chunins. Well, I hate to break the chit-chat, but shouldn't we head to the Hokage Tower already? Kotetsu, Izumo, I'll leave it to you for my papers. Hi, Namikaze-san. Mama, just Naruto is fine. I'll see you guys around, okay? Alright, Team 7. To the rooftops. I sense there is a road with less people 2 blocks away. Let's move. Naruto deactivated the chakra, but kept the ropes intact so that Zabuza could jump the roofs with them. Kakashi followed from the rear, next to Naruto and Zabuza. So Zabuza, what brings you here to Konoha? Zabuza looked at the silver-haired Jounin. Well, if it ain't the copycat ninja, Hatake Kakashi. I'm here to join you guys. Oh really? That's interesting. Is it now? I never knew a former member of the 7 Swordsmen would join Konoha. Got a problem? Actually quite the contrary. I heard lots about you when I was in ANBU. I have to say, some of your works were exemplary. Brilliant assassinations, might I add. How did you know it was me? Well, first off, the blood you left. Kakashi-sensei, Zabuza-san. Please refrain from talking about assassinations and your exploits in ANBU. There are genin here. Kakashi and Zabuza looked at the 4 genin up front, all looking at Zabuza with interest. Che, you Konoha dogs are too soft. Zip it, Zabuza-san. You'll be one soon, too. That shut the swordsman up. Kakashi just whistled as if he had nothing to do with what just happened. The rest of the trip to the Hokage's office was virtually bumpless. Although, Konohamaru decided it would be a great idea to stop midway to chase a cat. Damn Tora! Scratching the 3rd Hokage's grandson. Naruto had to take out a second rope to prevent Konohamaru from seeking revenge. With a quick, leave the cat to the other genin, unless you want me to get you a mission to find Tora again. Konohamaru was instantly quiet. Other than that, the group didn't run into any hateful ninjas or civilians. Naruto thought it best to take the windows as their entrance. Yo, Tusan. Wah! Minato heard his son's voice and jumped from his seat, scrambling to scatter papers over what he was doing before. What were you doing, Tusan? And nothing. Naruto caught a glimpse of a bit of orange among the stack and cracked a huge grin. Reading something, Tusan? You can't say anything to Kushina. If she finds out, oh God, I don't even want to know. Minato shivered but quickly stopped his antics when the rest of the group started to climb in through the window. Couldn't you guys take the door like any normal person would've? Sorry, Tusan. No can do. We got a special friend that we can't show the rest of the world. Minato looked up and saw 2 new figures. Momochi Zabuza? Chin. Minato turned to Haku. And you? Yuki Haku, 1. Well, this sure is a pleasant surprise. Naruto, mind telling me why an A-ranked Nukenin and a friend of Momochi are in Konoha? More specifically, in the Hokage's office? They want to be Konoha ninjas. Minato's eyes widened a little before going back to his straight face. Minato went into deep thoughts as the group started to shift. Was the Yondaime going to accept? Zabuza broke the silence. Please, Yondaime Hokage. If you're not going to take me in, at least take in Haku. He has less of a record than I do. He can live by himself and survive. Hell, you won't even need to make accommodations for him. He's in danger from the Kekkai Genkai purge, so his parents are dead. I can sign papers for him living on his own. That won't be necessary. Zabuza shocked himself when he had cringed back from what the Hokage said. They weren't going to accept Haku at the least? It won't be necessary because you can be here too. There was a long silence after what Minato said. Minato still had a smile on his face as he rested his head on his elbow. Zabuza looked down before bowing. Thank you so much, Yondaime Hokage-sama. No need for the formalities. Now, where are we going to put Kirigakure no Kijin? Tusan, I was thinking of giving him ANBU. No one will know it's him, well, except the sword. And it has good pay to support him and Haku. You thought this through, didn't you, Naruto? ANBU are in high risk of death. Him taking care of Haku at the time may be a bit, well, you know. With all respect, Hokage-sama, I don't die easily. Minato chuckled. I guess so. Then what shall we do with Haku-kun here? Naruto spoke up again. He's got a Kekkai Genkai, very adept with it too. But I'm afraid the council will put him through the Kekkai Genkai and Clan Revival Act. Maybe not ANBU, but preferably a Tokubetsu in some department. We'll get him some. I want to teach. Everyone looked at Haku in shock. His little outburst caused him to shrink back a little as he saw all the stares he got. I would like to become an academy teacher. Please, I'm good with kids. Konohamaru started laughing. And here I thought expressionless people couldn't love kids. Sakura whacked Konohamaru across the head, which was followed by Naruto's own whack to Konohamaru's head. Minato looked at Haku and smiled. I'm sure we can arrange something. What level are you? Naruto cut in. I'd say he's around high Chunin. I fought him myself, so I can vouch for it. He's more than qualified to teach. Minato couldn't help but chuckle. Well, this is gonna take a lot of paperwork. Minato snapped his fingers and an ANBU flashed to his side. Get me my secretary. Hi. A few moments later, a woman came in. Hokage-sama, you called? Ah yes, Sayuri. Could you get me 2 citizenship forms? 1 Umbu promotion form, 1 Chunin promotion form. Minato droned on with the list of papers he needed. Konohamaru practically dropped to the floor in boredom. Kakashi leaned against a wall, reading his orange book. Sasuke stood quietly next to Kakashi. Sakura dragged Konohamaru next to Kakashi and Sasuke. Naruto waited patiently at the center next to Zabuza and Haku, one who was now free of ropes. Minato finished his list and Sayuri rushed out of the room, chanting the list under her breath. Minato chuckled, grabbing everyone's attention. What to do now? We have 2 new powerful allies. Today has been interesting. I also presume that Team 7's mission went well? I'll be expecting a mission report tomorrow, Naruto. By the way, Kakashi, why are you here? ANBU escorting. These guys didn't want real ANBU, so I stepped in. I see. Well, no matter. Team 7, I'll give you a week's worth of break. Konohamaru jumped in joy. Sakura was shocked at her teammate's actions considering he was practically a zombie 2 seconds ago. Sasuke smirked before heading to the door. Naruto's voice brought the 3 genin back. I'll still be expecting you 3 at Training Ground 7 at 8 o'clock a.m. Come to think of it, do you guys want to go for a celebratory dinner? First C-rank completion? The groans of the genin stopped short when they heard celebratory dinner. Konohamaru started jumping again and whooping at the top of his lungs, only to be whacked again by Sakura. Sasuke returned back to his fellow teammates. Kakashi stared at the group and inwardly smiled. His genin group never got to have their first C-rank completion celebratory dinner. His own student was beating him at being a teacher. So it was true when they say that the next generation will succeed and go beyond the previous generations. Naruto caught Kakashi's nostalgic-looking expression and smiled. Kakashi, do you want to join us? Kakashi snapped his head back up and looked at the 12-year-old. Sure. Do you want to invite the rest of Team 7? Sure. Sounds like a great idea. Naruto turned to Zabuza and Haku, but Minato interrupted him. As great as it is to invite the new rookies, they have lots of paperwork to sign. As if on cue, Sayuri entered with a foot-tall stack of papers. The forms, Hokage-sama. Zabuza paled as Haku nervously chuckled. Minato gave an innocent but mischievous smile and turned to the rest of the group. Well, run along. You'll be here till morning if you wait for these 2. The whole group sweat dropped. Was the Hokage ever this sadistic before? Rei wheeled Reno into the barbecue restaurant, Yakiniku-Q. The 2 generations of Team 7 gathered at the entrance and waited for a table. The group was waiting a while until they heard a yell from down the street. Kakashi paled. Kids, get inside the restaurant now. But it was too late. Their actions were caught off when there was a yell from behind them. They turned around. They all cringed back when they saw a man in a full-body green spandex suit. If that didn't give the holy shit, this guy is insane sign, then his bowl-cut hair and outrageously demonic eyebrows were sure to make it clear in neon lights. Naruto mumbled under his breath. Are those things above his eyes alive? Reno let out a chuckle as Rei nudged them both to shut up. Well, if it isn't my youthful rival, Kakashi and his students. I am Madogai, Konoha's green beast. I see you are all celebrating in the springtime of youth. Quite splendid. Okami save us all. Naruto mumbled under his breath. Somehow the rest of Team 7 heard him and started to breathe out a dry chuckle. The group started to back away into the restaurant when suddenly something flashed next to the abominable green creep. Ai-sensei, I have finished the 1000th push-up. Excellent, my dear pupil. But it is unfortunate since I have now done 1050 push UPS. You need to work harder. Yes, Ji-sensei. I will take all your words to heart in the springtime of youth. Next to Guy, there was another green creep that dressed and looked just like him. He was vivaciously taking notes on a notepad he procured out of nowhere. Holy shit, is this some sort of contagious disease? Is there a vaccine? Naruto mumbled again, backing away. Rei whacked him on the head, to the other genin's dismay. She clenched her teeth and hissed. Shut it, Naruto. Show some respect. The two green-clad weirdos started screaming something about the springtime of youth. Next they know, the two were hugging with some sort of genjutsu that put them in front of a sunset with waves crashing on a cliffside. Everyone was now screaming Kai to get out of the genjutsu that sadly not even the genjutsu mistress Kurenai could get out of. It was useless as the shinobi started to shield their eyes from the horror. Naruto shrank away. This was going to be a long night. Naruto flexed his back as he arched over the back of the Ichiraku bar stool. He turned to Rino and Kakashi on his right. Gee, fighting the stupid swordsman got me up in knots. He swings pretty fast even with the damn monumental sword. Ma, he is taller and more buff than you, Narushit, or should I say Chibi-Naru. Naruto flashed a glare at Rino, who laughed it off, and Kakashi chuckled at the side. Tucci brought over their orders, handing Rino and Naruto 5 bowls each. Naruto and Rino dug in while Kakashi speedily and silently finished his bowl. Naruto and Rino's inhaling of ramen was halted when they heard Kakashi put down his chopsticks. How the hell does he do that? It's like we'll never see what's under that damn mask. Even I couldn't hold out my mask for that long. Ma, Naruto, this face mask doesn't crack under anything since it's cloth. Your mask wasn't standard ANBU either, so it's a lot more fragile. Besides, you're 1,000 years too early to beat me at hiding identities. Che, Rino was right, you are a baka, Kakashi. Whoa, Narushit agrees with me? It must be the apocalypse again. Naruto promptly whacked Rino across the head. Kakashi turned to Naruto again. So Naruto, I am aware that you've completed your first C rank. As great as that is, what are you going to do about the Chunin exams? Naruto froze in place, ramen hanging from his mouth. He paused a moment and ate the rest of his soup before turning back to Kakashi. I'm not too sure my genin are ready. I personally have never taken the test, and from what I've heard, they are a pain in the neck. Ha, tell me about it, Naruto. Your dad has required all the Jounin to help with the preparation process. Lately, I've been swamped with paperwork for this damn test. Not to mention, when you were gone, Rei-chan took the test. She kept complaining how it was really difficult. They even had a written test. I would have failed that for sure. Naruto and Kakashi chuckled a bit and Rino joined in. But Kakashi stopped first and changed to a more serious demeanor. Unfortunately, I'm not too sure your opinions on the team's skill will matter. Uchiha Fugaku will do everything in his power to get his son to rise in ranks. He wants to nurture the next, Itachi. And when I say everything in his power, I mean as clan head, ninja council member, Jounin, and war veteran. He could probably bribe his teammate's family to take the test with his son to fulfill the 3-participant requirement. As true as that is, I'm 100% sure that the Sarutobi accepts no bribes. Their pride and will of the fire runs too strong to stoop so low. As for the Harunos, they don't have much reputation considering they are only a civilian family, but I assure you, Sakura's intelligence will help her realize what is going on. I'll ask my team anyways. I have lots of power too. I'm practically the heir of 2 prominent clans, the Hokage's son, a Jounin, a war veteran, and a host. Kakashi flinched at Naruto's last title. Rino narrowed his eyes. What do you mean you're a host, Naruto? That's classified information, Naruto. Rino looked even more suspicious and confused. Naruto had classified information, and from Kakashi's reaction, it's pretty serious. Fine. I won't ask, but Naruto, if it's really that serious to be classified information, maybe you shouldn't flaunt it out in a public place. Naruto looked back at his empty bowl and sighed. He gave a dry chuckle. Well, the dead last finally grew a brain at last. Hey, shut it, Narushit. Make me loser. I may not have both arms, but I've been studying one-handed seals, and I can still bend chakra. Come at me with your best shot, loser. The bickering continued as Kakashi sweat dropped and pulled out his orange book. The bickering became a full-out fight as Naruto grabbed Rino and Kakashi and flashed to a training ground to go all out. Kakashi sweat dropped for the umpteenth time as he watched the two fight. Same as ever. Nah, Sakura-chan. Do you think Senseiero will ever come on time? Chen, shut up, loser. I wasn't talking to you, asshole. Guys, please calm down. I think Sensei will be here any minute. Usually he's only -15 minutes late and on the dot. I'm here, guys. About damn time, Naruto. Naruto walked over and whacked Konohamaru to the ground. Watch who you're talking to, Saru. Regardless, there is an actual reason as to why I am late. We had a Jounin meeting. I have these forms to give out to you. Naruto handed out papers to his 3 genin. Konohamaru looked up. Chunin exams? Correct, Konohamaru. I hope you make the right decisions pertaining to the test. Though I have not personally taken the test, from what I heard, it is really dangerous. So I warn you, if you do not feel prepared for this, do not rush to it. I can train you for another year before the next Chunin exams. Please think this through. Chin. I don't need to think it through, you know my answer. Where and when? You've got 7 months to prepare. During that time, I will be making training doubled. I assure you, part of the test is teamwork. Naruto gave Sasuke a pointed look only to be responded with a huff. Sasuke looked away from his sensei's stare. On the note of training, I think it's about time each of you choose a specialty and start training it. Also, in the next 7 months, I may not be able to be there to train you. I'll be put on missions that only involve Jounins. You 3 won't be going on any difficult missions anytime soon. What? Back to D ranks? Sorry, Konohamaru, but I can't have any more dangerous situations before the Chunin test. The test itself is pretty dangerous. Shinobi from other villages will be there. You will run into some friendlies and some not so friendlies. But enough advice for now. I'll give you more on the day of the test itself. Alright, Naruto-sensei. So what are we going to do today? Finding elemental affinities and your next specialty. Elemental affinity? I will explain after. First, take a sheet. Naruto reached to his back pouch and pulled out a stack of blank card-sized paper. He handed each genin a sheet. He held out one of his own. Alright, what are elemental affinities? To sum it up, it's like a more complex molding of chakra. You're taking your normal chakra and converting it into something that resembles an element. In this case, there are 5 possible elements that you can get: fire, earth, wind, water, and lighting. As genin, you should only have 1. As jounin, we can have either 2 and 3 if we're seasoned jounins. Elemental affinities are the releases you use for jutsu. For example, Sasuke's Keton, Gukakyu no Jutsu. This is an example of a fire release. Wait, Naruto. Can't anyone use that jutsu? Why would we need to know elemental affinities when we can use whatever jutsu we want, regardless of affinity? While anyone can use this jutsu, someone with the elemental affinity of fire will have an even stronger jutsu than one that has a different affinity. So any jutsu that coincides with our affinity will be stronger? Correct, Sakura. Not to mention some people have affinities that combine. This is a version of a Kekii Genkai. You know Haku? His Kekii Genkai is the mix between water and wind. This creates ice. Naruto-sensei. I'm sure that there are lots of jounin that have water and wind affinities. How come they don't have the Kekii Genkai? Good question, Sasuke. The answer to that, in simpler terms, is that only Haku's body is compatible with mixing the 2 affinities. If you don't have the body that's compatible with the mix of affinities, you could well blow yourself up. If mixing was possible for anyone, everyone could have Kekii Genkai and it wouldn't be as feared. Then again, Kekii Genkai aren't always a mix of affinities. As you can see, Sasuke's eyes are an example of Kekii Genkai called a Dujitsu, a very powerful one at that. Sasuke instinctively crossed his arms and puffed his chest out, blushing at the compliment. I too have a Kekii Genkai that isn't based off of affinities or jujitsus. You do, sensei? It's not as well known since only 2 people in the world have it. Me and the Hokage. What is it, sensei? It's the Hiraition no Jutsu. But, sensei, I thought that was a Fuinjutsu? Yes, it does involve the seal, but that's only an amplifier to make teleportation easier. I don't necessarily need a seal. With that, Naruto flashed several feet from them, paused, then flashed back in front of them. But it takes longer than usual. The reason why people can't copy the jutsu, even after looking into the seal, is because only Namake's blood can teleport like this. That's unfair, ain't it, Nariero? Hey, why are you complaining to me? A lot of other people have special Kekii Genkai, not just me. Yeah, but teleportation is just badass. And have you seen how you and the Yondaime uses it in battle? Just pure awesomeness. Thanks? Anyways, enough with the chit-chat, we gotta find your elemental affinities first, before we get to the fun. Alright, all you gotta do is pump chakra into the sheet. Naruto held out his sheet and pumped chakra. His paper cut in half, one side sogging up while the other side burned up and crumbled to ashes. Whoa, sensei, you have 3. I guess that's because I'm a Jounin. Truth be told, Naruto was surprised himself. Last time he checked, he only had wind and water. I guess all the training with Jiraiya got him a 3rd affinity. Alright, you 3, check yours. Sakura's paper crumbled into dirt. Konohamaru's lit up in flames and crumbled to ashes, right after Konohamaru yelped and let go of the paper. Sasuke's lit up in flames as well, but not before the paper crumpled slightly, signifying a lightning release developing. Great, I've practically taught you guys a jutsu that matches your affinities. Sasuke will work on developing that 2nd affinity of yours. It's expected that Sarutobi got a fire affinity. As for you, Sakura, while I've got some earth jutsus, I can contact a friend that has an affinity like yours to help you. Alright, now that that's out of the way, go to the trees and collect a bunch of leaves and come back. The 3 genin leapt to the trees to collect leaves. Once the genin were out of sight, Naruto formed a bunshin. You know what to do. On it, boss. The bunshin knocked on the door of the apartment several times. When the door opened, Rino limped out on crutches. Rino, what are you doing at Rei's? Yua and Naruto? And nothing. Naruto's eyes narrowed but widened when Rei walked in the living room only in a shirt. Rino-kun, who is it, and Naruto? Well now, clearly, I've interrupted something. I should go. While Rino can't walk that well, that apparently doesn't mean he is immobile, if you catch my drift. Naruto turned to leave. Yua, it's fine, Naruto, let me get dressed. Rei turned back into the halls, leaving a tomato-red Rino and practically unfazed Naruto. Reading those orange books made Naruto used to these situations, in a sense. I see you finally got the girl, Rino. Shut it, Narushit. Don't make this any awkward than it already is. So when did it start? Are you two, like, together or just fuck buddies? If looks could kill, Naruto would have died in about 1,000 ways by now. Rino glared furiously at Naruto. Shut the hell up, Namikaze. Naruto shrugged with a smirk. Rei rushed back out in her normal outfit. Alright, Naruto. What'd need me for? Well, I was hoping you could help my student with Earth Affinity. But, I mean, if you've got more important personal matters to attend to, I can always come back later, that is, unless you have more personal matters to attend to again. Naruto chuckled again as he looked at both teammates in front of him. Both so red, steam was coming out. And no, that's fine. I can help. Arino, you can get back with your crutches, right? Why yeah. Alright, Naruto, lead the way. The genin all gathered piles of leaves and sat by them. Naruto went over the next procedure. Alright, what you want to do is pump your chakra into the leaf and try to make it do what your paper did. Note, this won't be as easy because the paper is a special chakra conductor, making it easier to pump chakra into. The leaf, however, has its own nature chakra in it. You will encounter resistance. Sakura, your leaf should crumble to dirt as well. Sasuke, Yours could light in flames or crumple. Try to get a feel for making the leaves crumple instead of catching a flame. Konohamaru, your leaf should just ignite into flames. Let me give you an example. My affinity is wind, so I'll make it cut in half. Naruto grabbed a leaf, placed it between his palms, and cut the leaf cleanly in half. After doing this so many times with Jiraiya, it was practically like a breeze. Because I have 3, I have to be able to control which affinity I use. So, I can make sure that only one affinity appears on the leaf. Here I was able to suppress the other 2 affinities. I also isolate the other 2. Naruto took 2 more leaves and held them out in each of his hands. One quickly lit up in flames while the other got drenched in water. Naruto had never done this before, so he inwardly let out a sigh as his gamble worked and the 2 affinities worked. It was really difficult to display 2 affinities at the same time. Naruto figured he'd have to train with the Jounin if he wanted better control over his newfound fire affinity. He'll have to talk to his dad about it too. Alright, get going. If my guess is right, since you are all exceptional, this should take only a few months. What? We don't have time. How long did it take you? A week. What? How did you do it? Kage, actually it's a secret. Come on, Naruto, tell us. We don't have much time before the Chunin exams. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He could cut the time in half if he taught them a Kage Bunshin jutsu, but they could overexert it and make more than one Bunshin, exhausting themselves. He contemplated the consequences and decided the pros outweighed the cons. Alright, but here's the catch, I have more chakra than Kage. I can make a lot more clones than you all combined and not feel winded. But you 3 as Jounin have really small reserves, and so for this Bunshin you can only make 2. Promise me you will only make 2 because any more can but a large strain on yourself. Note it's also an A-rank kinjutsu, which is why it's really dangerous and I'm reluctant to teach it. The 3 Jounin paused. A kinjutsu? All 3 nodded carefully. Alright, watch carefully. These are the hand seals. If you get really good at it, you can change the seal to only 1, then to none. Naruto flashed through the hand seals, letting the Jounin copy what he was doing. All 4 said in unison. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Sakura got 1 Bunshin while Konohamaru and Sasuke got 2. Naruto produced 1. Sensei Yaro, didn't you say you could make more? How come we have more than you? That's because I can control how many I make. Alright, originals stay here, clones follow mine. The mass of clones went to the woods, leaving the originals in place. Why did you do that, Sensei? You'll find out. With that, all 3 Jounin went wide-eyed in shock and fear. They snapped their heads up and looked at their sensei. Sensei. Relax guys, it was genjutsu. When a clone is put under genjutsu, they usually dispel if they're not trained enough. Now, anyone care to tell me what happened? Chin. You told us you'd treat us to lunch if we got the clone exercise down. Then you summoned a katana and charged at us. Right before you placed a genjutsu on us. Sasuke placed his hand on his torso. It was ghost pains. Naruto smiled. Sasuke, what are you feeling right now? Pain that isn't there. It was where you... It's where I stabbed your Bunshin. It's the experience of the Bunshin. Care to explain why this is so important? Sakura paused for a second before realizing what it was. The experiences can help us train. Correct, Sakura. How so? The Bunshin can do the same experience as us. The more people that work on the exercise, the higher chance of success. And if one Bunshin find the trick to the exercise, it can disperse, giving you the memories. Correct again, Sakura. Good job. It's just as she says. You will be using Bunshin to cut your training time short. 1 Bunshin can cut it in half, 2 in thirds, 3 in fourths, so on and so forth. The reason I was able to get it in a few days is because I could make 100 without feeling winded. Are you all starting to feel a bit exhausted? You should. It's only natural since this is your first time. Since your Bunshins are all gone, try summoning only 1. The Jounin all summoned 1, though Konohamaru summoned 2. Sorry, Naruto. I don't have enough control. That's fine, it seems you have rather large reserves yourself. I was kinda like you. You should see my normal bunshin, it puts my rank to shame. The genin's head snapped up at that. What? What's wrong with your bunshin? Well, since I have too much chakra to control and the normal bunshin require really small amounts of chakra. I would have never graduated had it not been for the Kage bunshin. Naruto, what are you doing teaching genin a kenjutsu? Naruto turned around to see Rei walking side by side with Naruto's clone. Ah, just helping with training? Naruto scratched the back of his head meekly as Rei let off some killer intent. She went into motherly medic Nin mode. You know they're not prodigies like you. Kage bunshin puts a lot of stress on the user. They could hurt themselves, mentally exhaust themselves. Think about what you just did. Rei-san? We've already got the jutsu down. Rei looked up to see Sakura. Oh, you've got the Kage bunshin down? Well, Sakura-san, how's Naruto treating you? Is he teaching you well? Sakura blushed and looked away. Rei narrowed her eyes, then looked at Naruto, who looked confused. She realized what was going on and walked over to Naruto and whacked him across the head. Hell, what was that for? You deserve it. Now, I'm going to take Sakura-san and help her. The boys watched as Rei took Sakura, more like dragged, to a different training ground. Alright then, now that's settled, let's get to training. Naruto cracked his knuckle and gave the genin a grin. I'll make. After training, Team 7 left to Ichiraku to eat dinner. Naruto left to file in some mission reports and Chunin preparations, but he still handed Team 7 some cash to buy themselves some dinner. Enjoy yourselves. Bond as a team, he said as he walked away waving. Konohamaru narrowed his eyes. Today, Naruto thought a good training exercise for team bonding would be to tell your teammates your weakness. Like hell he would. Sakura was exposed to spiders and bugs. Konohamaru was trapped in a box with no room. When he said he was claustrophobic, he meant in crowds, but Naruto had now exposed a new weakness of extremely confined spaces. Next time he puts me in that hellish jutsu, I'll kill him. It was a freaking interrogation technique. What the hell was he doing, giving genin a high-level interrogation technique? What was even more infuriating was that Sasuke's weakness wasn't really much of a weakness. Sasuke just felt uncomfortable around fangirls. Naruto had brought along, grudgingly, his fangirls and Sasuke's fangirls and made them crowd around Sasuke. Sasuke got really shy and embarrassed. Konohamaru laughed his ass off until Narushit did that stupid interrogation jutsu on him. All in all, this entire training's purpose was to scare the shit out of the genin. I bet he's even laughing right now. Back at the Namake's residence, Naruto stopped laughing with his dad as he sneezed. Konohamaru looked at Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke still looked a bit uncomfortable and Sakura was trying to reason with Sasuke. Konohamaru growled. He needed revenge. Hey guys, do you think Naruto has a weakness? Chin. I wonder. Guys, I don't think. Sasuke. Let's find out if he has one. I bet he does. Ichin, bugs? Spiders? Sakura shook her head. He isn't scared of them. He squashed all of them and even brushed some off his shoulders like it was nothing. He's not scared of bugs or spiders. Snakes? Konohamaru shuddered. He trains with that Mitarashi Anko, the snake lady. She's insane. And the way she trains with snakes. Shudder. He's definitely not scared of snakes. Chin. Sakura, you were in a class with him. What do you think? Sakura put her hand on her chin and furrowed her brows. Do you think a fear can be a person? Guys, quick, hide me. Team 7 whipped their heads around and saw their sensei huffing, hands on his knees. Sensei? Somewhere. Hide me right now. Oh no, it's too late. If anyone asks, you haven't seen me. Naruto quickly jumped into a trash can next to the group. Huh? A few moments later, a woman with red hair walked around the corner and walked up to them. Team 7 was slightly scared because she carried a cleaver in her hand. You guys are Naruto's team, right? Have you seen him? Team 7 remembered their sensei's request and shook their heads vehemently. Kushina looked at the trash can. She smirked. She pulled on the sweetest smile and with a sickly sweet voice she said, "That's too bad. I'm looking for my son. If you've seen him, tell him if he doesn't come back home in the next 30 seconds, I will personally castrate him." Unfortunately, Naruto couldn't suppress a sneeze, letting a small sound come out of the trash can. Kushina's malicious intent peaked, sending a shiver down the three genin's spines. Kukukukuku, Naruto-kun. Mitsuku Tare took Sakura to Training Grounds 15. There was a pond next to a large open field of grass. Sakura took her time to look around. There was a huge wall around along with a table at the center. There was a shed towards the front and another one near the pond. Rei went inside a shed and pulled out a large body scroll. 1. Rei motioned to Sakura to follow her. They reached the center of the field and Rei slung the scroll over her back. "All right, Sakura-chan. I got a quick briefing from Naruto's clone that your affinity is Earth and you're interested in being a medic ninja. Well, you're in luck because I'm both. I was trained by none other than Noera Rin. Amazing, right?" Sakura looked in awe. Noera Rin was renowned in the medical world. She was trained by Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, and trained by Senju Tsunade, the Sannin. Her medical skills were legendary, second to her teacher, Tsunade-sama. "Though, I'm not as good as Rin-sensei, I've got some knowledge that can help you. My medic skills are around Chunin level, high enough for you until the Chunin exams. Alright, but first we gotta get that affinity down. It's funny because only a small amount of medic nin have earth affinities, usually they have water. But hey, Tsunade and Rin have earth affinities, so that must count for something." Sakura nodded, eager to learn. Now, the trick to the leaf exercise is to feel as if the leaf is as hard as rock. Pump in your chakra and think of that feeling. Sakura grabbed a leaf and started pumping. "It's okay if you do the bunshin, I guess." Sakura looked up. "Ichihai, Rei-sensei. Haha, it's so weird to have the prefix at the end. It's gonna be hard to get used to it." Rei chuckled as Sakura blushed a little. Sakura made a shadow clone and had both start the leaves. Rei watched Sakura. "So, Sakura, tell me about yourself. How were you in academy? Do you have any dreams?" "I was okay in academy. I was in the same strategic class as Naruto-sensei. But I was in the normal classes for other subjects." "Whoa, grade 5 strategic class for a first grader? Amazing. Why hasn't Naruto told me that he had a genius on his team? Oh wait, because he's one himself seen it all. Damn genius. Ma, I'm not that smart. Naruto-sensei made the best strategies in class." "Speaking of Naruto-sensei, do you like him?" Sakura froze and turned bright red, sending a spark of chakra into the leaf, making it instantly crumble into dirt. The bunshin next to her dispelled from the spike of emotion. Sakura's attention moved back to the small amount of brown dirt on the ground before picking up a new leaf. What are you talking about?" Rei smiled. "Ma, don't worry. Though he's a genius at being a shinobi, he's a total blockhead when it comes to affections. Don't let it get to you." "I still don't know what you're talking about." Sakura continued to blush as she made a bunshin next to her. Sakura tried to keep focus on her leaf but couldn't. Damn blondes. Rei smirked a bit. She moved closer to Sakura and whispered into her ear. "So is it a jump his bones kind of thing? Or a love-filled heart kind of crush?" Sakura's bunshin dispelled again and Sakura blushed furiously. She cocked her fist back and went to punch Rei. Rei dodged and chuckled. "Might as well start on taijutsu." What are you saying, Rei-sensei? We are just 12 years old." "Well, shinobi don't live that long. Might as well starting living the life at 12. Sakura aimed for another punch, dodged once again by Rei. Ho ho. Sakura has a more fiery personality than meets the eye. You're not as passive as we all think. Between punches, Sakura explained. Most of the women in the Haruno family develop what is called an inner self. This inner self expresses the person's desires that they cannot voice in reality. It usually helps against Genjutsu and low-level Yamanaka jutsus, even though Harunos aren't really a ninjas. Rei, intrigued, continued dodging and asked, "So your inner personality is a fiery attitude that you wish to release. What are scared of? Naruto being scared of you?" "No." Sakura looked away, blushing. Rei shifted out of stance and put her hands on her hips. "Come on, then. Show some of that fiery personality. I'm sure he'd like it." Sakura aimed another punch, but Rei only dodged again. "Is that all you got? You won't make it to Chunin with this kind of taijutsu." Naruto got Sasuke to isolate his lightning affinity and Konohamaru with his fire affinity. "Alright guys, good job. Because of your larger-than-normal reserves, it took a bit longer than normal. I was, kinda kidding when I said the leaf exercise would take months. It normally would take a week or so. But since you had the Bunshin and you're an exceptional group of genin, under the tutelage of the great Namikaze Naruto, you got it in 4 hours." "Shut it, Naruto. That was torture. You made us do 5 freaking Bunshins. Do you know how crazy that is?" Naruto suddenly got whacked to the ground by 2 people. He turned around to see Sakura and Rei, both with hands on their hips. "Yeah, Naruto-sensei. What were you doing making them do 5 Bunshins?" "Sakura? Answer the question, Naruto. Why were you making your genin do a number of Bunshins only a Chunin could do?" "RIT, they had big reserves, I just made use of that." Naruto gulped as both girls cracked their knuckles. Sasuke and Konohamaru were shocked at Sakura's change in demeanor. "Sasuke, Konohamaru, tea training tomorrow, 7 o'clock. Be there." Naruto darted out, chased by the 2 girls. "Get back here, Naruto." "Sensei." A week went by as the 3 genin continued to train with Naruto and Rei. Rei was able to get the Jounin Rin herself to teach Sakura a bit of medical jutsu and some of Tsunade's taijutsu style. Naruto was able to get Sasuke to practice 2 of his affinities separately. The Uchiha never really showed up afterwards as he trained more at home, under the instruction of his father, naturally. Naruto taught Konohamaru more fire techniques, including some of his own fox-style techniques. He also taught Konohamaru henge after seeing the reports from Academy saying he wasn't that good in class. Sadly, Naruto decided that it would be a good idea to teach Konohamaru Oiroku no Jutsu. "Alright, Konohamaru. Now that I have faith in your henge skills, let's work on the Oiroku no Jutsu." "Oiroku no Jutsu? It is the best freaking jutsu ever." "Really? What does it do?" "It makes some of the toughest ninjas faint from blood loss. I got Irika-sensei down for this one, I've got multiple Tokubetsu Jounin down, and I've got the great Sannin Jiraiya under my spell." "Whoa, it must be really powerful. Teach me." Sadly, the girls saw what they were doing once again. Naruto was chased down to his house where his mother learned what he did. Then she followed the girls to find her son. The group of girls charging at Naruto multiplied as each learned what he taught. "Come on, can't you let the guys indulge a little?" "No." Naruto accelerated at the sound of a chorus. Furious girls responded. Naruto looked on the bright side. This was great training. He was outrunning some female Umbu, a Sannin, the Habanero, several Jounin and Chunin, and Sakura. If he could outrun this pack, he can outrun anything. But he needed a break. Hiraishin it is. "You coward!" echoed through the entire village as Naruto flashed somewhere out of sight. Minato called forth all the Jounins. Naruto entered the meeting, disheveled with leaves caught in his blonde locks. Once he got home from the chase last night, Kushina immediately set the punishment as a spar with her the next morning. By spar, she meant, "I'm gonna beat the living daylights out of you, and it's legal, Tebane." The Jounins watched the son of the Hokage enter with an annoyed look. "What's up, Hokage-sama?" Minato sighed at his son's tone. Of course Naruto was mad that his own dad didn't save him from the wrath of Kushina. He'll have to clear that up later. "Alright, all the Jounins are present. This is very important meeting and I would like everyone's undivided attention. All the Jounins tensed up as Minato's expression hardened. The country that was going to hold the Chunin exams was attacked 2 days. A series of gasps flew around the room. It died down for the next information. I had a meeting with the 4 other Kages yesterday too, and we've decided that the Chunin exams will be held here in Kanahagakure no Sato. And because of the need for new Chunins in case of a war breaking out, the Chunin exams have been pushed forward. It will be in exactly 1 month. There was a mass of groans and Naruto's forehead donned a huge tick mark. You mean instead of 9 months of training, we have exactly 1 freaking month to train Genin? Everyone's attention was drawn back to Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto, but that's the way it is. I'm sure your Genin are ready. They're not. They are still enrolling. The Jounin turned their attention now to Uchiha Fugaku. His arms crossed as he looked at Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke will take this coming Chunin exam and his team with him. Naruto's eyes narrowed. It appears I have no say in whether my Genin team is ready or not. Minato coughed. At this point, it doesn't matter. You have 1 month to get the Genin informed and ready. This Chunin exam can help boost our economy. We will be having lots of tourists and future clientele. Alright, the Jounin with Genin teams enrolling, please step forth. Asuma, Guy, Kurenai, and Naruto stepped forward. State if your team is entering. A quick yes or no will suffice. Yes. 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 Naruto paused at his turn. He turned to Fugaku and saw his harsh gaze. Naruto kept the eye contact locked as he hissed through his teeth. Yes. That concludes this meeting. You're dismissed. The 3 Genin waited at Training Grounds 7 for the sensei to show up. You'd think that Naruto and I would shut up considering we only have 9 freaking months to prepare for the Chunin exams. He probably thinks we have all the time in the world. 9 months zooms by real fast. Chin. I'm sure Naruto-sensei is having a meeting or something. I didn't see any Jounin on the way here. With a yellow flash, Naruto appeared in front of the 3 Genin. They were used to it, so they turned to face Naruto unfazed. You're late, Naruto and I. What took you? Naruto clenched his fist as he looked to the floor. I have some bad news for you 3. The 3 Genin tensed as they saw Naruto's eyes, laced with anger. I'm afraid the Chunin exams are moved up. They are going to be held in exactly 1 month. That's okay, Naruto-sensei. We can always take it next year. You can't. You can't skip out. I submitted you 3 into the test. Naruto's teeth clenched in anger. If he had a choice, he wouldn't. It was like sending lambs to slaughter. His Genin just weren't ready. What? Naruto and you can't be serious. We aren't ready. You know that. I know. I was forced. Sasuke realized what was going on. His father had forced his sensei to put them into the test. Sasuke twinged a little in guilt. His teammates weren't taking this well. But he needed to rise in ranks and gain more power. He had a goal to fulfill and his teammates aren't going to get in the way. Please, Naruto and you gotta do something. I'm just gonna have to train you double time in this next month. In a sense, I'm not as worried for you as I'm worried for the other teams. Their Genin don't know elemental affinities like you. They haven't been trained by multiple senseis. Have faith in yourselves. You 3 are exceptional Genin in Konoha. An upcoming Rin and Tsunade, a Sarutobi, and an Uchiha. You 3 are the epitome of skilled Genin. You can do it. I didn't mean to call you guys out on a free day. I'll give you today off, but tomorrow training will be really hard. Sasuke, I know you're being trained by your father, so it's not mandatory for you. But you 2, this next month, I expect you 2 to have full night's sleep, nutritious meals, no passing out after training. I will be working you 3 to the bone. All right, meeting tomorrow at 7 o'clock. I'll be on time, so don't slack. Sasuke shined away. Konohamaru smiled and said something about having challenges that were nothing to the future Hokage. Sakura just stood there, frozen. And Naruto-sensei. Yes, Sakura? I am not ready. Sakura started crying. She couldn't do this. She didn't want to put her team down, but she wasn't physically ready. She didn't have the body fit for a kunoichi. She felt weak, unskilled. Sensei, I'm not ready. Naruto's guilt got heavier as he felt a tug at his stomach. He put his hands on Sakura's shoulders. Sakura, I'm sorry I put you through this. I didn't have a choice. Sasuke's father forced me to pass the 3 genin. You understand, he has more power than I do as an adult in a sense. I don't want to put my team down, I don't want to hold them back. You won't, Sakura. You're skilled. You've got Rei and Rin to help you. You've improved the most this week and you just got to believe in yourself. We've got a month. During that month, I'll help you get to the level you need to be. Do you believe me? I'm just not ready. Naruto bent down a little to see Sakura's face. She couldn't fight the tears that were building. She was trying to hold them back, appear strong with that fiery attitude that Rei helped release. But it wasn't working. She just felt so weak. She grabbed a handful of Naruto's vest and pulled her closer to him. She started to sob, chanting she wasn't ready. She hugged him tighter. Naruto was frozen in place. No one except his family had ever tried to hug him. He didn't really know how to comfort Sakura. He hesitantly wrapped his arms around Sakura's frame. It was really small, smaller than his mother's. He felt his flak jacket get a bit moist. It's okay, Sakura. You can do this. You're stronger than you think. All right? Naruto inwardly panicked as Sakura didn't stop crying. What was he going to do? He tried a few things his mom did to calm him down when he was younger. He rocked her side to side a little, rubbing circles on her back to calm her down. He muttered a few comforting words that he didn't know who they were directed to. Who was he trying to calm down, Sakura or himself? He was just as nervous as Sakura was. He couldn't help but feel immense guilt for sending 3 people he learned to care about into a test that could well be their deaths. Who was he saying it was going to be okay to? Naruto continued to rock back and forth as he held Sakura. He felt her hold on his shirt loosen and her weight slack. Naruto looked down to see Sakura had fallen asleep. The sky was getting darker, so Naruto picked her up and shunshined to the village. Naruto jumped from rooftops towards Sakura's home, mostly avoiding the busy streets by traveling in the shadows of the roof. He dropped Sakura off at her house, bidding her parents goodbye, before heading back home. It was a long day, hours of sparring with his mom, a Jounin meeting gone sour, breaking bad news to Genin, and comforting one that couldn't take the pressure. Naruto trudged back home, looking up towards the darkened sky. Naruto sluggishly entered the Namikaze Uzumaki compound, entering the main house where his family resided. He chucked off his shoes, walking past them before pausing and returning to put them in order properly. He plodded his way to the dining room where he dropped himself into a seat. Kushina exited the kitchen with a pot of curry. Oh, Naruto, Kiri. Tadaima. You seem exhausted. What's wrong? Exhausting day. You should have been there for the Jounin meeting. Yeah, sorry, I had a couple errands for the hospital and academy. What did I miss out on? An argument with none other than Uchiha Fugaku. He wants his damn son as Chunin as soon as possible. Practically forced me to submit my whole unprepared team to the Chunin exams. That damned Fugaku. I'll have to talk to Makoto about that. Give him a piece of my mind. I wish. He's clan head of the freaking Uchiha clan. That is only because he married Makoto. In actuality, it's Makoto that has the main branch blood, making her the head. She's just lazy, so she gave the responsibilities to her husband. But when she wants, she always assumed the position again at any time. Yeah, but I have neither time nor power to get him. I'm only a rookie Jounin. He's a seasoned one, even the head of the police. Don't worry, Naruto. I've got this. The way Kushina said it sent shivers down Naruto's spine. Kushina made it even worse by happily humming as she went back into the kitchen. Kushina only hummed when she was covering up her anger. Note to everyone, never piss off Kushina when she's humming. Minato entered the house a few minutes later and plopped down on a seat next to Naruto in the same fashion. Naruto looked over to his dad. Long day? Ha, I can say the same to you. Both blondes sighed and shrunk even further into their seats. Kushina came back out with a pot of rice. Both of you now? I won't have two wilted dumb blondes at my dinner table. Lighten up, ladies. Minato and Naruto groaned as they sat back up, supporting their heads on their hands, resting their elbows on the table. Kushina took a ladle and in one hit, swept their elbows of the table, sending their weight crashing to one side. Elbows off the damn table. Did you forget your manners already? The two blondes groaned again and droned in unison. Itadikamasu. Kushina sat down as well and they began serving themselves. Kushina eyed Minato before speaking up. So, Minato, I heard there was a little dispute during the Jounin meeting today. An argument involving a certain red-eyed bastard and my son. Minato sighed before taking his attention off the curry and looking at Kushina. The guy wants his son to be a prodigy. I can tell he isn't too happy that my own son is already a Jounin. I have a feeling he's already forgotten that Itachi was not too far behind from Naruto at his age. Can't he be happy with just one prodigy? Naruto scoffed. If only. Though Sasuke is starting to open up, he's still got the arrogance running through his veins. It seems the only normal Uchiha was Itachi, geez. Minato, I need to talk with Fugaku. He's seriously pushing his son too hard. Chunin exams aren't to be taken lightly. Sometime I even think the Jounin test is easier. Minato scoffed. In his head, he was running multiple solutions to this newfound problem. One solution kept eating at his attention, one that seemed a bit stupid, but at the same time the only way. Minato looked up at his son before bringing his attention back to his wife. And to think he had the nerve to so that, right, Minato? Yeah. You weren't listening. Sorry, Kushina-chan. I'm just so exhausted. I'll find a solution to this problem. With that, Minato lifted himself from his seat, brought his plate to the kitchen, then disappeared into the halls. Naruto followed suit. Don't worry, Kasen. I trained my genins well. Naruto stifled a yawn before dragging himself off to his room. Kushina sighed and brought her own plate to the kitchen, then proceeded to clean up the rest of the table. All right, twerps. 30 laps around the village. Hop to it. Konohamaru groaned before breaking out in a slow jog. Sasuke scoffed and starting running. Sakura looked at Naruto, unsure of what to do. Naruto gave her a reassuring smile which she returned shyly. She began her slow jog to catch up to the boys. Naruto sighed as he watched the three turn the corner and disappear from his sight. A poof was heard next to him and he turned to see his sensei. Kakashi-sensei, what's up? Not much. Hokage wants a word with you. Doesn't he know I'm on a tight schedule with training? Geez. It will be quick, it's kind of a mission in a sense. Naruto groaned before forming a shadow clone. The clones saluted and Naruto and Kakashi shunshined away. Naruto flashed into the office, followed suit by Kakashi. Minato looked up, shuffled some paper, and placed his hands together on the table. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, you are here to take a solo mission. Are you up for it? Naruto nodded. What is it, Hokage-sama? As you know, your 3 genin are participating in the Chunin exams. Sadly, none of them are ready. And unfortunately, your misfortune doesn't end there. Minato's face hardened. We have reports that a certain criminal is after the heir of the Uchiha clan. Naruto almost growled. Any reason in particular that my genin is being targeted? He has motive. Motive? Your genin has the motive to kill a certain someone, and that criminal is willing to him the power to do so. Naruto's eyes narrowed. And so what are we going to do about this issue? Judging by the culprit of this scare, I don't think the Uchiha is the only goal this vermin wants to achieve. Correct as always, Naruto. The man wants to destroy Konohagakure and kill the Hokage. Naruto's eyes pulsed red for a moment before going back to its ice-cold cerulean. What are we going to do about it, to Hokage-sama? Minato could hear the breath caught in Naruto's throat when Naruto asked. I have quite a lot of ANBU looking after me. Not to mention we've got a certain white-haired pervert hanging around Konoha, undercover. Most people think the sage is out with his spy network. Quite the contrary. We'll be ready. Now about your genin. I was thinking about giving them a bodyguard. Naruto scoffed. Oh, like that's gonna solve anything. Yeah. Let's just send in some ANBU to stand around the Uchiha in plain sight. Good idea. Did I forget to mention this guy's is practically an S-ranked criminal? Minato laughed, only annoying Naruto even further. No, Naruto. He will be undercover as a fourth member of Team 7. Naruto looked inquisitively. Undercover? Is there such thing as a fourth member of any genin cell? This happened before, still rare though. May I ask who this undercover guy is gonna be? Minato and Kakashi shared looks before turning back to Naruto. 1 month later, the three genin waited as their sensei arrived. Late as usual, that asshole. I'm sure he has a good reason. They looked over to two approaching figures. One of them was Naruto, but in full battle armor, mask with the bib and sword. Next to him was another boy, practically the same height. He had brown hair that was spiky like Naruto and Kakashi's. He had a mask that covered a majority of his face. The boy wore black framed lenses that were boxish and thick. The boy wore a trench coat and regular shinobi sandals. The posture of the boy screamed an unathletic and geeky. Naruto walked up, followed by the boy. All right, Team 7. I've got news for ya. Please welcome your new teammate. Oba Wayoki. Pleasure to meet Yu. The boy stuttered and looked away. Sasuke scoffed. Sakura gave a small warm smile, and Konohamaru violently patted the boy on the back. Konohamaru hooked his arm around Yoki's neck. Welcome to Sarutobi Konohamaru's entourage, Yoki. Let me introduce you to my cronies. Whack. Naruto had whacked Konohamaru to the ground. Excuse this poor lame excuse of a student, Yoki. Team 7, introduce yourselves. Yoki blushed a bit and smiled under his felt mask. Chen. Uchiha Sasuke. Haruno Sakura. Pleasure to meet you too. Konohamaru cradled his head and pouted. Sarutobi Konohamaru. Sakura eyed the boy suspiciously. There was something off about the boy. He clearly wasn't what he tried to perceive to be. The boy's posture was forced and the stutter was unnatural even for a stuttering person. Hanging around Hyuga Hinata got her used to how normal stuttering sounded like. And the timing of his arrival is just too coincidental. Right around Chunin exams? Really? Now what were they going to do about teamwork? Alright, twerps. I got places to go. Tomorrow is the Chunin entrance exams. It's gonna be at the academy at 7 o'clock sharp. Be there on time or there's no telling how much punishment you'll get. The four genin audibly gulped. Today you have the day off. Spend it wisely. I can't give you any more information or knowledge from here on out about any jutsus or shinobi arts, although I can give you some really important advice. First off, you'll be meeting plenty of foreign shinobi. Be friendly if you can help it. I know some will come off as total assholes, but you gotta go through it. We are on a treaty, so let's not start any wars over spilt milk. Second, the Chunin exams are least to say life-threatening. If you do not take this test seriously, I assure you, you will get hurt. Stay alert, sharp, on your toes. Always have a weapon at your disposal. I'm sure you three have already gotten your specialty down in this past month? The three genin nodded. Yoki shuffled awkwardly. Yoki, I don't know what your sensei has taught you, but I hope it works out. Yoki nodded. Continuing on. Third, keep to yourself. Don't draw attention. Considering you three are rookies and an Uchiha, Sarutobi, and Kunoichi and moving on. You're already gonna attract some attention. Don't make any of it worse than it has to be. I'll see you four right before you enter the first part of the test. Don't screw up. Don't be late. Now as for today, I don't advise you to train. Go restock weapons, seal them in scrolls, upgrade armor or attire, sharpen your kunai and shuriken, and don't make friends with the enemies. The foreign shinobi may well be your end. The genin gulped again. Remember, I believe in you guys. You can do this. You've been trained by the almighty shinobi no Inari. What could possibly go wrong? Everything. Naruto whacked Konohamaru again and everyone laughed. I have faith in my students. I hope you the best, and good luck. Don't break a leg. Naruto chuckled as he flashed away. The four genin stood around awkwardly. Sasuke was the first to leave. See ya 3 losers tomorrow. Yoki let out a shocked expression at the name. Konohamaru did a quick wave and left as well. Sakura turned to Yoki. Well, don't take it personally. We've just never met you before. They'll come around eventually. Well, you heard Naruto-sensei. Go restock and upgrade. See ya tomorrow. Sakura shunshined away. Yoki looked around and let out a deep sigh. Kai. A poof appeared around Yoki, revealing Naruto. Damn henge, stupid idea, stupid team. Flashback. May I ask who this undercover guy is gonna be? Minato and Kakashi shared looks before turning back to Naruto. You. Ha ha ha. Even better. Blonde hair, blue eyes are totally normal traits in Konoha. Not suspicious at all. Under henge. You will have practically full coverage and a cover story to back it up. Think of it as a preparation for some A-ranked espionage missions. Ha, what a joke. It's to protect your team. Why me? Why not tell the team they're targeted? It gives away the fact that Konoha knows we lose the element of surprise. If the genin act all suspicious now, then they'll know. Besides, you haven't taken the Chunin exams. This will be perfect for you. Naturally, I'll make the papers say you achieved said rank before not to arouse suspicion, but in all seriousness, you will be legitimately taking the test. Naruto scoffed. This better work. Hello to you too, Aoba Yoki. What a lame name. Minato and Kakashi chuckled at the boy's antics. Naruto took the papers of his cover story and waved goodbye. Naruto sighed again before trudging back to the compound. Now he'll have to act stupid to play the part of Aoba Yoki. Covers weren't really his thing. Stupid Chunin exams. On Naruto's way to the compound, he heard yells. Hey, let me go. Make me pipsqueak. I'm not a pipsqueak. Konohamaru? Naruto henged into his normal attire and walked around a corner to see what was going on. Naruto saw Konohamaru held by the collar by what seemed to be a sand shinobi. The boy had a kunai at Konohamaru's throat. A sand kunoichi next to him spoke up. Let him go, Kankuro. You'll get us in trouble. I would listen to her if I were you. Naruto walked up to the three. Naruto and I. Huh? Who are you? That's not important at the moment. What's important is that you take your hands off the boy. Not until he apologizes for running into me first. Let me rephrase that. Hands off the Sandaime Hokage's grandson now. Kankuro dropped Konohamaru unceremoniously in shock. The kunoichi next to him stuttered. See, Kankuro. Look what you've done. You could have gotten us in real big trouble. Kankuro snapped out of his shock and smirked a little. Yeah, whatever, Temari. Well, if I can't have the grandson of the Sandaime Hokage apologize to me, maybe I can make a pipsqueak like you. Naruto flashed in front of Kankuro, sword blade ready at Kankuro's neck. I'm the 4th Hokage's son, and a Jounin. Unless you want to die, I suggest you shut the fuck up. At this point, Kankuro had stepped back, beads of sweat forming on the boy's face. The blade followed Kankuro back and Temari started to panic as well. Naruto looked up to the tree. You two, redhead. Why don't you come out of your little hiding place? It's not good to go around leaking large amounts of killer intent. Temari and Kankuro were both shocked to see the Naruto sense the 3rd shinobi. A redhead walked out from behind the tree. He had dark circles around his eyes and red hair. His large gourd on his back leaked sand. Mother demands your blood. Naruto frowned. I hate to break it to ya, but nobody's gonna get my blood anytime soon. She wants it. Gaara, enough. A Jounin walked up to them. Excuse me, Namikaze-san, and please excuse my students. The four walked away, leaving Naruto and Konohamaru alone. That was so cool, Naruto and I. Watch out for those three, Konohamaru. Especially that Gaara character. Which hi, Naruto and I. Naruto walked away and Konohamaru scurried back home. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the thought of the redhead. His mother demanded blood? What was with the sand? The other two sand shinobi were scared of him too. This was bad news. There were definitely some shady characters in this upcoming Chunin test. Rise and shine. Buttercup. That's IT. I've tried being nice, but clearly IT doesn't work. Get the fuck up, Naruto. I'm up. Naruto slowly rose from his warm pillow. He looked at the alarm clock and almost shot through the roof. The alarm read 6:40. He had 20 freaking minutes to get dressed and reach the academy before it was too late. He wasn't even following his own advice. He quickly shoved on some umbu pants, a chainmail shirt, the awful-looking gray trench coat, mask, and chunky glasses. He looked into the mirror, nodding before turning to the door, only to skid to a halt. He turned back to the mirror and saw his bright blonde hair. He hinged and made his hair the same brown spikes as yesterday. He quickly darted to the kitchen. Kushina almost yelped in surprise at the stranger but realized it was her son in disguise. I know you have a mission, but you're gonna scare the crap out of me. Cut it out. Sorry, Ka-san. I'll be taking this. Naruto grabbed the toast that Kushina was about to bite into and flashed away. Naruto, get back here and give me back my toast. Naruto had made it to the academy in record time. It was now 6:50 and apparently his teammates were still not there. He coughed a little and got into his Yoki voice and repeated some sentences in his head. His thoughts were interrupted by three genin walking up to him. He looked up to see Sakura, Konohamaru, and Sasuke. Everyone, good morning. Yo, Chin. Hiya, Yoki-kun. Let's go in, guys. The four genin walked into the academy, making their way up the levels. Yoki stayed behind the three, analyzing what they were doing, which did not go unnoticed by some chunin around. Irika was standing at the doorway of one of the levels. The group walked right through, seen as there were plenty of genin there as well. Irika and Yoki made eye contact for a split second and Irika's eyes narrowed. That kid ain't a normal genin. Yoki watched as all the genin stood around the floor, doing absolutely nothing. Come on, Team 7, stay alert. Can't you see the trick? Yoki started tapping his toes as he waited along with Team 7. Their dawdling was cut short when a girl was shoved to the ground. The girl had two buns in her hair and she wore a pink vest with green pants. Yoki recognized her as one of Mato Guy's student, Tenten. Che, if you can't get past us, you don't deserve to be Chunin, let alone Genin. That Lee kid came around and helped Tenten back on her feet before turning to the two Genin in front of the doorway of room 345. Please let us through. That is the room for the registration, and if we don't sign up soon, we won't be able to take the test. Please let us into the room. Sucks for you. If you can't get past US, there's no need to sign up anyways. You're just not worth being ninjas. One of the genin darted towards Tenten and aimed for a punch. At that very moment, Yoki walked in between the two, earning a full-on punch to the jaw by accident. Yoki stumbled to the floor and grabbed his cheek. Sorry. Yoki jumped up, patted his clothing and bowed before hurriedly returning to Team 7. Everyone was shocked at what just happened. How did Yoki manage to get there so fast? And how come he was just punched to the side so easily? The Chunins were also shocked at the speed of the genin. Sasuke walked up to the two genin. Hey, you two. Quit the genjutsu, we need to get to the third floor. The genin were startled for a second but regained a stance. So you caught the genjutsu, that doesn't mean you'll get past us. The two genin charged, both fists cocked back, ready to punch the living daylights out of Sasuke. Once again, Yoki walked into the pathway of the punches and turned towards the genin. His facial expression read as scared shitless. Yoki was frozen as the two punches came zooming at him. The two punches came in full contact at either side of Yoki's face. Yoki was launched into Sasuke, who quickly shoved him off and onto the floor. Man, I got punched once, now again? Could it get any worse? Today is just not my day. Maybe I shouldn't even take the test. Yoki mumbled as he lifted himself up, brushing off the dust on his crummy coat. Yoki looked up at the genin. Please let us through, we need to take the T-test. The two genin scoffed and turned to leave. I guess you two deserve it. The genjutsu dissolved, showing that the whole floor plan was incorrect. The previous room 345 was actually the staircase to the third floor. Apparently, the genin were still on the second floor. All the genin quickly charged through the doorway and made their way up to the third floor. Team 7 met up with Naruto, in this case a clone. Naruto smiled. I see you guys made it past the genjutsu. What did I say about keeping on your toes? The four genin groaned and trudged into the real room 345. Yoki and Naruto looked at each other. Naruto nodded and yawned, walking away as Team 7 entered the room. It was least to say, crowded with shinobi everywhere. They were all grouped according to their countries. Konohamaru could make out at least a few of the Hitai 8 as he walked past them. Team 7 walked to the other rookies of Konoha. Yamanaka Ino ran up to the group and squealed. Sasuke-kun. Quiet, Ino. Shut it, billboard brow. Sakura had been friends with Ino until Ino took a turn for the worst and became a fangirl. Ever since, Sakura and Ino had been fighting about ideals as a kunoichi and as a girl. Sakura tried to maintain the advice Naruto had given the team on keeping on the down low. But Ino wasn't helping. If this continued, the whole room will have their attention on them. Shikamaru shot in to save the day. Ino, don't. Shut it. Shika, you're just jealous that you're not Sasuke. If you keep going at it like this, you'll die first. All the Konoha genin looked up to see a teen. He was taller than them and wore round glasses. His silver hair was wrapped in a ponytail. Yoki's eyes narrowed at the boy but remained silent. I can tell you guys are rookies. I've taken this test 7 times, and from what I saw, it's usually the loud ones that die first. But hey, I can help you. The name is Kabuto. Kabuto took out a deck of cards. Name someone you want to know about and I have the information. Sasuke stepped forward immediately. Oba Yoki. Yoki's sweat dropped. Talk about lack of trust. Your teammate. Oba Yoki, well, this is interesting. Kabuto revealed a card that was depressing. It appears this Aoba Yoki has no particular skill. All of his skill points are extremely low, lower than an academy student. The information on his missions say nothing other than he completed 1 D rank. His jutsu include a Kawarimi, Henge, and Bunshin, just your typical academy graduate. Sasuke frowned along with everyone else. Who was this Aoba Yoki guy? Yoki inwardly sighed with relief. The cover story was pretty good and his father covered up a lot. But Naruto's relief was cut when Konohamaru asked for another name. There was one person Naruto-sensei said to be careful of. I believe his name was Gaara. Gaara. Kabuto snapped out of his slight shock from lack of information and pulled out a second card. Yoki was proud of Konohamaru at his attentiveness and information gathering. Yoki inwardly smiled. Gaara no Sabaku. Unstable psyche. His power is his sand, which is chakra infused. Most of it comes from his gourd, but he can make sand anytime from any rock. He's killed a lot of people, though most of it were covered up by his father, the Yondaime Kazekage. Sasuke interrupted the information and called out a new name. Namikaze Naruto. Naruto tensed as Kabuto brought out a card. He just interrupted some really important information that could help him. Besides, couldn't Sasuke just trust his own sensei? Son of the Yondaime Hokage. His stats are off the charts, that's for one. The amount of A and B ranked missions are astounding. He's got a few S ranked under his belt. He's got exactly 2C rank and 0D rank. It seems his 4 years of training with a Sannin paid off. Yoki wanted to scoff but held it in. The other genin were shocked at the stat levels. His speed was on par with the Yondaime, strategy and intelligence close to that of Inara, and another category was listed under the name Fuinjutsu. Underneath has a list of some of his jutsus. Yoki quickly made hand seals and lit the card on fire and then grabbed Kabuto's wrist. His eyes narrowed at Kabuto, who was taken back. Don't you have a bit too much on the information of this Jounin? Actually, I find that your extremely large amount of information on a lot of the shinobi here is quite suspicious. If you don't want me to report to a Chunin about those card of yours, I suggest you remain quiet. Very well, Yoki-san. Kabuto gulped as Yoki's grip tightened around his wrist. At that moment, a very large man entered the room. All right, genin, knock it off. You'll get plenty of time to kill each other later. A bunch of Chunin and Jounin chuckled. The man looked at Yoki and narrowed his eyes. He knew who Yoki really was. The real question was, why was he threatening that genin? The man stepped forward some more. All right, enter the room next door for the first portion of the test. The genin filed out to the next room and Yoki stayed behind. The man turned to Yoki. What's up, Blondie? Any particular reason that genin is a threat to you? Naruto scoffed. That genin has some of Konohagakure no Sato's S-ranked secrets, along with plenty of information on every shinobi and kunoichi in this village. I have a feeling that this genin isn't a genin at all. I have a feeling you aren't a genin at all. Naruto chuckled. Just like how I'm not really blonde, Ibiki-san. But of all seriousness, have your men look into that kid, he's suspicious. Roger that, Namikaze. Now get going, Aoba Yoki, you're gonna miss your very first Chunin exam. Ibiki smirked, which came out more like a grimace. Yoki chuckled meekly, scratching the back of his head. He left the man in the room and headed towards next door. That kid, just like his father. Ibiki turned and snapped his fingers. 2 ANBU came out and kneeled in front of him. You heard him. That Kabuto kid. A Konoha genin has been found suspicious by the son of the Hokage himself. Snap to it. Hi. The ANBU shined away and Ibiki's eyes narrowed. Looks like there was more trouble than they thought. Moles in the very exam itself could arise some serious problems. But considering the Yondaime sent his son in undercover, he probably already thought of this happening. Ibiki chuckled a bit. Just comes to show how intelligent the Yondaime is. Namikaze's legend verse history. If you want, tune in. Alright, today we will be covering the Kirigakure no Sato civil wars. So let's start with the Yondaime Mizukage, Yagura, Jinchuriki of the Sanbai, who was in charge of the Bloody Mist, a society where children learn to slaughter their classmates to promote themselves. Under this Bloody Mist society, Kiri was well known for violence and gore. Amidst the violence and constant fighting among random citizens and ninjas, those with Kekkai Genkai started to stand out as superiors to everyone else in Kiri. Out of fear, the Yondaime Mizukage started the Kekkai Genkai Purge, killing off a majority of the bloodlines in Kiri, leaving a few to seek refuge in other countries and go under. Then suddenly, right towards the end of the purge, the Yondaime disappeared. After rising through the ranks, Terumi Mei has assumed the position of Godaime Mizukage. Under the new Mizukage, the Bloody Mist was ended. Or so they thought. Because the Godaime had radical views compared to the previous Mizukage, mostly supporting peace and treaty versus violence and independence, many of the Bloody Mist supporters rebelled. Kiri split into 2 factions, one that supported the Godaime and one that supported the Yondaime. The 2 new factions started civil wars, competing to see which faction is better. Violent as they were, the Yondaime supporting faction was starting to win based off of battle experience. However, one day, a masked shinobi appeared out of nowhere. This shinobi changed the tides of the battle, supporting the Godaime and wiping out chunks of the Yondaime supporting faction. The shinobi was well known for his red-hilted sword, red bib, and fox mask. He was known as Shinobi no Inari. Shinobi no Inari was a one-man army, defeating bases by himself and wiping the floor with the enemy's face. After the civil war was ended and the rebelling faction was put down, Shinobi no Inari met up with the Mizukage. The Mizukage offered a place in Kiri but was shot down after revealing that Shinobi no Inari was actually from Konoha. The Mizukage offered treaties to Konoha, securing an alliance. All in all, to answer your question, Erosanin 56, if I have my history down correctly, the new Mizukage was nothing like Hitler. Naruto was not supporting a Hitler at all. And if Hitler were to be brought to this for comparison, the Yandere Mizukage would be closest, starting a purge and creating a violent faction with radical views. As a matter of fact, scratch that. The two situations cannot be compared because though they may share the same root, they're not the same flower. Point is, the situation is nothing like World War II. Alrighty then, history class is over. Now on to the real story. As each genin entered the testing room, they received number tags to place on their shirt. Yoki entered last, receiving the number tag 150. Yoki eyed the room for a place to sit, spotting a teenager in the center. He chewed on a senbon and his eyes were darting around, like he was nervous or agitated. Yoki smirked under his mask but quickly stopped as he felt someone put their hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Konohamaru. Better not drop out, Yoki. Team 7 relies on you. Ah, Konohamaru-san. Of course. Haha. I'll see you after the test. Konohamaru left and headed towards the back of the class, taking a seat next to the Sand Shinobi. Yoki headed to the center, sitting next to the Senbon teen. As Yoki sat down, he looked at the teen and introduced himself. Wayo, I'm Aoba Yoki. Akaraiji Jiryujin. I wish you luck then, Akaraiji-san. You too. Yoki's eyes narrowed at the stutter. Who forgets their own name? How many suspicious people are there in this exam? Naruto's eyes darted around the room, widened his eyes at his observation. A majority of the Chunin were stealing glances towards them. Did they know who he was? No, they weren't looking at him specifically. This Ryujin character was the subject to their scrutiny. Yoki bit back a grin and but could help but have a mischievous glint in his eyes. Alright, maggots, listen up. I'm Marino Ibiki and I am your test proctor for this portion of the test. You have received a number tag which you are to place on your shirt so that it is visible to everyone. The crowd started to shift about as some of the participants corrected their tags. The first portion of the test is the written test. You will be receiving a written test with 9 questions on them. You are to answer all 9 of them and then wait for the 10th question, which I will give separately at the end. You have 1 hour to complete these 9 questions. Attempt the highest score possible because your scores will be part of the team score, which is all your teammates' scores combined. There are Chunin stationed around the room to catch any cheating. If you are caught cheating, 2 points will be subtracted from your team score. If you are caught cheating a second time, 3 points will be subtracted. If you are caught a third time, you and your teammates will be kicked out. Yoki made eye contact with Sasuke, who glared at him. His glare practically screamed, "Don't screw up." Yoki smiled meekly and looked back down. Yoki looked to his sides. Ryujin was on his right and a Hyuga was on his left. Yoki looked back up to meet Ibiki's stare. Alright, maggots, begin. Yoki began to look through the questions. He almost scoffed out loud when he saw how difficult these questions were. These were probably questions for Jounin, for crying out loud. Yoki continued to scan through the questions. As difficult as they were, Namake's Naruto could solve them easily, but not Aoba Yoki. He was supposed to be below average in terms of intelligence. I guess I'll just have to cheat. He looked around to see several genin sweating like madmen and then smiled to himself. Yoki fell asleep, shocking several Chunin and causing Ibiki to sweat drop. I know he's the Hokage's kid, but sleeping? Really? The hour went by slowly. Sasuke realized what the test was about as soon as he saw several genin trying to cheat. The halfway through, the Chunin started calling out names. Some genins, not knowing how to solve these problems, desperately tried to cheat. Their sloppy acts of desperation were caught immediately. A few genin, however, caught on to something else. Sakura solved all the questions solely based off of her own intelligence. Sakura knew she was smart. She wasn't too worried about herself. She was more worried about this Yoki guy. If Kabuto's cards were correct, this guy should have been called out by now. She took a peek at him. Sakura's jaw slacked and her eyes grew to dinner plates. He's sleeping? Sakura almost wanted to jump out of her seat and sock the kid in the nuts. Downsize them so he won't pull this kind of stunt again. Was he that confident in his intelligence, which are supposedly below average? She looked back at Konohamaru, who was also sleeping. She glanced at the clock and saw they had 15 minutes left. She noticed the two people next to Konohamaru and the two next to Yoki were asleep as well. Ridiculous. Who do these people think they are? They are in the middle of a test. Konohamaru caught the glance of Sakura underneath his elbow and smirked a bit. He was pretending to be asleep while he waited for his summon. He felt a shake on his leg and looked down to see his summon. The small monkey was going around, collecting answers for Konohamaru. As if these people would make him do a written test. Cheating penalties be damned, he is not going to think during this test. Konohamaru took in the information his summon collected and let it poof out of existence. Konohamaru had spent a majority of the test time watching the sand shinobi next to him for information. The three siblings that he encountered earlier had intriguing ways of cheating. The Tamari girl summoned a ferret as well, following the same strategy. The makeup boy, Kankuro, connected his hand with another participant's hand with a chakra string, like a puppet. Now the sand boy, Gaara. The sand boy, he had a peculiar way of cheating. He had created an eyeball out of sand and levitated it above the room. The boy covered one of his eyes and then began copying. It was as if the sand eye was connected to his real one. Konohamaru finished writing down his answers and then let himself fall back to sleep. Yoki, on the other hand, had woken up from his 50-minute slumber. He peered at the clock and sighed. He looked to Ryujin next to him, who was, unfortunately for him, fast asleep. Yoki slipped a senbon under the desk and shot it at the teen. The teen woke up with a start, darting his eyes about, but his eyelids began to weigh down and the boy collapsed again to the side, revealing his answers to the test. But Yoki wasn't going to take the time to copy. No way. Yoki knocked over his water bottle on the floor, spilling some water. The Chunins looked at him and Yoki gave them an apologetic look. The Chunin shrugged it off and looked at the other genin, calling out more numbers. Yoki quickly formed a hand seal under the table and whispered, "Suetun, Suko no Jutsu." A small fox began to form from the water, solidifying into a small hand-sized white fox with a red bib. Tilted its heads for instructions. Yoki started weaving hand signs like A and BU, giving the instructions silently. The fox nodded and disappeared between the legs of the genin. Yoki tilted back on his seat and waited. Ibiki walked around, looking at the genin. He was most amused by the fact that the Yandame's son had been sleeping for the past 50 minutes and only decided to wake up now with 10 minutes left. He inwardly chuckled but tensed up immediately. He felt a presence behind him, so he whipped around only to see nothing. He heard a sound of a bell and looked to his right shoulder. There stood a small white fox, tilting his head, letting out a small squeak. Ibiki went to grab the fox only to grab air. The sudden movement caught the attention of all the Chunin as they watched the Jounin interrogator struggle to catch a fox running all over him. Yoki smirked and took this opportunity as his opening. The senbon on Ryujin's leg suddenly sported a Hiration seal. Yoki quickly flashed to the teen, grabbed his test, switched it with his own, then returned to his seat. The only person that noticed this was one green-clad genin behind him who looked in shock at the sheer speed. Yoki erased the name at the top and changed it for his own. The fox on Ibiki's head dispelled, splashing water all over Ibiki. Ibiki recognized the jutsu when it was too late. His drenched bandana weighed his head down as he looked at the disguised blonde. The blonde smiled and waved, chuckling a bit. That damned blondie. Ibiki inwardly cursed as he left the room to change bandanas. Naruto pulled out the senbon and went back to sleeping, having an extra 9 minutes to spare. "All right, maggots. Time's up. Quit your yap pin. The ephemeral chaos of murmuring genins stopped and looked back up to Ibiki. All right, as promised, the 10th question will now be given out. But there's a catch. If you don't answer the question properly, you and your team will be kicked out. The murmurs started again. And you won't be able to take the test ever again. At that point, genins were outraged. What? That can't be. What am I gonna do? The room was out yelled by the Inuzuka kid, Kiba. I'm pretty sure there are people who have taken this test several times. The room quieted down to several whispers in agreement. Ibiki scoffed, catching them off guard. That's because they were tested by a bunch of pansies. This is my test, my rules. You don't get it right, I'll personally make sure you don't ever take a genin test. Ever. Period. Now make up your damn mind. Yoki smirked and leaned back into his chair. He stretched a little and yawned, watching a few genin file out of the classroom. Yoki watched as Sakura started to panic. Sakura started panicking the moment Ibiki said a team who failed the question couldn't take the test again. Strategically, dropping out would be most advised. They could try again next year when the proctor was different, thus assuring success in passing whatever test they give. But then again, the Uchiha were behind this team, ready to strike down any who oppose. Taking the chance for the heir to become Chunin away was signing a death wish. Sakura gulped and looked around. She made eye contact with Yoki. She tried to swallow, but her throat was too dry. Yoki only smiled and shook his head. He raised his fist in enthusiasm and tried to motivate her, then gave her the thumbs up. She chuckled a bit. The antics reminded her of what Naruto would have done. Her sensei had been trying to assure and motivate her. He would always smile a megawatt grin and give her the thumbs up. Suddenly she felt her panic and reluctance ebb away. She turned back to the front, more confident than before. Several genin continued to leave the room. Naruto eyed the remaining ones. All the clan heirs were present. His team was still there, and those pestering Suna shinobi were still there. How annoying. Ibiki eyed the rest of the genin who were still seated. Some of the genins were shaking in their seat, their resolve slowly but surely crumbling. Ibiki smirked. Come on, you shitless chickens. Take your pick. Wanna remain genin for the rest of your life? Several genin let out a squeak and then jumped from their seats, running to the door. Ibiki put his hands on his hips and smirked at his work. He was enjoying this way too much, but he could tell there this batch was strong. Only 78 genin left, out of the 150, leaving 72, which was still a lot. Is this your final decision? You all ready for the question that determines your fate? No one moved from their seats, their eyes darting around to see if anyone had the nerve to leave. All right, maggots, you pass. The Inuzuka guy raised from his seat at the same time as Konohamaru. The two shouted in unison. What? You heard me, you all pass. But how? The sand kunoichi Temari spoke up. The final question wasn't really a question, was it? It was just a test if we had the will to take chances. Same with the test. It wasn't really a written test to see how much we knew, but it was to see if we could cheat. Everyone was shocked to see Yoki speak up. Yoki quickly covered his mouth and muttered sorry. He was really sorry, just not to the genin. He just put his cover in jeopardy, and now his father is going to get his skin. Ibiki just smirked, realizing the kid's mistake. The kid is correct. As you can see, it only takes a retard to get it. Hey. Yoki puffed his cheek out and crossed his arms. Inside, he was kind of thankful because Ibiki might have helped him a bit. As I was saying, both genin were correct. The test was to see if you could cheat, or, in more formal terms, gather information without people knowing. The test was composed of questions only Jounin could answer. There were several Jounins positioned around the room for you to cheat off of. Ryujin and two other supposed genin stood up waving. Ryujin shot a glare at Yoki, who only returned an innocent but mischievous smile. Ibiki coughed and continued. The 10th question was also a test to see if you had the balls to put all your chances on the line to succeed. You're all still here, so therefore, you all. And hello, little shits. The window crashed as something shot through it, successfully interrupting the interrogator. The bundle shot out, pinning a banner with 4 kanai. Reading, Second Test Proctor. The sexy single Mitarashi Anko. Yoki rolled his eyes and Ibiki face-bombed himself. Anko stood up straight, giving people a thumbs up. Hello maggots, I'm your second test proctor, Mitarashi Anko. Follow me to the forest of death for your next exam. Damn it, Anko. You ruined my ending. Sucks for you, Baldy. Get back here. Anko. Anko shot out of the room, leaving the genin bewildered. Ibiki coughed again. Well, you heard her. Get going. The genin filed out of the room and Yoki stayed behind again. How's your head, Ibiki? Didn't catch a cold, did you? Damn you, you little blonde fuck. Jane. Yoki flashed out, leaving Ibiki furious among shocked chunins. They didn't know Yoki was actually Naruto, so they thought a genin just insulted the Tokubetsu Jounin and got away with it. Damn that little dumb shit. The genin gathered at the entrance of Training Grounds 44. Anko shunshined in front of the group, surprising them. Welcome to my domain, O wretched souls. This here, Anko pointed behind her with a smirk, is known as the Forest of Death, filled with vile creatures, carnivorous beasts that love to feast of fresh lil genins. Yoki scoffed. Well, Naruto scoffed. Being a jounin, you get to learn a lot of the village secrets. For example, that damned cat, Tora, is actually a Naniko, training the little genins how to use teamwork. As for the Forest of Death, most jounin have to go through cleaning duty, scavenging and scouting the damn forest for intruders and abandoned weapons from exams like this. Naruto knew the forest like the back of his hand. Anko caught the scoff and sent a kunai at Yoki. Yoki saw it coming but wasn't supposed to have the reflexes to dodge it, so he dodged, smiled at Anko, then went back to his original position and got cut on his cheek. Even though she saw the whole thing, Anko shunshined behind Yoki and licked the blood off his cheek. Your blood and chakra tastes familiar. She smirked as Yoki smirked behind his mask. He whispered back. Mind not blowing whole damn operation? Well, excuse me, Blondie. Better not fuck up my test. She went back to her original position, leaving behind mouth gaping genin. Apparently to them she was fast, but to Yoki she was slow as shit. Anko continued. It's little genins like you underestimating the forest that get eaten first. Yoki smiled again and tilted his head to the side, feigning innocence. Anko shaked her head. All right, let's explain the rules for your second test. All right, let's explain the rules for your second test. The silence fell over the crowd as they waited for Anko to start. She put up her hands as a sign of waiting. The silence was broken with an echoing roar that was heard from inside the forest. Anko let out a malevolent grin. Fluffy's hungry. Yoki inwardly chuckled as the rest of the genin tensed up. All right, now on to the rules. It's quite simple, actually. Set up. Throughout the forest are 22 warehouses labeled with their numbers. You will receive a map, but it won't show where the warehouses are, just the geography. In each warehouse, there is exactly 1 scroll. You need 2 scrolls, 1 earth and 1 heaven. Now remember, do not open the scrolls until you're at the center. Open them earlier and I'll personally kill you. Anko held up 2 scrolls. One was blue with the kanji heaven and one green with the kanji earth. The genin all focused hard on the scrolls, memorizing its specific color and the pattern of the cloth around it, in order to counter any genjutsu. A female genin called out. If there are only 22 warehouses, does that mean that only 11 teams will pass? Correct, little girl. Only 11 of your poor excuses called teams will pass. And have I mentioned that getting them from a warehouse isn't the only option? Taking them from other teams is a possibility. You will have exactly 3 days to complete this test. Anko smirked as the genin started to shift around. The Akimichi heir, Chuji, called out. If we are staying there for 3 days, what do we do for food? Ha! There are plenty of creepy crawlies in this forest that are possible food or your end. Anko chuckled and turned around as the genin started murmuring among themselves. Any more questions? Good. All right. There is a tent on your left that will hand out your map. Send out one person per team to acquire your map and other materials. You will also be given a gate number. Meet up with your team and walk over to your gate until further instruction. Yoki looked at his group. I'll get the scroll. And meet you later. Yoki partially skipped away towards the tent, leaving the other three to talk among themselves. Chin, that Yoki guy is sketchy. Ha, tell me about it. He seems nice and all, but I feel like his timing is just too suspicious. I've never seen him at the academy or under any team. We can't really trust him. Guys, he's our teammate. Naruto-sensei introduced us to him, so there's nothing to be sketchy about. He might have been under an apprenticeship. Yeah, but he's got only academy graduate skills and average on top of it. Why is he suddenly taking the Chunin exams? If he was under an apprenticeship, wouldn't it have shown up on his card? Wouldn't he be better? Chin. The card may not have shown everything. But what I found odd was how he burned the card of Naruto-sensei before we could read his jutsus. Sasuke was disappointed. If he was to get stronger, he would have to increase his jutsu arsenal. What better example to copy than the prodigy of Konoha, the Yandame's son? Sakura interrupted his thoughts. Maybe because he's just loyal friend to Naruto-sensei. Che, maybe we're just overthinking. Yeah, guys, calm down, nothing to worry about. Yoki was listening in to his genin's conversation. He either really sucked at espionage or maybe it's just because the genins knew everyone in Konoha. Either way, he'd have to work better on his acting skills. What did he do wrong to have a bunch of genins catch his cover? Yoki sighed and left for the tent. Yoki met up with his team and gave them the number for their gate. As they made their way around the field to gate 45, Yoki looked at the other teams. A majority of them looked menacing, but Yoki knew that they were probably all bark and no bite. A few of them, however, were definitely ones to look out for. One Kusagakure Kunoichi caught his eye, but he decided to brush it off. As Yoki turned his head to catch up with his team, the Kunoichi twisted her neck in an almost inhuman way and looked at his team and gave a psychotic grin. Each gate was guarded by a chunin that informed the genin what their next instructions. A bang would announce their entrance, and at that point they would continue their test. They were left with 30 minutes to plan. Yoki took this to his advantage and called his team to a circle. "You guys, we should plan this out." The three genin looked at him like he grew a second head. It was almost as if Yoki declared himself team leader. It only aroused the same suspicions Sasuke and Konohamaru had earlier. "Sure, Yoki." Chin. "Alright, Yoki-kun." The three genin walked up to Yoki and they all crouched down. Yoki started. "And Naruto-sensei taught me a bit of Fuinjutsu. When we get the scrolls, we can seal them into scrolls so the Byakugan or any other Dojutsu can't see them. It will limit the amount of attacks we have." Konohamaru narrowed his eyes. Did Yoki think they were gonna let him have their scroll? "Sure, Yoki-kun. Sounds like a great idea." Konohamaru inwardly grimaced. How can Sakura trust him so easily? "And I know you guys may not trust me, but I assure you, I mean no harm." Yoki squeaked a bit. It wasn't really the effect he was hoping for, but the effects were immediate. "Yoki, don't think that way. You're our nakama." Chin. "Sure, I guess. Though the real question is, why now? Why have you chosen to join our team now?" Yoki's eyes narrowed. He felt a bit weird being interrogated by his genin. He had to quickly think of a story before it was too late. "I am actually a refugee from the Land of Iron. My town was destroyed, so I moved here around a month ago. I was able to learn some ninjutsu, but I normally specialize in kenjutsu. My kenjutsu is excellent, so I was able to get a special request with the Hokage to take the Chunin exams." "Your card said nothing about kenjutsu." That's because the Hokage didn't have time to register me properly as a ninja, so he checked off the bare minimum to be a genin. Which brings me to my next topic. That Kabuto guy, He shouldn't have any of those information since they are village official information that only a select few can see them. He's a bit suspicious and we should be on the lookout. See guys? There was nothing to be suspicious of. Yoki inwardly chastised. Oh yes, there is and you're not even aware of it. Chin. I have to admit that Kabuto character is a bit off. What do you guys suggest we do? Kick his ass, that's what. That's not really a suggestion, Konohamaru-kun. Sakura's right. I think this W-hole test is just fishy. Yoki thought that if there was an issue with this test, at least his genin should know about it. What do you mean, Yoki-kun? There are some suspicious people that call themselves genin. We should stay on our toes. Alright, you four. Get ready, your time is up. The Chunin walked up to the four and placed his hands on Yoki and Konohamaru's shoulders. Good luck, you guys. Show how kick-ass Konohagakure's genin are, even if you're a refugee. The Chunin winked at Yoki, then smiled at the four genin. But most of all, make us proud. Are you ready? The four genin nodded and smiled back. They walked up to the gate. The gate was chain link and had barbed wire at the top. There was a waiting box, a metal door on the outside and another on the other side. The Chunin walked into the box with them and locked the door behind him. A flare appeared at the top of the training grounds, then a large bang. The Chunin unlocked the doors and the four genin sprang out, leaving the Chunin in the dust of their speed. The Chunin smiled, then put his hands to a seal, undoing a jutsu. The Chunin poofed from existence and was replaced with the Yondaime Hokage. He smiled, wishing his son and his team all the luck. His face dropped though a few seconds later, turning into a hardened expression. If what his son was saying was correct, Konoha had a snake to exterminate along with an assistant and army. Yoki sprang off with the rest of his team, smiling. How could he not recognize the chakra of the Chunin? 12 years around that old dog has bound to get some recognition. The four genins halted in the treetops and circled around. Konohamaru took out the map and rolled it out. Alright guys, we need to find a warehouse and we need to find it fast. If we don't get the scrolls in 3 days, we're out of the game. What's gonna be our game plan, Sakura? Alright, if there are 22 warehouses, they should be spread out evenly throughout the grounds. My guess is that they are within a mile radius of each other and the border. If my calculations are correct, we should be within 3/4 of a mile to at least one. I can pinpoint one if you'd like. Alright, Yoki, do your thing. Yoki went through several hand seals. He had learned this jutsu on his trip when he ran into a few IWA nins. He was spying on them, and when they went through these seals, they were able to sense where he was like a sonar. He would have been frozen in awe if it wasn't for the IWA nin attacking him, thinking he was his father. Dutan. Chikyu no Hansha, Hankyudai. Yoki sent out a pulse of chakra around his surroundings. The wave bounced off and returned to him. 2 o'clock, 1 click away. The genin nodded, then jumped in the direction Yoki pointed out. As they approached 20 feet away, they looked behind the branches at the now visible warehouse. It was a rather plain building, but modern compared to the rest of Konoha. The warehouse was cubic, completely made out of cement. In bold white, the number 13 was etched across the wall. There was a steel door next to the number. Konohamaru looked at Yoki and signed to him to use the jutsu again. Yoki made the same hand seals and whispered out the jutsu again. Dutan. Chikyu no Hansha, Hankyudai. Yoki let the information come back to him and his eyes snapped open. He signed to the other genin. 3 other teams headed this way, wait and watch. As Yoki said, several seconds later, a team of Kumo genin entered the clearing. One had light blue hair with a face that looked punched in. The other had a light blonde greasy hair that came down to his shoulder. The last one was a red-haired girl that had sharp green eyes. The blue-haired genin shouted. Well, what do you know? This is a piece of cake. There's no one here. It seems Konoha has gotten soft with their exams. If it were Kumo, a huge summon would have eaten us by now. The red-headed added. Heh, comes to show how much better Kumo is to this dump. The blonde sneered. Konohamaru's fists tightened and Yoki placed his hand on Konohamaru's shoulder and squeezed. Konohamaru relaxed a bit but didn't keep his eyes off the Kumo nin. They watched as the three in the clearing walked up casually to the warehouse. The blue-haired grabbed the handle of the door and yanked. Man, they bolted the damn thing shut. How the hell are we supposed to get it open? The blonde banged on the door, waiting a few moments. The redhead took out a sword. Yoki could see she wasn't adept at it by the amateur way she held the katana. She swiped at the door, but the katana was deflected off the steel door, leaving a spark at the contact. The blue stuck an explosive tag at the door and the three darted away. The huge explosion was followed by a large thunk, which was presumably the door. The smoke began to dissipate and the Kumo nin walked up. That did the job. They took a step forward before several things darted out of the warehouse. When everything settled, there was a giant shuriken lodged in the chest of the blonde genin and 7 figures lined up outside the warehouse entrance. The figures stood up straight, revealing identical Konoha nin dressed in Chunin outfits. Yoki signaled to the rest of his teammates. Puppets. The other 2 Kumo nin got into stance. The blue-haired took out a kunai while the redhead posed her sword. The 2 genin engaged with the 7 figures but were immediately taken down. No matter how many stabs and slices the Kumo got on the enemy, the figures wouldn't falter, which only proved Yoki's theory. Yoki held his hands up again, then signed. We have to get in there quick, another team closing in 0.75 clicks. The other 4 genin nodded, swallowing hard at the sight of the dead Kumo genin. Yoki summoned a tanto, swiping behind a few of the figures, watching them fall to the ground in a heap of wood and clothes. The other 3 did the same, taking out the last 3. Sasuke paused at the door and held his hand up to the rest of the group. Sasuke walked into the warehouse followed by Konohamaru. Yoki and Sakura stayed outside for lookout. Sasuke and Konohamaru entered the warehouse and came in contact with a Chunin. He nodded at them and walked over to a table and handed them an earth scroll. The Chunin shined away, causing the lifeless puppets to disappear as well. The 2 walked out of the warehouse to find Yoki and Sakura. When they came out, they saw Sakura and Yoki engaged with 3 Kiri genin. At that moment, Yoki slashed at one of them, successfully taking him out. We want your scroll. Give it to us. Yoki swiped at him too, but the Kiri nin dodged. Sakura was engaged in a taijutsu match with the other Kiri kunoichi. They exchanged blows, but Sakura couldn't keep up. Sakura shot out a wheel kick, but the kunoichi ducked under and tried to a sweeping kick. Sakura jumped up and prepared an axe kick that was then blocked and shoved off. As Sakura backflipped away, the kunoichi pulled out a kunai and did a downward diagonal strike as Sakura landed, only for Sakura to dodge and roundhouse kick the girl away. This gave enough time for Yoki to yell out switch. Sasuke and Konohamaru quickly engaged Yoki's previous opponent as Yoki appeared in front of the Kiri kunoichi and delivered a flying thrust kick the girl's face. She was launched into the tree a few meters away and she slumped to the floor, motionless. Yoki turned around Sakura and smiled. Yoki left to inspect both Kiri nin he took down for the scroll. He smirked as he pulled out a heaven scroll from the kunoichi's back pocket. Look what we've got here, guys. Team Naruto, let's move out. The Kiri nin Sasuke and Konohamaru was previously engaged with let out a string of curses, charging at Yoki with full intent to kill. Yoki straightened up and looked at the boy and narrowed his eyes. As the boy closed in, right as the boy cocked back his kunai back, ready to strike at Yoki's throat, he paused. He started straight into Yoki's eyes with his own wide ones. Blood began to trickle out of his mouth as his eyes slowly dropped to his chest. The boy let out a cough filled with blood. Yoki traced his eyesight down to where the boy was looking. Yoki had his tanto dug hilt deep into the cavity of his chest, piercing through his lungs and heart. The boy's eyes rolled back as Yoki drew back a little and shoved the boy off his tanto. Yoki looked at his blade, then flicked the blood off his blade with a flick of the wrist. He sheathed the blade, then looked at his clothes. The Yoki looked unfazed at the amount of blood splattered on him, smearing a little on his mask as he pushed his glasses up. His fellow teammates looked at him, shocked beyond words. Yoki looked at them and said stoically, "After you see war, you're never the same. Let's go." Yoki sealed the scrolls into another scroll of his own and sealed it into a seal on his skin. The genin remained quiet, letting the sound of Yoki move echoed through the clearing. The boy shuffled and pointed in the direction they had to go and moved out. The genin silently followed. The rest of the time, the whole trip had been silent. Yoki led the group to the center where the rendezvous was. Sasuke's eyes were narrowed, but was mostly unbothered by the earlier display. What made that Yoki kid that indifferent to killing? Konohamaru was thinking along the same lines, but he also questioned whether he would be as emotionless as well. Sakura was on the verge of tears from just the event herself. She was so stuck at the event she couldn't question anything. The three genins' thoughts came to a halt as Yoki stopped, holding his hand out for the rest to follow. They all landed next to Yoki on the branch. They looked up in time to see Yoki's eyes widen into panic. "Gee guys, run! Gee guys, run!" The three genin dispersed, but not before Yoki was impaled with a shooting sword. Yoki fell to the forest floor as Sakura let out a whimper. Sasuke looked back to his other teammates. "Guys, let's get to the center as fast as possible. We need to get there together and warn a Jounin." "Sorry, Uchiha Sasuke-kun. My business is with you." Sasuke snapped his head back forward and saw Kusa Kunoichi standing on a branch. "Ha! Like one of you can take all three of us. What happened to your team anyway? Got killed in the warehouse?" Sasuke sneered. The Kusa nin let out a bone-chilling laugh. The Kunoichi let out a huge amount of killer intent and smirked at the genin, who were frozen. Sakura felt her knees collapsing from under her. "Those other little genin? I killed them. As for taking you on, I think I can manage. Kuchios no jutsu." The Kunoichi slammed her hands on the branch, letting out a huge poof under the tree. The cloud dissipated, revealing a huge purple snake. "Get the teammates." The Kunoichi charged at Sasuke, who immediately blocked with a kunai as the summon charged for Konohamaru and Sakura. Sakura couldn't move as she was still recovering from the killer intent the Kunoichi had released. She's definitely not a genin. Konohamaru started panicking as Sakura wouldn't move. The snake was closing in on the two and Konohamaru was starting to lose ideas on how to counter or evade. Konohamaru squeezed his eyes and felt his body move on impulse. Sakura almost snapped out of her stupor, but it was too late. She watched as Konohamaru shoved her really hard and took her place. She watched for a moment as time almost slowed down to a stop. Konohamaru saw Sakura's eyes go wide before he closed his eyes again. The snake head crashed into the spot Konohamaru was before and Konohamaru was launched several meters away, and then crashed against a tree trunk. Konohamaru dropped to the ground in a thump, motionless in the dust around him. Sakura screamed, "Konohamaru!" The snake turned to Sakura, who began to tear up. She started scuffling away on her bottom, pushing as hard as possible with her leg to put some distance. But it was all for naught when the snake was gaining on her too. She felt so useless. All those training with Rin, Rei, and Naruto were going to waste on some useless kunoichi. Sakura started to cry. She felt like at this point, all there was left to do was accept death. With the resources she had at the moment, she couldn't beat the summon with all the taijutsu and ninjutsu she learned. "I just wish I could have seen all my senseis again. I wish I could have saved my teammates with my new medic jutsus. I wish that I could have lived longer to enjoy life. I wish I could have seen Namake's Naruto one more time. I guess life is just too cruel." She let out one last cry as the snake dove for her. "Naruto." Sasuke took his eyes off of the kunoichi for a moment to see the snake dive for his teammate. "Don't take your eyes off me, Sasuke-kun." Sasuke was punched violently in the stomach, launching him several feet away. He kawarimi as the kunoichi went for another hit, successfully destroying the log. He kawarimi with into splinters. "You're gonna have to do better than that, Sasuke-kun," a voice came from behind. Sasuke swiped his kunai behind him only to catch air. Sasuke was getting frustrated. How come he couldn't land a hit? All he was doing was dodging and taking hits. The kunoichi had no openings and her hits were really hard. The kunoichi appeared above him, kicking the branch Sasuke on into smithereens. Sasuke landed at another tree, using chakra to attach himself to the trunk of the tree. He looked at his surroundings, trying to spot the kunoichi. He inwardly cursed. His training was supposed to make him stronger, not weaker. Sasuke's thoughts were cut short when his back was punched really hard. Sasuke started heading towards the forest floor at incredible speeds. Sasuke flipped and skidded down the trunk, trying to slow himself down. He pumped chakra into his feet and landed on the ground with a huge explosion. The ground underneath Sasuke caved in, causing a dust cloud to cover Sasuke. Sasuke's legs couldn't take the strain and he collapsed on one knee at the center of the crater. He'll just have to use that. Sakura closed her eyes as she waited for her end. She waited a few moments but nothing happened. She opened one eye then opened the other to look up. Sakura-chan, be strong, okay? Go heal Konohamaru. Sakura started crying as she saw Yoki's back, who was stopping the snake with one hand. Why, Yoki, you're alive. Yoki grimaced as he felt the weight of the snake go into his hands again. His hair color started to flicker. Sakura was taken back. Why, Yoki? Yoki let out a wince as his hair continued to flicker from black to blonde. Yoki gave up. The genjutsu was going to take unnecessary chakra anyways. He let the genjutsu down, allowing the blonde color to dominate. Yak Naruto? Naruto turned around to Sakura and smiled. Yo, Sakura-chan. Hang in there, okay? Naruto-sensei, what are you doing? No time, go heal Konohamaru while I deal with this snake. Sakura nodded and ran off to where Konohamaru was. Naruto turned back to the snake. Now what shall we do with you? Naruto cocked his fist back and bunched the snake full on the nose. The snake vibrated, scrunching its tail in as it thrashed at the pain. Naruto quickly unsealed his Inari katana and got into a stance. He pumped in chakra to his blade and leapt towards the snake, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Naruto slashed an upwards diagonal only to be blocked by the snake's fangs. The two were caught in a lock as they fought to overpower the other. Naruto pumped in more chakra to his blade and to his feet. He watched as the ground give way underneath him, causing the floor to crack. He looked up to the fong as a drop of green substance began to roll off the elongated fong. The drop fell to the ground and dissolved, leaving a sizzling sound and a burnt hole where it was before. Naruto frowned and looked up as the green substance started to gush out of the fong. Naruto shot back, causing the snake to slam its teeth into the ground. Naruto stabbed his katana into the ground and started speeding through hand seals. Dutan. Chikyu no Ketsueki Kaimusho. Several spikes erupted from the ground, stabbing the snake throughout its body. The snake let out a shrill scream as it launched its head back in pain. Naruto smirked but stopped when he noticed a majority of the spikes broke off, unable to pierce the snake's scales. Naruto frowned and Hiration on the tip of the nose. He axe-kicked the snake's head, causing it to smash to the ground again. He flew another set of hand seals. Raitun. Saitiki Anegi Shigeki. Naruto slammed his hands down on the snake, then back-flipped away, grabbing his sword out of the ground as he skid away on the floor. The snake was then shaking violently, screaming a blood-curdling scream as lighting coursed through its body. It slumped to the floor, leaving Naruto panting a bit in the clearing. Gee, that genjutsu got me worn out. Naruto proceeded to put the katana on his back and look towards Sasuke. He watched as the Kusa-nin attacked the Uchiha mercilessly. Naruto's focus was disrupted when the earth began to shake again. Naruto whipped his head around, but it was too late. The snake swallowed Naruto whole. Inside the snake, Naruto let out a string of curses as he felt the throat of the snake push against him. It was absolutely disgusting as he watched bodies of dead animals and humans pass by him. Naruto started to think of a plan to get out, but none of them didn't involve him getting hurt. He racked his brains for an idea. Naruto smirked when he got one. On the outside, Sakura started to hyperventilate. She got Konohamaru in a stable state, breathing with a few sore ribs that were broken before. But when she looked up, she saw Naruto get swallowed whole. She saw Sasuke get launched into a tree, successfully taking down the tree and letting a bleeding Sasuke jump to another. She looked back at the snake but was taken back when it violently expanded. The snake lurched forward as its abdomen was suddenly expanded, paused a moment before expanding again. In one last pause, the snake was violently ripped apart as hundreds of Naruto clones spilled out with the organs. The clones all poofed out, leaving Naruto on the floor among the blood and innards around him. Naruto gagged a little when he took a dead rat off him and sat up. Sakura ran over to him to see if he was okay. He brushed himself off and softly pushed Sakura to the side. "I'm okay. Keep healing, Konohamaru. I've got a snake to kill." Naruto stood up and started weaving through hand seals again. He let out a pulse of chakra that gave a gust of wind around him. The chakra burst shot through the sky and disrupted in a large bang. Naruto then looked at the kunoichi Sasuke was fighting with. He Hiraishin from his spot. Sasuke was struggling to keep up as his legs started to fail him. The fall from earlier was catching up to him. His chakra was at a bare minimum and was only getting smaller. He'd use up his jutsus he learned from Naruto. Flashback. I guess I'll have to use that. The boy quickly made a hand seal and yelled, "Kai!" For seals appeared on his wrists and legs and instantly glowed blue. They shattered, dispersing the blue chakra around his arms and legs. Sasuke slowly drew his hands up. In a blur, his hands started forming hand seals. Ketan. Gukakyu no Jutsu. He raised his hands to his mouth and blew a fireball. The fireball charged towards the Kusanin. Ku. That's it, Sasuke-kun. Show me what you've got. Although I have to say, Itachi-kun made a bigger one before. Sasuke growled in rage as the kunoichi dodged the ball and flipped back gracefully on a branch. Sasuke launched kunai and shuriken at her, all to be dodged and deflected. Sasuke flew through another set of hand seals. Raitun. Kaminari Suzum. The boy shot the sparrow out, missing the Kusa-nin completely. Ku, you're gonna have to aim better. The nin was interrupted with the lighting sound didn't go away. The kunoichi turned her head to see that the bird had lodged itself on a kunai next to the nin. He must have planted that from the previous barrage. The nin launched herself away from the branch just as the whole tree sparked with lightning. The bird dissipated and the kunoichi landed on a branch nearby. The Kusa-nin launched herself at him and engaged in another battle of taijutsu. End flashback. Sasuke was running low on chakra thanks to the whole fight being on the trees. His father didn't really spend time with him and chakra control, so he couldn't hold on for much longer. He lifted his head up to take in his surroundings. There was a pulse of chakra around him but was quickly gone as fast as it came. He felt a presence behind him and so he whipped his head around. He came in contact with the Kusa kunoichi. Sasuke-kun, you're not as strong as you think. Maybe I should just end your miserable life from this shame. Itachi could do better. Sasuke gritted his teeth. How dare he mention Itachi in front of him? Sasuke was about to sprint forward, but the Kusa-nin's shocked face stopped him. In a split second, the Kusa-nin was split in half. Behind the two halves was Naruto with his blade mid-slice. Before the body had time to fully split, Naruto moved and drove his blade past the head of Sasuke, who was now frozen in fear. Sasuke's eyes slowly followed where Naruto's blade was aimed at and saw the Kusa-nin barely millimeters away from the edge of the katana. The kunoichi's face was cut across the nose and cheek, skin dangling off her chin, revealing paler, more masculine skin. Sasuke looked back at the previous body that was split and saw that they had become mud. Mud clones. Ku, what do we have here? A windy whirlpool? Namikaze Naruto at your service. Naruto sneered. Naruto swiped his feet in front of him, tripping Sasuke off his feet, causing the Uchiha to lose balance on the branch. Naruto took this chance and flipped his blade at the kunoichi, missing Sasuke's head by a hair length as the Uchiha fell. Sasuke fell off the branch and headed towards the floor. He was caught by a clone of Naruto and who had set him near Konohamaru before dispelling itself. The original started a barrage of slices towards the kunoichi. Let's cut the crap, shall we, Orochimaru-chan? You're 1,000 years too early to be calling me that, Inari boy. I'm glad my moniker has reached even the likes of you. I hope my record doesn't scare you off. Don't worry, Inari boy, that little bingo entry of yours has nothing on mine. The two shinobi exchanged banters as fast as they exchanged blows. Each blow deflected and countered. Naruto launched his blade to the side, catching Orochimaru off guard for a second. During that opening, Naruto delivered a palm heel strike to the Sannin's chest, launching the snake through several trees. Ha! Orochimaru-kun, don't tell me your old bones are failing you now. I'd hate to stop your endeavors to live forever now at the pity state you're in. Tell me, Orochimaru-kun, how's that going for ya? Still transferring bodies, slowly letting your soul rot? You know that seal won't last forever. The Sannin growled as he got up before smirking. You seem to know a lot, Inari boy. If you're telling me about my seal, it seems you have taken interest in my research. And it seems you lack a sense of humor. Think I don't know what you're after and your crazy research? I think you're one sick bastard and that what you're attempting to achieve is nothing but an empty, worthless nightmare. It won't end well for you. You don't know if you don't try. If you see a bridge, you won't know how much it hurts to jump off until you do. So how about it, Roki-kun? Want to jump off a bridge for me? You won't know if you don't try. Che Inari boy, didn't your mother teach you to treat your elders with respect? Orochimaru spat. Yeah, she also told me not to associate myself with strangers, especially the ones that look like they would like to rape you. Orochimaru growled as Naruto chuckled a bit, flipping his sword around his hand for good measure. You're a rude little boy. Here, let me teach you some manners. Orochimaru launched himself at Naruto, who nimbly dodged, delivering a roundhouse kick to Orochimaru's back. You may think you're fast, but you're 1,000 years too early to compete with me in speed. With that said, Naruto flashed out of existence, shocking the Sannin. Orochimaru looked around, trying to spot the boy. Below, Roki-kun. Orochimaru looked down to see Naruto crouched, fist cocked back. Naruto shot his hand up, making contact with the throat of Orochimaru, effectively crushing the Sannin's windpipe. The blonde jumped away as soon as the Sannin melted to mud. Naruto went wide-eyed as a fist went right through the clone and into his stomach. Naruto lurched back, coughing up spit. Naruto was launched back into a tree trunk. Naruto began to fall to the ground before he high-shined to a branch. Naruto paused a moment before being engaged in another barrage of blows from the snake. They jumped off and collided in air, catching themselves in a lock. Naruto launched himself another meter away as another Orochimaru drove up from below with a blade stuck in his mouth, piercing the clone. Bringing out the Kusanagi blade, Roki-kun? I didn't think you'd take a 12-year-old that seriously. Kukuku, who said it was for you? With that, Orochimaru snapped his neck to the side, launching the sword out towards the bottom of the forest floor. Naruto watched as the blade made its way down. Shit, the genin! Naruto flashed, hoping to catch the blade before it made its destination. Unfortunately, Naruto couldn't catch the blade, watching in absolute horror as the blade made its way into Sakura's body from behind. Sakura spat out a choke before collapsing to the floor. Naruto landed next to Sakura, grabbing hold of her and laying her gently down on the floor. Naruto clenched his fists and turned to Orochimaru, tears in his eyes. Naruto's eyes flickered red before completely changing into blood-red eyes with slit pupils. Why, you're dead. Naruto immediately disappeared from his previous spot, followed by a large boom. Orochimaru watched, wide-eyed as the blonde he was fighting reached the physical barrier a human could travel without jutsu. He broke the damn sound barrier. The only other person who could achieve this speed was Minato, who didn't use it as much because of the dead giveaway explosion sound. Orochimaru's thoughts were interrupted as something forcefully rammed itself into his abdomen, launching him several meters away. Orochimaru couldn't catch a break as he saw Naruto appear in front of him, launching several sucker punches causing him to rise in the air before being shot up really fast. Naruto appeared above him in his flight, slamming down on him with both hands. Orochimaru rocketed to the floor, causing an explosion as he made contact with the ground. Orochimaru got out and shot multiple fireballs at him. Katan Gukakyu no Jutsu. Naruto dodged each the first four but was caught directly in the fifth, launching his charred self into another tree. Naruto had a cut in his side, ripped through his trench coat and chainmail shirt. His sleeves were burnt off with second-degree burns etched all over his arms. His mask and glasses were long gone, showing his whiskers and dark garnet eyes. Naruto started sprouting a tail made of chakra with a cloak. His whisker marks got darker and more feral as his canines elongated. His nails turned to claws and his hair became spikier and wild. He let out a growl but whimpered as he flinched. Naruto collapsed on one knee, grabbing his sides. He quickly recovered and jumped to the ground. Midair, Naruto heard something. "Oi kid, if you keep this up, you'll sprout another tail. The more tails you sprout, the less sane you become without proper training. Calm down or you might kill your other genin." Naruto's attention snapped towards the voice. "The Kyuubi. Alright, how do I shut you out fast enough? Listen up, shot out your chakra like you did in the previous jutsu you did, that chakra flare. But only do it to the Kyuubi chakra or you might exhaust yourself." Naruto made a hand seal and closed his eyes. He charged up then shot out his chakra. The disruption of chakra caused a large gust of wind to spread out in all directions, causing the massive trees in the forest to bend back, away from him. "Good job, kid. Now kill that snake. On it, Kyuubi." Naruto snapped his eyes open and looked around to take in his surroundings. Most of his vision was blurred from the smoke and dust. As the clouds began to clear out, Naruto looked towards his genin. His eyes went wide as he saw Sasuke, clawing at his throat, as Orochimaru suspended the Uchiha by his neck. The Sannin elongated his neck and bared his fangs at Sasuke's back. Naruto raced towards the two, hoping to make it in time. The fangs sunk into Sasuke's shoulder, forming a seal, just as Naruto rammed his fist into Orochimaru's neck, giving off a large snap. Sasuke was dropped unceremoniously to the ground, now clutching his shoulder in pain. The Sannin melted into mud and Naruto cursed. "Kyuso." A voice rang out through the forest. "I see you called your ANBU dogs, Inari boy, but you're never going to beat a Sannin at your level. Remember that, Kitsune. Kukuku." Naruto unleashed a burst of chakra and growled out before yelling. "Get back here, you damn snake. I'll kill you." Naruto's eyes started pulsing red but subsided when Naruto no longer felt the vomit-inducing chakra nearby. At that moment, 15 ANBU and the Yondaime Hokage shunshined where he was. 3 medic Nin ran over to where the genin were and the Yondaime walked up to Naruto. "I got your flare. Are we too late?" Naruto looked at his father, nodding before collapsing, letting his world go black right after seeing his father try to catch him. The Yondaime helped his son's body down to the floor, asking the medic to help him. An ANBU approached the Hokage. "Sir, it's been confirmed. There are signs of the Sannin, Orochimaru, present in this forest area. If I may speak out of terms, I am thoroughly impressed that your son was able to hold out for so long. Thank you, Rat. Though, I'm not too sure Orochimaru was even trying. Based on the geography of this place, the snake didn't go all out. He didn't even summon Manda, probably saving it for later." The ANBU almost flinched at what the Yondaime was saying. Rat thought that the clearing around them showed an intense battle. If Rat interpreted what the Yondaime said properly, Namikaze's Naruto held out extremely well even if the snake was just toying with him. The Yondaime continued. That being said, Naruto wasn't going all out either. The ANBU let his jaw drop beneath his mask. A 12-year-old did this much damage and still wasn't going all out? It was unheard of. The ANBU quickly dismissed himself and left to tell the other ANBU of this incredible feat. Minato continued to look down at Naruto. A medic came up to him and said all 3 genin were now in stable condition. Yondaime summed up that Naruto was just out of commission because of the Kyuubi's chakra. Not that the others would need to know. The medic Nin just tried to heal the cut on Naruto's side, which was already being healed by the Kyuubi. Minato inwardly laughed because he wasn't quite sure if he should thank the fuzzball or hate him. Minato turned heel and walked off to the other ANBU for report. Naruto snapped his eyes open and darted his eyes around to look at his surroundings. He closed them again and sensed that his back was propped up against a tree. He felt someone put their hand on his shoulder. He instinctively grabbed a kunai and almost flung it at the assailant. He opened his eyes when his wrist was caught. He saw his father and immediately dropped his guard. Titu-san. It's okay, Naruto. Am I genin? Are they okay? Yeah, we healed them. How long was I out? Just an hour. We need to get to the center. We've got our scrolls. Already? Alright, well, we're gonna leave now. That snake isn't going to show up anytime soon. I'll see you at the center, alright? Bye, Naruto. See ya, Tusan. Minato and the ANBU shunshined out, leaving him and his group alone. He watched as a barrier dissolved around him. Genjutsu and a barrier, huh? Naruto got up, wincing a little after his muscles felt sore. He walked over to his genin and watched them all propped up against a tree. He shook each one awake. They slowly woke up. After a few moments, Konohamaru jolted up. Where am I? Calm down, Konohamaru. We just survived an attack from Orochimaru. Naruto-sensei, what are you doing here? Where's Yoki? Is he dead? And Orochimaru? What was he doing here? What about the Kusa Kunoichi? Konohamaru started rambling. Naruto placed his hands on Konohamaru's shoulder. Calm down. First off, I'll relay everything you need to know when we reach the center. Pick up Sasuke, I'll get Sakura. Konohamaru got up and picked up the groggy Uchiha. Awake. Sasuke? Chin. What happened? Naruto and I will explain it later. Let's go. Konohamaru hefted the Uchiha up, then jumped to the trees. Naruto picked up Sakura and followed suit. They made it to the center in record time, literally. They set the new record of 5 hours for the second exam, still including the fight with Orochimaru. Naruto put his henge back on at 0.1 clicks and they entered the building. At the large lobby, Yoki opened the 2 scrolls. He quickly dropped them and hopped away. A poof appeared as 2 people were unsealed. Anko shot out of the cloud. Kunai posed for a strike. You dare open it, Earl? What? Anko paused midway and looked around to see herself in the center lobby. Anko, please refrain from scaring the bejesus out of the genin. Irika walked out of the smoke, putting his hand on Anko's shoulder. I didn't expect them to finish the test. Damn Yoki. Yoki chuckled as Irika looked at Yoki in a suspicious way. It was the same genin he had doubts about in the written portion. The fact that his group finished first only made him more suspicious. Anko, however, was completely relaxed, smacking Yoki on the back really hard. Good job, Yoki-kun. Anko-chan, no need. The genin already know it's me. Alrighty then. Come on, no need for the genjutsu, Blondie. Irika lifted his eyebrow. Genjutsu? Blondie? Naruto dropped the genjutsu and his mask and glasses disappeared. Brown hair to blonde. Irika's eyes went wide as his past student appeared. Yo, Irika-sensei. Naruto, aren't you Jounin already? What's the big idea with this whole Chunin exams, then? I'm undercover. I've never really took the Chunin exams, so I decided it would do us some good for a really good genin in the finals. Irika knew very well what Naruto meant. The finals wasn't really much of an examination but more of an advertisement. Daimyos and kages are present along with other influential people. Having a prodigious genin in your village could bring in lots of clientele. If Naruto posed as a genin at Jounin level could easily bring in more. Call it cheating and whatnot, but Naruto had a valid point. And let's not forget he's undercover. Why is he undercover? Anyways, undercover? What for? Naruto's eyes darted around. We're under attack. Our group encountered the Sannin, Orochimaru. Thank Kami I was there. Naruto quickly placed his genjutsu back on and looked back. Everyone followed suit and looked at the doorway. A few seconds later, the door opened revealing the Suna team. They stepped forward and joined the group. The redhead in the center spoke first. We're done, now what? Anko would have laughed if not for the amount of blood splattered all over the redhead. She gave a grin. What do we have here? A clown? Well, you're not done yet, but you can wait in the waiting rooms several floors up. 3rd floor for Suna. Don't piss anyone off. All right? The redhead turned to the side and the other two followed. Naruto dropped the genjutsu again and turned to Konohamaru. By the way, good job trying to find about that guy from Kabuto. At least you attempted to get valuable information for the test rather than silly information about your sensei and teammate who, by the way, are the same person. Sasuke looked away while Konohamaru stood straighter, beaming. Naruto continued. You have to look out for him. He's not someone you will want to fight later on. Hopefully you won't encounter him in the next round. Alright, go to the 4th floor to rest. I'll meet you up there later. The genin saluted and left. Naruto turned to Anko and Irika. We've got a serious problem on our hands. Bring me to the Hokage immediately. Naruto entered the makeshift office at the top floor of the center. When he walked in, the Jounin and ANBU around him started murmuring as Naruto made his way to the desk. He looked up to see his father, donning a serious face. Naruto got anything to share with us? Naruto's eyes narrowed, but he caught the message. Today at 1016 hours, my genin team encountered none other than one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Naruto paused as the murmurs around the room grew louder. He continued. At the time of the attack, I was an undercover agent posing as a genin, under the name of Aoba Yoki. Continue. Yoki was attacked first, taking a sword to the stomach that was launched from a 70-degree angle from the ground at a velocity of 60 miles per hour. Yoki was taken out, leaving the 3 other genin, Uchiha Sasuke, Sarutobi Konohamaru, and Haruno Sakura, to fend for themselves against a supposed Kusagakure Kunoichi, 1.75 meters tall, 60 kilograms. A couple of Tokubetsu Jounin were impressed at the detail of the report while the ANBU were unfazed. ANBU were forced to take note of details like this as they may hold valuable information on the opponent or situation. Minato nodded and Naruto continued. I was able to Kawarimi and watch from afar as to what the Kunoichi wanted. The target is the heir of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. A few murmurs spread around the room again as there was a few Uchihas in the room at the moment. Uchiha was engaged in combat with the Sannin as I took care of the summon Orochimaru had summoned to kill my other 2 genin. After the summon was dispatched, I intercepted the combat and sent Sasuke off to my only medic on the team, Haruno. After a few hits here and there, the ANBU that were present at the battlefield sweat dropped. A few hits? It was more like an all-out battle. Orochimaru, Alright Naruto, you can stop there. Anyways, after Namikaze Naruto's battle, the Sannin escaped. Naruto knew why he couldn't finish. Letting the rest of the Jounins know about the ceiling could arise. Some Jounins in the room started to whispers as the ANBU shifted awkwardly. Minato looked up with his sharp calculating eyes. With a threat like this, we cannot be laid back. The Chunin exams will have shinobi from all 5 elemental nations. If one gets hurt because of us, and it's not part of the exams, the shit will hit the fan. And by my calculations, the attack will more than likely occur during the finals. Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai narrowed their eyes. Their students are not going to be in danger just because some snake rapist decides to break hell loose. A nameless ANBU stood up. What do you propose we do, Hokage-sama? I've ceased the flow of missions, allowing all shinobi to return to the village so that we are at full force. Well, not ceased, but eased it down so it won't be suspicious. At the moment, we have 10,000 shinobi in the village. Allowing some of the shinobi to return home for the finals, we will have around 11,800 total. That being said, we will not suddenly increase patrol considering they are already in the village. The Tsuchikage and the Kazakage will be there, so the foreign shinobi will already be on tighter patrol. Not that we're relying too heavily on them, but I don't want Orochimaru to know that we know. Surprise will help us. Nara Shikaku walked up. Surprises are helpful indeed. I'll be strategist for this upcoming invasion. We're at a slight advantage considering we are more familiar with ground around us. We also have the surprise edge on them. There is a reason why only a select few of you have been called here. Since we apparently have some spies in our ranks, it is imperative that we maintain this planning a S-rank secret. Any questions? Rin and Tsunade stood up and Rin spoke. As representatives of the hospital, what do you advise us to do with the medic needs? We are, in a sense, short in staff. The staff has been overworking thanks to the Chunin exams, and I'm not sure we will be at full force day of finals. It would be weird if all the medic force is at the arena, wouldn't it? You will all be dressed as civilians within the crowd. The medic Nin will have a day off before to recuperate, leaving the civilian nurses and doctors at the hospital. Ryokai. Kakashi stood up next to reveal his concerns. An ANBU? After his team split up, Kakashi took his position back in the ANBU force, making him the new ANBU commander. Since he wasn't in uniform, he couldn't directly address higher-ups as ANBU commander at the moment, thus speaking in a more indirect tone. Well, Hataki-san, I believe since we also cut off ANBU missions, most of the ANBU should start returning home. Aside from the ones on long-term missions, the ones returning should add up the force to roughly 2,000. They will be split up into squads and sent to patrol the village. I'm afraid some of the ANBU will miss the exams. Kakashi chuckled as some of the ANBU shuffled uncomfortable. It was practically their way of complaining about how they wanted to watch the match. All right. Any other questions? Okay, I believe the exams are to continue. Jounins, return to your posts. ANBU, do whatever you were doing before. A few minutes later, Naruto, Shikaku, Kakashi, and Minato were the only ones left in the room. Tusan. Yes, Naruto? That Kabuto kid, he's one to look out for. So I've heard. The Odo Nin are also a bit off. They're a new country and they already act like they are better than the rest of the nations. Kakashi chuckled. Maybe it's just the arrogance of the smaller nations. Then again, it's never too good to underestimate. Don't worry, my men will be on the lookout. Kakashi turned and left. Shikaku bowed as well before departing. Well, Tusan, I'll be telling my genin what is going on. I'll also inspect that seal. It would be great if you could look at it too. Two masters should have something on this amateur psycho. Minato laughed. All right, Naruto. I glanced at the seal in the forest and I warn you, it's a bit more complicated than a loon's work. I suspect it has multiple layers to it, the deepest one incorporated with a special chakra. I believe it's Sage Chakra. This could bring about many problems. Be careful, Naruto. Ryokai Hokage-sama. Naruto laughed and exited the room. He made his way to his team's room. Naruto knocked and heard a faint shuffle behind the door. Hello, guys? The door swooped open in one big sweep, revealing a pissed-off Sasuke and two genin latched to his legs, crying anime tears. We're so sorry, Sasuke. Naruto sweat dropped and entered the room, closing the door behind him. He looked at the genin at Sasuke's feet, then looked up. Any particular reason you have your two teammates at your feet? Told them about the seal. Speaking of seal, I'll have to look at it. Do you mind? Naruto gestured at Sasuke's back. Sasuke nodded and dragged himself to a stool nearby. Plopping himself on it, he took his shirt off and Naruto walked behind him. Konohamaru and Sakura shot off the moment Sasuke started taking off his shirt. We'll wait somewhere else. The two genin shot out of the room. Naruto chuckled and leaned closer to take a look at the seal. So, sensei, is it bad? Hmm, there are some issues with this seal. Naruto looked at the seal again. His dad was right, it wasn't the work of some loon. It looked like years of research compacted into this three-pronged seal. Judging by the small amount of prongs for such a complicated seal, this was definitely no amateur work. Hold on, Sasuke, try pumping chakra into it for a second. Sasuke did so and immediately winced in pain. The seal glowed an ominous red, then died down. Naruto frowned. This may be a problem for the prelims. It seems to be taking your chakra as we speak. We have exactly 2 days before the end of the second test. If we don't solve it, you may not be able to bend chakra for the prelim, maybe even the finals. What? That can't be. I have to participate in them and win. If I can't bend chakra, how am I going to be able to participate? Although I see your problem, there are people who fight without chakra, you know. That Rock Lee, guy's Genin, can't bend chakra, and I see him doing fine. That's different. The Sharingan requires chakra. You can't always rely on that kind of stuff. Anyways, I can neutralize the seal real quickly. As long as you don't activate it or pump in chakra to the seal, it should remain dormant until I or my dad find a solution. It's extremely complicated already. I don't need your chakra to fuck more shit up. Ryokai-sensei. Alright, this might smart a little, so bear with me. Oh, OKRGGGG. The sound of burnt flesh spread through the room. Sasuke's back was sizzling with steam. Sasuke went to claw at his back in pain as he clenched his teeth and hissed out. Sasuke's eyes rolled back and he fell forward. Naruto caught him just in time to set him down gently on the floor. See, that wasn't so bad. Naruto smirked a little but quickly dropped it as he looked at his hand. It looked like Sasuke's back wasn't the only thing that burned. Naruto raised his hand up, measuring the damage. It seemed that the old snake bastard had put a defense to his seal. Though Naruto's self-created, ultra-strong seal prevailed, it didn't stop the counter-seal from burning the skin off Naruto and Sasuke. When Naruto said it would hurt, he meant a small sting, not third-degree burns. Naruto slowly left the room, observing as the Kurama sent his chakra into Naruto's hand, instantly leaving new pink skin where the burns were before. Naruto made his way to the front desk where Konohamaru and Sakura were sitting. The two genin smiled at him but quickly changed them to a frown when they saw Naruto's hand. Sakura practically jumped up, lacing her hands with green chakra. Naruto-sensei, what happened? Oh God. Did Sasuke do this to you? I'll kill him. Calm down, Sakura. I'm a Jounin, this is nothing. Besides, it's already healing. No need to worry. Sasuke didn't do anything, by the way. Healed? Already? How? Another Kekkei Genkai? Wow, you have two? That's amazing, Naruto and I. Sakura nodded in agreement. Naruto inwardly sighed with relief. Technically, what he said was true. The Uzumaki had really fast healing abilities along with the capability to hold in Biju, making the healing process even faster. His mother being the previous Biju also come to show that the Uzumaki can live through things that could kill most. Extracting Biju was sure to kill the Jinchuriki. But not in the case of Uzumaki Kushina, who not only survived, but was able to heal back to normal health, still maintaining enormous chakra reserves. Naruto smiled at the two genin. On a completely separate note, I was wondering what Sasuke had told you while I was gone. I believe I can fill in some gaps while adding more details to the event. Let's go somewhere else, shall we? The genin's face hardened and then they nodded. The two followed Naruto to meeting room near the top floor. Naruto stepped aside at the door, allowing the two genin to file in. Naruto closed the door and placed his hands in a seal. Seal. The whole room was etched with a seal that spread out. What's that for, Naruto and I? Silence seal. What for? What I am about to reveal are several A to S ranked secrets. It would be most advised to stay silent about it. The two genin were shocked. Naruto motioned them to sit, taking a chair across from them. Alright, starting from the beginning, any questions? Why were you posing as Aoba Yoki, refugee of the land of iron, sensei? Simple, undercover. What for? We are under attack. What? Why haven't we heard about it? What are you talking about? You were the attack. That Kusa Kunoichi? You keep saying she's a Kunoichi. In actuality, it was a man. What? The Nuke-nin, Konoha's Sannin, Orochimaru. He has practically attacked our village by infiltrating and attacking. We do not respond lightly to these things. Yeah, but if you were undercover because of the attack, how come you were there before the attack posing as Aoba Yoki? Political reasons. Please indulge us, Naruto-sensei. You know the whole reason for the finals, right? To determine if we're Chunin worthy or not. No, it's to determine if our village is worthy of more clients. What? Meaning you're putting on a show for the daimyos, kages, villagers, and other important people. The more impressive your genin are, the more hireable you are. Isn't that cheating? Sending a jounin in a chunin exam among genins? Not if I've never taken the chunin exams. Besides, the jounin exams are pretty much easier than these exams. Last time I checked, I didn't have to encounter a damn Sannin to get my jounin title. Wow. So that's it? Just for more clients? What about the attack thing? Ah, that too. Resources told us that Orochimaru would attempt to attack during the test. We figured if we kept this on the down low, we could have an advantage. Ooh, like an element of surprise? Sure, Konohamaru. Anyways, it's still a secret, but I need my own team to know. Either way, I went undercover because you three were forced to enter when I didn't want you to. Why not go in for some extra protection, right? Naruto looked at their skeptical faces. Look, I know I'm just being like some mother hen to you three, but considering a freaking Sannin attacked you, my worries are only solidifying. But, sensei. No. Under the Hokage's orders, I am to continue this mission and you are not to let the information out. Am I understood? Tell all of this to Sasuke after he wakes up. Alright, I'm out. Wait, Sasuke's out? What do you mean? Naruto smiled quickly and flashed out, leaving the two genin worrying. Sakura and Konohamaru rushed to the room to find Sasuke attempting to get up from the couch. He grunted, clutching his neck. Konohamaru stepped closer to hear what Sasuke was muttering. Damn that bastard. I'm going to kill him. I hate him. Sunyavabich, that asshole. Konohamaru's sweat dropped and turned to Sakura motioning. Let's get out, he's going insane. Sakura and Konohamaru darted out, leaving Sasuke to mutter to himself. Naruto's eyes darted around the room. 3 days passed and only a very select few actually survived the damn forest. Naruto was so surprised considering the only thing dangerous about it is the monsters. Sure, there was Fluffy, the abnormally large liger. But that thing was allergic to daisies. Come on. Daisies. You could give the big guy one whiff of a daisy and it would be out like a candle. Naruto guessed it was kind of good to weed out the hopeless cases that couldn't even fend off a daisy-allergic liger. Kami, these people are ridiculous. Naruto had made a clone in the place of Aoba Yoki because Jounins had to be present at the front of the room for the opening part of the preliminaries. According to the Tusan, the testers like to make it seem like the preliminaries are because of the number of participants. But in reality, they just want to make sure that the genin they are going to place in the finals didn't get to this point just by cruising on the work of their teammates. From this point on, it was every man for himself. Naruto lazily looked back at the supposed batch of genins. Ibiki thought they were a strong bunch considering they survived his test. Naruto just thought the guy was becoming soft. These genin looked like they couldn't even hurt a fly. They all looked tousled and dirty from the 3 days out in the terrain, fighting wussy ligers and feeding off bugs. Naruto inwardly chuckled. Minato decided that Naruto should be exam proctor. Naruto openly disagreed, saying he had to fight in the preliminaries himself. Minato, however, pushed on, saying that Naruto needed an alibi which, at the moment, was not present. In the village, Namake's Naruto was not on a mission or seen anywhere around. This brought out suspicion. Where could the Hokage's son possibly be? Naruto sighed as Minato continued his speech, the genin. In the front row, the heirs to the major clans of Konoha were present. Aburame Shino, Akimichi Chuji, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, Sarutobi Kanomaru, Uchiha Sasuke, and Yamanaka Ino. In the second row, the rest of the Konoha genin resided. Aoba Yoki, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, and Tenten. Behind them was the three Suna Nins, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. And behind them were the Oto Nin, including Kabuto. Minato coughed and Naruto looked back up. Minato looked at him and nodded. That was his cue. He looked at the group of genin again. Hello, participating genins. I'd like to first congratulate all of you for passing the second part of the test. I have to say, it was a really hard test. Yeah, right, that was a walk in the park. On that note, it's time for the last test. The test that determines whether you will be a Chunin or not. The genin started to shuffle awkwardly as Naruto waited a bit for added effects. However, because there are too many genin here, we are going to have preliminaries. During the last portion of the test, we have Kages, daimyos, and other important figures attending. We can't waste their precious time with dozens of matches that have no time limit. Therefore, we're going to cut that number down. The genin gasped and started to murmur among themselves. Above me, Naruto pointed upwards to a large screen. Is a screen that will randomly select two names. The two genin will fight until one either dies, yields, or is unable to continue the match. If I personally have to stop your match, there will be severe consequences. Consequences that will be decided and delivered by myself. Naruto let that information sink. Sasuke suddenly felt ill as he remembered the last time his punishment was decided and delivered by Namake's Naruto. Apparently, Sasuke wasn't the only one who heard of or was part of Naruto's punishment. The Jounins also started murmuring, wondering if it was a good idea to have Naruto give out punishment. It was well known that the 12-year-old kid was merciless. If that's all clear, then let's get started, shall we? Naruto sent to the genins and the Jounins to the balconies above the arena. Behind Naruto was a large statue with hands forming a seal. Right above the monstrosity, the duo screen started flashing. Naruto announced. And the upcoming match is Konohagakure's Nara Shikamaru on Dodogakure's Yunoha Karina. Asuma chuckled as the Nara muttered something about troublesome. Shikamaru made his way down to the arena via stairs as the Otogakure's Kunoichi jumped from the balconies, landing in front of Naruto. Naruto smiled at her antics. She appeared to be hard-headed, opposed to her opponent, the infamously lazy Nara. That guy could sleep through an attack and not care at all. All right, are you ready? Go. Shikamaru immediately stuffed his hands in his pockets and sauntered backwards. Karina frowned and shot out a volley of senbon. Shikamaru leaned his head to the side, letting the senbon zip past his head. Shikamaru lazily stood at the side and waited for Karina to move. Oi, lazy ass, how about you add a bit of oomph to this match? How about no? You? Karina wasn't stupid. This guy was waiting for an opening. All he needed was for her to attack. But with the action, or more like lack of action, in this match, her patience will dry out. Karina bit the inside of her cheek. She needed to execute her formulated plan. She had already made her first move with the senbon. All she needed was to continue with the next step. Karina smirked. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. This girl clearly wasn't stupid like the other hooligans. She wasn't attacking brashly or jumping in without a plan. Shikamaru frowned. He was used to fighting dunces, not people who thought like him. He only faltered when the girl smirked from across the room. Naruto was thoroughly amused. This wasn't the average battle of arms. It was a battle of wits. The rest of the Jounin thought so too. The Kunoichi didn't look like she had been properly built as a Kunoichi, but the expression of concentration on her face showed that although her physique wasn't strong, her strategy and thinking was. Naruto always enjoyed these kinds of fights. Being a skilled strategist himself, he understood how underestimated the mind was. Naruto walked back and leaned against the statue, knowing he was probably interfering with the genin's battle space. Naruto smirked. Though it was a battle of the wits and that it was all about surprising the opponent with your advanced planning, Naruto had already analyzed and thought through all the plans the two genin could possibly choose. The way Karina was on her toes only told Naruto that she wasn't the patient type. Her eyes flickering to Shikamaru and her surroundings only told him that she was going in for the next move. Shikamaru's aloof expression showed he is patient enough to see what his opponent will do and is able to change plans on whims. His expression also showed that he knew this was not the average hand-to-hand combat battle. Shikamaru's hands moved slightly in his pockets. Naruto figured he carried a weapon of some sort in the pocket. Judging by the thickness, it could be a bunch of tags. No, not tags, the things in his pocket were round. Smoke bombs. Naruto almost bursted out laughing. Smoke bombs, huh? Karina watched from the corner of her eyes as she watched the proctor back up, smirking. What was he doing? Karina looked back at her opponent. Maybe taunting him will get a reaction. Come on, asshole. Show me how good the Konoha dogs are. Well, that worked splendidly, she thought sarcastically. Shikamaru looked unfazed. I'm not too sure I want to do that. I've got other plans, you know? Man, this is all just too troublesome. Karina got into stance as Shikamaru slowly drew out his hand from his pocket. He held out his clenched fist in front of him. Karina narrowed her eyes. What was he doing? Naruto slowly drew his hand up with a Hiraishin kunai. Shikamaru let his hand fly open, letting two round peculiar colored smoke bombs fall out, hitting the ground. Naruto almost started laughing out loud. Those were purple striped smoke bombs, meaning they weren't your average smoke bombs. They were pranking ones. The whole place was going to blow up with a certain color. Karina watched as the two pellets slowly made their way to the ground. She looked at Shikamaru, who smirked. Instantly, the pellets blew up, causing a large cloud of neon green smoke. As the smoke began to clear up, the whole arena was covered in neon green. At the center, Shikamaru stood there covered in green paint. Karina also got the full force of the color blast, slowly wiping her face, only adding more paint to it. Naruto had launched his kunai at the ceiling, flashing up just as the explosion occurred. Most of the Jounin couldn't help but laugh at Naruto's eagerness to avoid the blast, so far as to flash to the ceiling. Karina was infuriated. Did he just blow himself along with the arena up with neon green paint? What was it supposed to do? Give her new hair color? She liked her chocolate brown. Thank you very much. What the hell, man? Sorry, I think I took out the wrong pellets. Shikamaru scratched the back of his head and gave a cheesy grin. The crowd laughed at the Nara's mistake. Naruto flashed back down and smiled again. Karina almost stomped her foot in frustration, but it was too childish for a rising Chunin. Ugh, let's just get on with the match, shall we? H on her leg. Karina charged forward at Shikamaru but was cut short when she felt her arm get cut open. She stopped short and looked at her arm. There was a large gash on her arm. She looked at Shikamaru, who was still in the same position. If he didn't throwing anything, then where did this come from? Karina stepped forward only to hear her pants tear. She looked down to see another gash on her leg. Suddenly, Karina couldn't move. The light caught glimpse of a small line. Karina squinted a bit before going wide-eyed. Wires. Suddenly, Karina noticed the complex web of wires around her. Several wrapped around her arms and legs, one around her neck. Karina was beyond shocked. How? You didn't even move. Shikamaru smirked before turning into a puff of smoke. Bunshin. When, during the explosion. How? The real Shikamaru jumped down from the balcony, undoing the hinge of a Jounin on himself. Easy. I purposely used pranking bombs to distract you. During the explosion, I made a bunshin and hightailed out of there. Still using the smoke as cover, I jumped through with the wires, creating the web you are in now. I then hid myself among the crowd. I let my bunshin make you think that it was by accident so you wouldn't get any suspicion about the smoke. You would have thought that if the bomb wasn't an accident, then I would have done something causing you to be more vigilant. Welcome to my personal creation. The spider's web. Creative, don't you think? Damn you, assholes. The lot of you. Yeah, whatever. Welcome to Konoha. Naruto sauntered his way to the middle between the two genin. He cleared his throat and announced, "Because Unoha Kirina is unable to fight, I declare Nara Shikamaru winner of this match." Medics. Kirina growled as Shikamaru sked, walking back up to the balcony muttering how troublesome the match was. Shikamaru was completely unscathed. Naruto grinned. It was a good match on Shikamaru's part. Not only did the Nara win the match, but he didn't even display his clan's jutsus yet, giving him the advantage of surprise for the finals. Kirina was escorted out by the medics after they cut away most of the wires surrounding her. Naruto coughed again to get everyone's attention. Alright, now for the next match. The screen at the top started to buzz, revealing the next two names. Konohagakure's Sarutobi Konohamaru and Konohagakure's Inuzuka Kiba. The two boys jumped of the balconies, landing at Naruto's feet with a cool pose. The two straightened up and grabbed each other's collars. Ready to run back home with your tail between your legs? Dog breath? Ha! Just make sure you don't run back up your tree in fear. You damn monkey. I'm gonna wipe the floor with your face by the time I'm through with you. Mutt. I'd watch what you say, monkey boy. Don't start scratching your ass in the middle of the match 'cause you felt like it. Well, don't lift your leg up in the middle of the match if you want to piss yourself. Enough, boys. I suggest you both shut the hell up and let me start this damn match. The two boys immediately shrunk in fear as Naruto calmed himself from his outburst. Meanwhile, the rest of the room tensed when the Namikaze yell. They all feared for the two genins because they somehow survived Naruto's yelling. Alright, you two. If you want a yelling match, maybe you should quit the shinobi life and become a lawyer. The room was filled with laughs and chuckles as the two boys flushed and looked at their shoes. Okay, now that we've all calmed down, let's begin. Are you two ready? Go. Kiba and Konohamaru both jumped back. Prepare to eat dirt. Dog breath. Kiss my ass. Monkey shit. I'll make you eat those words. You damn mutt. Hey, shut the fuck up. Why don't you? Why not you? Naruto, along with the rest of the room, sweat dropped. This is going to be a long match. I'll make. Alright. I say alright a lot, don't I? That was a short match chapter. I know. Let's just make it one match for now. I can probably zip by the prelims this week. If I have time, holy bejesus. I forgot to write the other stories. Tongue sticking out, don't worry, winter break is coming up. I've got this shit under controller, do I? Alright, on to the omake. What I'm trying to say is, well, Sakura, I love you. And Naruto. I know you probably don't love me too, but I just wanted you to know. No, Naruto. I love you too. The Sakura inched closer to Naruto as Naruto did the same. They were centimeters apart, feeling the other breathe hot air on their lips. Naruto's gaze was dropped as he looked at her lips. Sakura closed her eyes and went in closer. Just as she was about to kiss those perfect lips of Naruto, Naruto suddenly opened his mouth and let out a bark. Wait, a bark? What the hell? Sakura snapped her eyes open and was met with a pair of beady black eyes. She was face to face with her pet dog, the yellow Labrador, Captain. The dog was breathing on her and was extremely close. Sakura kept her eyes wide open at the dog, not saying a word. Captain then licked Sakura's face and walked away. Sakura paused a moment before screaming. Kya. Gee, Sakura, you look like you just went to hell and back. Is there something wrong? What happened? Sakura shot a glare at Konohamaru, who shrunk back. Nothing, Konohamaru. Just woke up on the wrong side of the bed. All right, Sakura. If you say so. By the way, Naruto and I said he'd be late. So now we're just waiting for him. Chin. Sakura blushed. Naruto was going to be there. Can this get any more awkward? First she had a dream about him. Now she's going to see him in real life. Sakura was panicking inside her mind but was cut short when she heard a voice. Yo guys, sorry I'm late. Had to help a lady cross the road. Heh. Sakura froze that very moment. He's here. Sakura turned around to see the blonde. He was wearing his typical Jounin attire, dark blue long sleeves folded to his elbows, matching pants, tied down with bindings below his knees. His green jacket was a size too big but fitted nonetheless. His red bib covered his neck with his Konoha Hittite on his forehead. His clear blue eyes twinkling with mirth, his blonde hair outshining the sun, his whiskers adding a feral yet tame effect. Sakura couldn't help but inwardly swoon. He was just the epitome of cute guys in Konoha. Konohamaru's annoying voice interrupted her thoughts. Liar. You used that same excuse yesterday and the day before that. It's no coincidence. What if it's her routine to cross the road at the same time every day? What if you could just show up on time, for once? Naruto let out a chuckle and ruffled Konohamaru's hair. Sakura's heart was pounding as she heard his laugh. He turned from Konohamaru and smiled at Sakura. Sakura's heart practically stopped. Sakura tried to take in a deep breath. Hiya, Sakura. How's life treating you? Sakura was furiously blushing, which went unnoticed by the blockhead when it comes to love idiot. She resisted the urge to faint right then and there. Here, inner personality took over from there. No way was she going to be a total wuss because of some smile. Naruto's smile was wiped off his face when he had to suddenly dodge a chakra-enhanced punch. Whoa there, Sakura. What's up? Sakura, or more like inner Sakura, gritted her teeth and went in for more punches. Quit smiling like some stupid buffoon dash. Idiot. Sakura huffed between punches. When she was tired, she stormed off, red as a tomato. Naruto turned to Konohamaru and Sasuke. What's up with her? Said she woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I don't believe it for a second. Shinth, girls. The three boys muttered in agreement. Inside the trash can, Naruto flinched and started panicking, but it was too late. Kushina raised a fist and smashed the trash can to the floor, leaving a crater and an unidentifiable hunk of metal in its place. Naruto managed to flash out just in time, but not far enough. Kushina quickly grabbed the scruff of Naruto's collar and dragged him away. Naruto flailed at the grip, reaching for help from his students. All in vain. Silly boy, you didn't think you could hide your little Ika series from your mother, did ya? Jiraiya will hear from me. All of you damn perverts. Databane. Out somewhere in Kumo, a white-haired sage sneezed. The three genin were still shocked in place at the exchange that just occurred in front of them. Their Jounin sensei was panicking and then practically kidnapped. What the hell just happened? Sasuke emptily broke the silence, eyes still wide open. I think that answers our question. Naruto-sensei is scared of his mom. A valid fear at that. The two other genin nodded fervently, shaking in their places. A valid fear indeed.